Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champions.
Nobody cut him down. Everybody finds three.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the Elite Challengers, and we are coming down to our final few teams. My name is Bryce. Joining me here this week, of course, Chris Tunn.
Yes, thank you. Just this week? I mean, I've been here with you many weeks, Brycey. Look, we're very excited, though, to get into the final week of the very first stage of a European Challenge, or EMEA Challenge, as we should call it, really. It's been an interesting season. Some teams kind of coming out the woodwork, some unexpected results. There's a real struggle for power here in this side of the Atlantic, and it's, well, just in Call of Duty terms, of course. But we're really looking forward to see what's going to go down today and see how things are going to roll out, Bryce.
We certainly are. Well, if you're wondering what you can expect today, this is it. Here's our schedule. Starting off with Elim Round 2, Hybrid Nations and Project 7 will be on Alpha on our Bravo stream. However, you will see Dark Horse, Esports and Synes go head-to-head. We'll try and cover that as much as possible, but it will be live on the second channel. Then we're going into our winners final, Clutch Rayn and Rock Esports. Ton, what do you think of those two?
They should be really, really good games. I'm really looking forward to see how these Elimination Round 2 games are going to go, because honestly, I've got a lot of questions over a lot of these teams of how far they can go. Winners final, though, we know that one's going to be a banger. But if you missed any of last week's action, this is how it did go down. It was interesting, to say the least. I mean, some expected results, absolutely, but some teams dropping out in positions I wouldn't have expected. Really thought Treaty 1 Gaming would advance on further than they did. Night Vibes also falling out, but we only have 6 teams remaining, Brycey, but we will crown a winner of the EMEA playoffs by the end of tomorrow.
We certainly will. That winners final is looking to be an incredible one. Those two teams have just shown such dominance all the way through the Elite Series that getting them to see them head-to-head will certainly be a treat for us as well. But before we get there, of course, we do have more teams, more games, and more players. So let's talk a little bit about Dark Horse versus Synes first. Dark Horse Esports, Muddy, Sykes, Detain and Aspect, Ton, certainly been quite an impressive team over it.
No, they have been. They've kind of chipped away at things, haven't necessarily been as strong as I maybe would have thought, to be honest with you. I've been impressed with what we've seen from them, but honestly, I was expecting them to maybe kick on as we got into playoffs, but they're still in and amongst it. That is the important thing. Curious to see how they're going to get on today. They do have a difficult task going up against Synes. But yeah, Dark Horse have got a lot of potential, really. I mean, I constantly have to talk about Mighty and Aspects specifically. Sykes has been impressing me as well. And some really, really good maps coming in up against Project 7. They unfortunately got reverse swept there, but kind of doing what they needed to do up against Night Vibes. That's a game you expect them to win, but their real big test in the losers bracket is coming up against Synes.
Yeah, and that's the question here, is how much further can they really go? Because you have had some, let's say, some highlight reel-worthy plays out of Dark Horse Esports, and even kind of a joke kind of ongoing throughout the weeks is that they are the Dark Horse to take this entire thing. But whether or not they can actually do that is a very different kettle of fish, and this team will be trying to stop that already. Deliver, Alpha, Deppa, and Nadox will be going up against them and trying to take them out of the Elite.
And this team have impressed me, to be honest with you. I mean, these boys have really been stepping it up. Alpha has been just ridiculous across the map. A lot of people say maybe he's been a little greedy with some of these kills, but the highlight reel kind of does tell you otherwise. He's making big plays when his team do need him to. I think, just the raw numbers are exciting to see, but as well, I think realistically, he is looking like one of the players who could advance on up to the highest level if he can tidy his game up, because Synes have been impressive, but honestly, again, for them into the losers bracket with who they went up against, not too much of a surprise, but at the same time, I think they could make a run here. It's a big game between those two.
It is. We'll have to find out if they do make a run, of course. That will be one of the games we're bringing you this evening. And just to remind you of how this works now, there will be a live stream for the other game, so you can keep an eye on it. But we will jump over if we can. If there's a delay, an opportunity, or maybe just a great game ending, we'll bring it up here on the screen. So this is your hub, but you can also bring up other ones as well. Tan, it's been, like you said before, it has been an interesting time in the Elite, seeing some of these names kind of rise to the top.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about in week number 1 of that this feels like a bit of a change of the guard. Yeah, not only, of course, are we introducing a whole entire region into this one, amalgamating them together, but we seemingly have lost a lot of players who've been around for a long time, and I don't mean that in a bad sense, but just more so in the sense of that you've seen a lot of players retire who were in and amongst challenges for quite some time. It is very much a change of the guard, yeah.
It certainly is. Well, let's take a look at some of the other teams in our competition, because it's not just those two going head-to-head. Here is Hybrid Nations, Twisted Chunkside and Whalers. Now, at times, these teams have looked, I would say Hybrid Nations have not looked the best, but other times they have looked good enough to get through into this part of the competition. There have been some hiccups along the way.
Yeah, they're a real inconsistent team, but when they bring it to the table, they can beat teams like Treaty 1 Gaming. It was a really, really good matchup last week, where obviously the respawn really did help them out. S&D is where their struggles have been. Look, they lost 3-0 to Clutch Rayn. That was kind of to be expected, but dropping in the losers bracket, you've got to see if you can make a bit of a run. And yeah, they've got more than an opportunity to do this up against Project 7, who for me, Brycey, have been faltering as well.
Well, we'll see. It's Denzer F. Harry and Mythics, and those are some very big names in this competition. But you are right. Project 7 have been anything but clean running through it so far. One of the favourites coming into the Elite Series. We'll see whether or not they can live up to that expectation with a few more hurdles along the way.
Yeah, and I think realistically for me, when I look at P7, they're very just like middle of the road in every single game mode. They haven't necessarily, I want to say, like took off in any particular mode. They've kind of just been consistent across the board. 7-6 overall on Hardpoint, 5-4 in S&D, 4-3 overall in Overload. That it's kind of just like you don't have an identity of which modes in particular you're good at. You're just kind of all right at all three of them, and that's kind of cost them up against some of the other teams who are coming in with some severe strengths. Yes, okay, it's good to be like all-rounded to a certain degree, but again, they haven't really cracked on in any particular mode. But it's an interesting matchup against Hybrid Nations. I'm sure we're going to talk about in a second. But both these two teams have a lot to prove today. And I'd love to see who's going to come out on the other side of it and see if either one of them could potentially make a run. But I'm going to delve into this very, very quickly because we were kind of discussing it off camera. I know we don't have much time before we jump into the game. But some curious vetoes kind of coming through here. Exposure Hardpoint was one I was expecting to potentially see. Both, well, actually, it was Hybrid Nations who went on to ban it, but they're 1-5 overall on Colossus over the Elite, with Project 7 sitting at 3-1. For me, when I look at this Hybrid Nations team, I'm kind of thinking that you're going to get this done, if you do get it done, over the respawn game modes, and you've kind of put yourself in a bit of a hole when it has come down to these hard points. Overload has been fantastic for them, but we're seeing it on Exposure, which we haven't seen much at all from both these two teams. This one's set up very nicely for Project 7 over the maps that I can see here.
Well, I think you put it in a lot worse terms. You said it was a bad decision. We'll find out if that becomes the case here. Realistically, it could be an issue with map pool, or maybe they've really been running it all week. One of the benefits of this system is that coming into this game, these two have basically had a week to prepare, right? You know realistically what you're expecting to be playing. You know the maps that you could go through, and you basically get to cherry pick your scrims on what you want to learn and improve on. So maybe, just maybe, there's a little bit of strategy to the madness ton.
To a certain degree. I would have expected to maybe see something a little bit different. But either way, look, I think for both these two teams, how much are we going to kind of lean into that towards the back end of things? I'm not too sure. But I still think it's going to be a really interesting game, though. But for me, when I look at it, and I'm kind of thinking about a way for Hybrid Nations to get this one done, their Overload has been fantastic. But again, they've kind of been forced on a map they don't play a great deal. Hardpoint, not necessarily the best match for them. That's where I would have their success, because their Search and Destroy has not been great. An overall record of 2-7. So that kind of has us in a bit of an impasse for them. But at the same time, as I mentioned, for P7, it hasn't like they've been fantastic in any particular mode. If you can really count on that to be a positive for Hybrid Nations, I'm not too sure, but maybe you're leaning in towards that Hardpoint in the Overload and make sure you get it done there. But otherwise, it's going to be difficult in the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, I think so as well. And well, with everybody coming through this week to try to get just a little bit further, knowing we're going deep into the bracket, one of the things that people probably don't talk about as much, it can be a little bit harder to find a scrim as well. But here is the bracket as we kind of walk down memory lane while we wait for this game to get into the first hard point here. Tanner, are there any big real shocks for you? Games you thought could have gone different? To me, Night Vibes. I mean, not getting a map into this one is always going to sting a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to suck for them. One that I wasn't expecting, was a Project 7 3-0 loss up against Rock. Look, I know these two teams played up against each other in week number 1. Rock won that one in a map 5, so that's kind of what I was expecting to a certain degree. To see them lose at 3-0, though, that's one of those moments where, I mean, you could see it on the timeline. They were really frustrated about it. You see, I don't want to say you've seen excuses, but you kind of did to a certain degree, and then you're just wondering what's went on there. But look, it's another week to bounce back. We know all these players. We know that some of them do like to get emotional on the timeline. I'm all for it, absolutely. But at the same time, let's see if you can knuckle down this week. They know they have the potential to make it through to that grand final, potentially. They can turn this very, very quickly. They've got what I would argue is a nice game against Hybrid Nations. Then you play Dark Horse or Synes to get to the elimination final. It is there for Project 7 to do something here this week. They have the opportunity to do that this evening. Can they continue that into tomorrow? If they do it, I'm not too sure, but let's see. Look, they have the opportunity to right the wrongs that they would say of last week.
Well, we'll find out whether they can do that as well. I mean, for me, the highlight of this bracket is always going to be that upcoming Clutch Rayn ROC, right? We spoke about it in the groups. We spoke about how much we expect them to do so. And if you look at their run so far, it's actually looking more dominant than it did in the groups, right? If anything, they've actually got better from week 1 to week 2. Coming into week 3, the fact they have to play up against each other, I genuinely don't know who's going to walk away here, right? Undefeated in the groups. Barely dropped a map. In fact, they've one map between the two teams dropped all the way to get to the winners final. Who really comes out on top should be, in my opinion, the winners of the entire elite stage. That's now the two favourite teams. That are the two teams that we are looking to kind of stamp their first win of this season in elite.
Yeah, it's a real good opportunity for both of them to do so. And again, obviously the major coming up too. I mean, that is going to be a real big talking point for both these two teams. You've got Clutch Rayn, who have so much experience at the very highest level. So do ROC, absolutely. But going into that Challengers pit, are they going to be able to convert that as much from what has been a really good performance here in EU? And look, let's not, ignore the elephant in the room. A lot of people spoke about host, that kind of thing. That is their opportunity to really prove that they are a very good squad, which I don't think anyone's ever doubted. But, when there isn't anything hosting going on, what can they do? Let's find out in a couple of weeks' time. But we got, of course, to finish things off here, Bryce. It's going to be interesting to see how things play out over the next 2 days.
It certainly will. And just to kind of go through it again, one of the things that we do have the opportunity to do here as well is jump between our streams. Now, I've been told that Bravo may be ready ahead of time. That means we can kind of have a little peek at how Dark Horse Esports and Synes are going up against each other. But that's not all the Call of Duty we have for today. Of course, the winners final coming up right after this first set of games. Then we've got a third set of games in Europe. And if that is not enough Call of Duty, well, fortunately for you, North America will be winging its way afterwards. But we can jump now into our first Hardpoint. It looks like Dark Horse and Synes are ready to go.
Yeah, and this should be interesting. Honestly, Synes have been an impressive squad to me. I've really enjoyed watching Alpha, Debonautics, and D3 kind of just apply their trade to a certain degree. We've kind of obviously seen in the past couple of years, but they've been getting better and better as time has gone on. So let's see how Alpha and Co can do against Dark Horse. But right now, Dark Horse inside of the point, 12.3 is the lead for Synes as rotation over towards P2, incoming in 15 seconds.
Well, let's see just how well both these two teams are getting into it. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of pressure as well onto this. You've got to remember, this is an elimination round. And for both these two teams, getting just one step further will certainly be a boon, while they are obviously going to be trying to play to win the entire thing. But hey, sometimes it's better to just have a very good run. Also, this early in the season, something we probably don't talk about enough is Challengers players are quite hard on themselves, right? It's a truth. They will look for a roster change if they do not get the result they desire, even if they have been playing pretty well. So that's another part of this. You can expect a more dramatic change. Oh my God sakes, if you don't get everything they expect out of the Elite Series at this stage.
Well, yeah, it's a results-based business, isn't it? Especially when you look over towards Challengers. For a lot of these players, they need the results to prove that they belong at the very highest level. And it's just a proving grounds, right? And, well, they can only prove it via results. Dark Horse have done really well here, though, over towards P2, and they may well have split the spawns in their favor. Yeah, spawn out here to Synes, so the pressure paying off. Mighty and Co should be able to solidify these spawns over towards P3 for themselves. Okay, they'll lose the final 10 or so over towards P2, but P3 is now on the lock and key. 4 seconds until we head here. A little bit of a split spawn actually going to come out as well, so this is a big gunfight. Alpha going to win it. Dark Horse have got themselves a lead. They've got a little bit of control, but it is contested.
Oh, just trying to make sure they don't go down too early in this rotation as Alpha just trying to burn everybody out of this point here, but it goes back to contested. Depper up top, but Mighty cleans it out, and just being inside, just being on the stairs gives you a bit of a extra kind of special hole for it, as Nanox picks up 3 as well. Well, it's all kicking off in this game of Hardpoint, and if you want to continue on it, you can check it out on the Bravo stream. But our alpha game is ready, so we are going to hop, skip, and a jump over to that and have a look at how that Hardpoint is starting to shape up.
Yeah, let's see how it's going to go. But already you can see Synes picking up some good time over towards P3. That rotation worked out for them. 11 and 7 from Alpha. That's something that Dark Horse are going to have to deal with. But something we'll have to go, deal with is Colossus as we head over towards Hibernations, taking on Project 7 here in the other elimination game. They win both these 2 games. They'll face up against each other in Elimination Round 3 to close out the night. On paper, Brycey, this should be Project 7 all day long, shouldn't it, really? I think that's what they would be expecting to do. They would be expecting to get this result. Hibernations will be no joke up against them. Honestly, you've got to watch out for players like Scythe in particular. He has been really, really influential for the squad. For Project 7, though, they need F-Dot to fry. Well, Fry's maybe a little bit over the top, but they need him to play well, because F-Dot, if he has struggled, the team has struggled. But if he's playing well, they can beat anybody here on this side of the Atlantic.
This P1, sometimes you see an awful lot of time, sometimes you really don't. At the moment, it's not looking too bad for either side, but this rotation is going to be fought over very high. You can already see the spawns coming in a little bit better for Project 7 there. If they can grab this player at the back, Twisted coming under all kinds of fire, and is going to go down.
This is done. Up towards P2, and this is a nice rotation of Project 7. They've got such a good record here on this map, sitting at 3-1 over the season. I think they were 3-0 team started banning it away, and well, sitting as a 1-5 team on this map, Hibernations, yeah, I'd like to lean in one direction for this one. It's been a good start for the team with that numbers advantage. Mythic's just trying to patrol up top, trying to be impatient for it. After trying to hold down the front, well, that's a good kill coming through from Twisted. Lucifer's the only one who can answer back, and the break will come through. It's nice work from Hibernations. It's one that teams are getting better at breaking towards the back. Lucifer want to have a little look. He's done more than just have that. 7-2 for Harry to kick things off. Project 7 trying to contest as best they can. F-Dot, he'll fall. So Hibernations holding up.
Hibernation's just doing a really good job of getting back into this, and you can see just how well they've held, even against a lot of that pressure from Project 7 that's been coming through. This is not only a great hold, but a great wipe just in time for the rotation. Not only do they get the scrap from last time, but they get the rotation this time, and now they'll be looking to extend that lead.
Nicely done from Project 7. Moving down over towards this side, just getting themselves a good position. Trying to hold it here if you're after. Whalers and Co trying to find a way through. They managed to get in, not quite. 50-50 between these two, but it's been a close game. 40 seconds to go here now. Looks like it's just about going to be Project 7, but nobody able to get ultimate control.
And they're trying to make a little bit of a play happen there as well, but actually opens it up for F-Dot, who ends up getting that kill with help of Lucifer. And somehow they get back into this for the scrap time turn, and that's just a really good job for them, because that almost went disastrously wrong. You now see the pressure spreading across the map. Everybody everywhere from P1 to P4. Players are trying to get that slaying down. At the moment, Hibernation's just a little bit in an advantage because they do manage to grab that back spawn. They will have the pinch and the rotation through, but they still have to deflect the pressure because spawns are everywhere.
It's hard to really decipher how this one's going to go. Actually, big kill comes through from Chunk. Spawns over towards the back for Project 7 now, though. Can they find a way through? Not if they lose every single gunfight. They're still going to spawn over towards the back side, though. You can potentially set up a pinch if you play over towards the back. Not quite, because Hibernations are pushed all the way through. Really, really nice job. They break the spawns where they need to. They force the issue as well when they aren't able to get total control. And then they wipe them off the face of the map. Incredible work from Hibernations. A solid lead should follow off the back of that play.
Chunk staying alive, throwing everything he can at it. Health still waiting to come back. The pressure is mounting here, and everybody throws everything at it. He gets stunned just before the gunfight, so that streak will end. And now, even more players trying to close this net here, but Hibernations have done a really good job at deflecting so much of this pressure. As Chunk to the fore once again. He's 14-9, and he is showing it. Whalers also having a very good time here as well, Ton. And Project 7 at one point looked like the team with the advantage on this map. That is no longer the case as we go into our second set of rotations.
I suppose for Project 7, they can look at it as like one of their talisman players as at 5-14, and you're only 35 behind, so it's not the end of the world. If Mythics can start to pick it up, then all of a sudden Project 7 are back in and amongst this game. P1 control, obviously very, very difficult to get a hold of. It looks like they will get some sort of control. Whalers and Kobe thinking about P2 in 35 seconds. Whalers has been impressing me the past couple of weeks, honestly. I wasn't sure what to expect from... I was about to say the young Frenchman. He's not a young man anymore. Well, he's young by normal people's standards, but for a Call of Duty player, he's basically a granddad. This kid has been doing really, really well. 19-7 for the squad right now. Great hold though from Project 7. I have to mention that one. Really nice hold actually over towards P1. Hibernations have been forced away. Project 7 in a nice spot heading over towards P2 and found themselves well and truly back into this game.
Dender was trying to go a little bit rogue then and pick up some kills off the respawn, and well, he does actually find 2. Not finding any more at the moment, though, and this will come down to a P2 fight again. This is where Hibernations started to really push back Project 7 last time around, and it didn't end up well for them. But this time, Project 7, they're going to be here first. It's a slightly better spread across the map, and they are managing to get some kills to slow down the players that are pushing.
Pretty much with it. F-Dot trying to stay alive. He's found 5 in a row. Project 7, and...
Well, looks like we'll be having a small technical issue for us. We'll see if this resolves itself. Hopefully everybody at home can still see the game. We are having a few issues here. Well, it looks like it's back on. Fortunately for me, Tan, I don't know if it's working for you. But we'll see as we continue to go through. A little refresh sometimes works out, but it does seem like at the moment Project 7 are doing okay. They don't have the rotation over, though.
Project 7 have done really well. And I think if you're Hibernations, you'll be kicking yourselves, right? I mean, you lost a lot of that time over towards P1. P2, I don't want to say it's inconsequential, but okay, yeah, you lose the rotation. But to lose so much time over towards P1 is a disappointing time of things. Mythics and Co. trying to push themselves forward, trying to get themselves going. Towards P3, and well, they're not going to be able to win those gunfights, so Hibernations with an opportunity to bring this one back.
And this is where it starts to get a little bit tense. Hibernations know that this is a good opportunity for them to bring this game back to even. They don't want to give away it too much. You can also tell Project 7 not hitting this as hard as they would like here. They're getting staggered, so they don't have the bodies to constantly push in, and it's punishing them. An easy clean-up by Hybrid.
And now the Hibernations, you just have to back it on up. One player left remaining, yet they're going to spawn out. And now can you cover through the middle of the map? Let's see how they can get going here. Scythe, can you find anything? That would be a bonus. Yes, he has done. He's found 1. Chunk, is he there to pick up the pieces? He can find 1. His teammates picking up the others. A really nice play once again. Hibernations, this is where a lot of their successes come from. Back over towards P4. They can hold this down again. They're within touching distance of the game. Scythe and Co trying to survive over towards the backside, but the pinch stats come through the middle of the map. Might well end up hurting them. Chunk trying to stay alive and does so. Whalers is there to pick up the pieces. He's done phenomenally. Denza can't find a way through. Chunk to shut him down. Can he keep it going? Everybody's still spawning over towards the backside, and everyone from Project 7 from the front. The big kills through the middle of the map. Pricey, that should be a break.
Oh, they're trying to. They're putting bodies everywhere into the position, but you are right. Project 7 now in control. 22 seconds that might not get contested that much. You can already see Elizabeth pushed right out into the middle of this map as they try to just deflect as much as possible. Still going. Still got the pistol. Has a little bit of help there from a teammate as well, but it will do just enough. You can already tell they are miles out of this. Denza is spinning, but not winning on that occasion. And now, as we hit this next set of rotations, Project 7 are in the lead.
And I think if you're Hibernations, you just have to stop what happened over towards P1 last time. Easier said than done. As soon as they found a way through, it was very, very difficult for Hibernations to find a way back in. Scythe the only one remaining right now, waiting for the rest of his team to come up. But again, Project 7 find a break over towards P1. They've got it under lock and key here, Bryce.
They've done so well on P1. Famously hard hill to hold. Too many nades, too many angles that you can get cut down from, but they are really racking up the score, and that might be the difference in this game. A good P1, but could spell disaster for Hibernations. They are now going to put some more pressure back onto it as well. F-Dot is waiting for them, but this is the issue. Too many angles, too many nades through, and it is a break by Hybrid.
26 and 19 from Whalers. He started to slow down, but he picks it up there, finds 2 to break back through, and that should be the spawn. Still there for Hibernations, even those 2 kills coming through, but the pressure is very much going to be on. You have to win this next couple of gunfights if you are Chunk and Co. Side's found two towards the other side. Chunk will find another. One more player remaining on the point. That's going to be Denza. You can't challenge it because you're weak. Denza finds two. Is that going to be the break coming through? One player spawned over towards the backside. That was Mythics. Can he hold it down? No. Willers and Co will just about find a breakthrough. Project 7 are 20 seconds away here, Brycey. But if you're Hibernations, you pick up the majority of this time, it's pretty much going to be a dead even game.
Well, as you can tell, both sides trying to get this one over the line. P2 still in control of this at the moment, and Project 7 are desperate to put bodies into it, but Hibernation still have it. And this game is not ending anytime soon.
And I was a little bit worried, honestly, for Hibernations coming into this one. But I'm not worried if Chunk's shooting like that. What were those shots on the Mythics? The break will come through for Project 7. That's a big 10 seconds. You have to rotate off now if you're Hibernations. Chunk trying to get them off it, and they know they've got to fight for that scrap time as best they can. That 5 seconds they're going to get might make all the difference, but they're going to lose the rotation over towards P3. They've got to find a break within the next 12, 11, now 10 seconds going to be coming up. Very, very quick has to be done here by Hibernation to get away through. Whalers finds one, Twisted for another. 50-50 between a couple of different players. The break is in. Hibernations find a way through.
Absolutely pixel perfect takedown on Mythics there as well. But this has gone badly. Project 7 now on the outside. Do they have the bodies? They're trying to force through the middle here, and they've already picked off one. They've piled in with numbers. Now it's 10 seconds to go, and Hibernations, most of them are off the respawn. Scythe finds one. He dives in, looks for the second, gets that one as well, and somehow flies through, but Mythics on the flank gets two as well. Now everybody's piling in once again as Scythe will fall again, and everybody hitting the kill feed, but it looks like Project 7 will be in a better position for this.
They will be. They only need 7 more seconds. Yes, okay, they can absolutely win it here over towards P3, but every single kill, every single second that they get over towards this old hill just counts them in for the win over towards P4. It's a foot race now. Hibernations, you've got to go.
Well, they're trying to get it, but Side's already fallen. Whalers around the outside, but it isn't going to be good enough. Project 7 did the numbers they needed to keep that one under control, and it came down to gunfights. Mythics finds 2, Scythe finds 3. Both teams piling in and just ripping each other asunder, to the fact that there was actually very little time gained for either side on that point. So P3, just a bloodbath.
Honestly, it kind of surprised me to see Mythics go for that flank. I didn't see the route he went to. I just kind of seen him on the minimap as the flank was coming through. But he goes to the fact that I'm kind of a bit like, you got to be careful here at this stage. But he knows his team can win it. If he can find those kills, then maybe that would solidify it. It wasn't what did it. It was the rotation over towards New, which they still had in their back pocket. But it is a map #1 win coming in for Project 7. They find the dub. A one that, well, we maybe would have expected, but did we expect as close of a game between these two? I'm not 100% sure. But either way, Hibernations, I'll be a little bit disappointed with that. A lot of time wasted over towards P1 on multiple different occasions. Did pretty decent over towards P2 and 4. 3 was kind of mixy, as it often is. Honestly, they'll look towards maybe just even the back end of that P2 as well. It was, what, 10 seconds or so that they kind of give up. You think, okay, Project 7, would they be sitting at 240 and you could be sitting at 235, heading over towards P4? It gives you a little bit more time to try and find that break. But you can, well, I mean, you can try and put it down to finite moments, but ultimately it's a very, very close game that Project 7 will just about take away.
Wow. That could have gone either way at any point. That's what you got to take away from that game as well. And I got to say, Whalers absolutely picking up on exactly where Mythics was insane. At that point, you thought they had the advantage, but Mythics comes in here, gets 2 as well. Somehow, just somehow, they managed to pull this one back, even though both teams fought down. They were staggered. They were out of the point. Project 7's slight lead allowed them to drag that one out to the next point.
Nicely done from Project 7 to find that one. Felt good about that Colossus Hardpoint all season long. Sitting at 3-0 over it. I think, you know, realistically, they were always going to be thinking they're going to add an extra 1 to that win column. But Search and Destroy is something that they should be confident in as well, to be honest with you. As mentioned, for Hibernations, this is where things have been a little bit of a struggle. Not necessarily had the best of times on that. I think it's around a 2-7 record for them over the Elite season. It's a lot of maps going in the wrong direction, Brycey. They need to be able to turn this one around.
Yeah, well, we'll see whether or not they can here, but a very close game to kick off today's games. And hey, long may it continue. realistically, coming into this, I did feel like Project 7 were the slightly better team, as they have been one of the favourites from the very get-go. But Hibernation is also very, very good. And going through that entire map in my head with the Hardpoint here is... There were many times when I felt like Hibernation, especially after that first set of rotations, just had everything to gain in that game. But the P1 differences, the amount of points gained on P1 for Project 7 was truly phenomenal.
Yeah, and it's something you tend to see a little bit more as the season starts to go on. And I mean, we say it's the start of the season. The game's been out for a little while, right? So I think teams have been figuring out slowly when it has come down to Colossus. You can get some decent time. Honestly, if you start holding down over towards the alleyway on the inside, if you can keep a hold of that part of the map, you just have to watch that one other door. If you've got somebody posted up to then make the rotation over towards P2, it just makes their life a little bit easier. You've just got to push out in the right places, and you can pick up some good time there. So they do a nice job of that over towards P1, and really do punish Hibernations every single time they can. So for that to be now a 1-0 lead for P7 puts them in a really good position now in this series. Search and Destroy coming up, and as mentioned, it has not been a nice showing for Hibernations over the entirety of the season in Search and Destroy. They need to turn it around now and very, very quickly if they want opportunities to stay in the Challengers League.
Yeah, and that's the thing. The pressure is now mounting. You've already suffered a loss or multiple losses if you include the group stages, and this is an elimination game. You've got to bring your absolute best to this one, and this is where it starts. We're going into the S&D. The snipers, very, very important on a map like this. They can command large swathes of attention. We'll see how both teams really bring that strategy in.
Let's see who's really going to start showing it, though. You see a lot of it in round ones, actually, which is always interesting. But for both these two teams, I mean, not necessarily the best of showings on raid. 0-1 overall for Project 7 and a 1-4 record for Hibernation. So for Hibernations, it is their preferred S&D map, but they haven't had too much success on it. So Project 7, can you answer back with a win here up against a team who typically are struggling in Search and Destroy?
Oh, at the moment, a lot of advantage taken here. Mythic's already down. Chunk going to be very far ahead here. F-Dot. Well, that flower pot has done a world of good here. F-Dot somehow gets away with his life, but not for too long. Already shut down to a 2 versus 3 ton.
Benzo, not too bad of a position. Nice spot twisted as well. Just make sure he gets the shots. And does, but he puts himself in a dangerous position. Whalers will answer back. 1 versus 2 now for the side of Project 7 on for Lucifer.
I don't know if he saw it. I don't think he did.
It's hard. Oh my word. I mean, I was about to say it's sensational shots from Harry, but Scythe must have had his ADS on the art door that... Gotta watch this from his POV. Yeah, he's already ready and waiting, to be honest. Lucifer does really well. I know I've had my head wiped off there. No question of it, but Scythe, aware it was coming. Nicely done. That's first round over towards Hibernations.
Well, it's a good start. It could have gone a little bit better for Project 7. I mean, the Razor, well, is a wonderful weapon. Obviously, the bounce there caused him to kind of miss a couple of bullets, which maybe couldn't dip out. So we'll see whether or not there's some adjustments to be made on both sides. Already you can see Twisted trying to hold out here. He's been called out. There are already bodies and nades flowing. Benzo pushing forward very, very aggressively to take this space, but he does have the bomb on him. Now with bodies supporting him, he might think about planning. Here he goes.
Get away from that as well. Yep, just about. Takes a bullet, but that'll do. Mythics is in a really good position. They may well have lost those first 2 kills, though. How is Twisted? Found 2 on the outside. If your Mythics is still alive, gets caught out, but Lucifer is there from top bedroom, 2v2.
I think Lucifer might be caught here. There is a player down below him, so if they go up the stairs, he's hiding behind the bed. Will this be seen? Does he go in with it? Hasn't seen anything so far. Chunk is going to look for him, though. Knows this spot, knows what's going on, and Mythics still defending here around the bar. Still alive, sees the player as well, can play time. Chunk is going to have to hunt him down, and Mythics knows this as well and plays him so well. The Tiki bar, the linchpin of defense there for Project 7.
I mean, Mythics has got cocktail in hand, dancing around with a drawback in the other. And does so phenomenally, to be honest with you. You've seen Twisted found 2 on the outside. I love to see his POV of how on earth he managed it. And you sometimes think to yourself, okay, 2v4, really, really difficult spot. But Mythics pops in, finds one, finds a second. Harry to find another, Mythics with a cherry on top to just solidify the round there for Project 7. Nicely done. And that's such a difficult position to clear out. If you don't clear a ticky, if you don't have that advancement for the defensive team, always hard to get that defuse. Either way, over towards the middle of the map, and it's F. The collateral damage comes through, and that is the fire that you play with. And Will is all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, is left in a 1v4. He's already dead. Oh my god, P7.
I said the sniper rifles are incredibly dangerous on this map, and that is the reason. The long sightlines. And that one wasn't even that long. It was just the mid-rush. F. with the collateral completely destroys any hope for hybrid nations.
I mean, wow. F. has been that guy, honestly. He has been the catalyst for a lot of what Project 7 have done good over this season. I mean, if you just look towards his S&D statistics, they're pretty strong, bro. I say 1.66 over the season in S&D. Sitting at 3-2 right now. Needs some, well, maybe step it up. Collateral damage in the second round. Yeah, let's see a little bit more.
Trump this time has his own sniper out. He'll be looking for it as well, and he gets it. It's a deadly road to run there in the middle.
Oh, and has he positioned himself well? Yes, he has. Freebie towards the back as well from Chunk. Mythics now left in a 1v3.
Mythics. It's a bit of information with that, but that's all he's got. Oh, no. Oh, no. The sniper, he's missed it, though, Chunk. And Chunk doesn't want to go down here either, but he will allow his teammates to get into it and take him down. Wow, snipers on both sides causing issues.
2-2. Yeah, the sniper's really the catalyst for both those two rounds we've just seen. Nice shots coming in here from Twisted, sitting at 6-3 as well. I feel a bit aggrieved that his team aren't up 3-1, to be honest with you, when he finds those 2 kills over towards B. On the defensive side after the bomb goes down, yeah, you expect to be able to clean that round up. But as it goes, still 2-2, though. Very close search and destroy. I think, honestly, when you look towards the Hardpoint picks, and maybe I just didn't even think about this at the time, but Project 7... as mentioned, I've only played Rayn the once over the challenge this season. Hybrid Nations have played it plenty of times. So is experience going to help them out here? Rotation over towards B incoming. Right now it's completely free. Of course, they don't know that. F is here over towards the A side with the sniper in hand. So Hybrid Nations over towards B. Nice and safe.
Comes the plant. Stretched, of course, but little love tap. The wood isn't going to deflect those bullets for long. So it does get out of their hair, but... a little bit of time burnt. It looks like there might be a wrap coming through. They're talking about it.
Oh, and that's a big kill coming through from Lucifer as well. There's your top bedroom control. Gone. Scythe. Taken off the map by Denzer. Now Chunk has to get active.
Oh, he's
in a position. Yeah, he's going to find one. So that's going to create a little bit of discourse. But yeah, should be caught dead to rights. Yeah, nicely done. Good positioning from Mythics. Twisted now in a 1v3.
Just for a moment there, Chunk was starting to hear montage music. Could he make the hero play to break this? They're going to know he's going to be here as well, but it doesn't matter.
Red.
Twisted almost catches him. Goes for the reach out here. Life wasn't back at the time. Different player. Different result. It's going to be Project 7 to walk away with it, and it's just the long-range M15s that deflected so much pressure at that bomb site.
Nicely done. Honestly, it's when Lucifer finds that first pick, they're just keeping them off the bomb as long as they could. They didn't want to go for the slide across just to maybe introduce somebody over on the jump up, but yeah, tough one. Really tough. Hybrid Nations, I'd like to see them maybe just get that run through money. We've seen 2 players actually get over the jump up, so you knew that was clear to a certain degree. Get a little bit of control there. You can maybe just hop behind the bomb and go for it from that side of things, but either way, maybe nitpicking. Because right now, it's still a very, very close game. Project 7 now on the attacking side. F. No sniper this time. M15 in hand, just as deadly in this man's hands. Look at this aggression from Trunk. Oh my word. Surely they heard that. Did they hear that? No, they didn't. Nope. Chunk, he's going to get an absolute freebie. Should know one is up top, but he knows he's coming. Doesn't matter. Chunk finds 2, and he's broken the player wide open.
Oh, he's absolutely dancing. Eventually gets caught by Mythics, but damage is done. He is making those kind of plays. He's finding the gaps over and over again. And Mythics and Whalers might square up. I'm unsure Mythics wants to take it, though. They know the bomb is all the way out there. Can he find the headshots? Too many bodies against him. Mythics is trying to make this work. It's a difficult position to be in.
He should be dead. Didn't time it well. He's stuck in between quite literally a rock and a hard place and, well, a swimming pool, but... Can't do a great deal here, Brycey. 25 to go.
Down for it as well. Trying to look for something, but when you got to make a move, you can't take the corners. You can't really go for the optimal trades. And Hibernations win that round, and this is no exaggeration, purely because of Chunk.
I mean, it's just the balls on him, to be honest with you. It's just straight under pool. Works out for him. You don't see him if you're P7. Just like that, he can find to distract away the third as well. Okay, maybe gets a little bit overzealous. Heats up a little bit for the last one. Gets taken down, but as you say, damage is already done. A difficult one to come back from then if you are P7. And you just got to take that one on the chin. 3-3 now. Back and forth, search and destroy.
Chunk has support here as they look to take a bit of mid-control. F-Dot has that sniper dialed in. But this is not the easiest angles. It's all reflexes.
Oh, look at this aggression from Whalers as well. Gonna back on down out of laundry. Didn't like his positioning there. F-Dot loves his positioning here, though. Chunk will get caught. And those reactions you talked about, Brycey, coming in spades there.
Oh, he's going to grab another gun here. This could be a difficult one! Not going to be difficult for F-Dot! Pirouettes on him! Takes him down. There's a smoke on the bomb side as well. It's all going down. How on earth has F-Dot won that gunfight?
Oh. Scythe's going to have to pick his pants back up. He's just had them pulled down. F-Dot. Absolutely disgusting. Finds the first with the slow peek around the corner onto Chunk. And he's literally mid-picking the weapon up there. His Scythe, I mean, arguably just gets camera to a certain degree, but still. Massive kills coming through from F-Dot. A massive round for Project 7. It's a very clean retake. The sniper still in play. And a lead in the search and destroy.
There we go, F-Dot with the sniper. Not seen anything yet. There are a couple of bodies here, Ton. Now has to back up. I hate holding defensive angles with snipers like this. He's worried about the flank, but there's an awful lot of flank to cover.
Yeah, there's not really a lot for him to pick, though. Oh, he's covered this one, though, hasn't he? Whalers. Oh, be careful, yeah. He's going to see enough of a shoulder to be backed on down. So a little bit of information here for both two teams. Hibernations working on the flank. Is it going to force them into sight, though? Look at him. He's playing passively. Honestly, Project 7 don't need to go any further than this. Hibernations have got the middle of the map. They need to do something with it. Oh, there's no way.
F-Dot really holding down one side of the map by himself, looking for another one here as well. It's still split. Hibernations are going to have to start squeezing. There's no juice if you're this far away. Lucifer looking to cut back into it as well. Whalers is going to find the same one. Lucifer going to try and take that shot, but hasn't managed to. Gets it eventually, staying alive. Down he falls, and that is a great retake in time for Hibernations.
And you lose the first blood as well, and you still manage to do it. It's a big kill. Coming through from Twisted over towards the backside, but Whalers does enough just to hold it down to a certain degree. Goes for the chal, causes a bit of chaos. Lucifer can turn around, find the kill, but the damage is done. You've distracted them enough. The team are in, and you're being wiped. Project 7. Oh, they'll be a bit disappointed with a couple of these rounds, but I suppose you think back to it, round number 2, they stole that one away to a certain degree. It's been a really entertaining search and destroy. 4 piece between these two now. We could be going the distance here, Brycey.
Who blinks first? That's the real question. It's a heavy hit for Hibernations over towards B again. Hasn't been the cleanest of runs for them. Whalers trying to find some information here. They know somebody will be up here as well, but there's a lot of map been taken here by Project 7. They actually have the advantage at this point.
It's a good nade over the top, but it's not going to find you a kill. Yeah, Whalers finding plenty of information, plenty of hit markers. But now because you pressed all that, I want to say all that momentum over towards B, look at Project 7's positioning throughout the rest of the map. Mid on the locking key. I'm going to give it up, but now they've got complete A control as well. You've got that positioning from Denza. You don't really need Mythics over to where he is, but he's there to help him out. Hibernations are going to dot their I's and cross their T's if they want to make it over towards A. Denza. Yeah, they're on your right, son. Yeah, and maybe that's why you did need Mythics watching over you. Scythe is just going to follow on out, find the kill, 3 versus 3.
Oh, it's a fake out. They're going back. They're going back. This is all going to be on Lucifer. He will call this. He will scream it from the rafters. Whalers will be on the flank when he can get here. Lucian's going to see one. He does manage to get it as well. He's taken on Scythe. Doesn't even have the life to do so. Scythe is going to push him because of it, and he will fall in that instant. There comes the trade, though. 12 seconds left. F-Dot does not care and takes the 2 anyway.
Incredible Char coming through from F-Dot towards the backside of things, but as soon as he found that previous kill, the round is pretty much done. And that all really comes down to that first blood they find over towards B. That forces Hibernations away. They really don't have much map control. Yes, okay, Denza kind of gets caught off guard in an advanced position over towards A. But ultimately, it does not matter. Too much map control for Project 7 to give away, and they find themselves 1 round away from going 2-0 up.
Well, here they go. On the attack, it's an A control. Everybody's committing. Trophy's already out. Nade flying through to get them an advantage. This might be a quick plant if they are confident in it.
I mean, you've got F-Dot watching over at 9 and 6. How much more confident do you want to be? Big hit coming here from Hibernations through the middle of the map. Though 3 players are going to be in and around it. F-Dot going to back them on down. This bomb will be going down. They got control of Laundry, so they're going to set up for that. Denza going to plant for that side. Stay alive, and he does so. So it's going to have to be a mid-map or rotation coming in from Hibernations to try and find this one. It's going to be hard to get it through Laundry. It may well have to be a 3-man flank.
There they go. Last time around, Hibernations were successful. Everybody buried. F-Dot doesn't have a lot of room to move, but he might be able to pick one if he's lucky. He's already going to go down. Denza's on the floor as well. Mythics has got one. Denza gets the second. He's trying to find another one, and he has! And that should be enough, as it will be cleaned up. And Project 7, they bury themselves deep in that point, and that walks away with the S&D ton.
And just a couple of swing rounds towards the back end. But again, I think if you are Hibernations, you think back to round number 2. That's going to be the one that stings. Bomb down, 4 versus 2 situation in your favor. You go on to lose it, and then you lose in a 6-4 fashion. We could realistically be here at a 5-5 heading into a round 11. We do not get it. 7 non-traded kills coming through from F-Dot. He was that guy throughout the majority. Going over towards Bravo, though. Dark Horse Esports with a lead, with the hardpoint as well. Into the search and destroy. 5-4 lead signs.
Aspect picks one, though. Does he see him? I don't think he's seen him. V3. Easy one for him in the end, but Aspect gets it, and there's another trade going down. And that ended like that. Well, what a round. Everybody trading. We're on a round 11.
And this is what I love about having the streams up for all the games. We can just dip, dive, duck, and dodge. I did dodgeball last night. I apologize for the reference immediately, but here we are. We can just jump in and around it. I feel like you got some dodgeball quotes up your sleeve somewhere.
Oh.
Don't lie to me.
I almost watched it the other day as well, but I was like, I've watched that movie about 40 times.
I definitely got some more. Not a lot I can say on broadcast, mind you.
Oh, well, on to this round 11. And this is an interesting split coming through. Sykes checking for a bit of information, but right now, not very much. That bomb is not in danger of going down anytime soon. It's passive from Dark Horse.
That's fine. Just looking to try and find a pick, but 30 seconds, well, is now gone. And this is the position they really have to worry about. I presume Nadox is obviously just below D3, yep. So now he'll be kind of watching the crossover towards the bomb. D3 just watching Dirt. And Dark Horse, well, twiddling their fingers right now. They need to get something moving over towards some side. Aspect has found his way up towards tank pretty much uncontested. Is Alpha going to have to be that guy here for Signs? Because the pressure is coming. Gets one. Can he find the second here as well? It'd be massive if he could. Goes for the Chal. His team there to pick up the pieces. Nadox is. Aspect was there with the Chal. He'll find one back. 2v2 Bryce. Now 2v1. Which way did he even go? It went towards Signs. It's Alpha who opens the door and Signs walked through it. One apiece in that series.
Everybody went, all right, let's trade. And there was just a flood after flood of bodies going into the point. Could have gone the other way, but realistically, with Alpha getting that first kill, that's all it really needed. Because it was just a game of who can be in the better trade position for this one. D3 had a pretty good game there as well, but that ties that series up, Ton.
It does, and that's an interesting one as well. Honestly, I would have expected Synes to be able to take map number 1, but Hibernation, Dark Horse doing a really good job to get a hold of that one. And Synes taking map number 2. I mean, I probably would have had it the other way around, but to be honest, a 1-1 scoreline after 2 is kind of where I would have had it. Look, interesting games across the board. Both these two teams, or both these two series, have been very, very close. I mean, what, there's 2 rounds in the Search and Destroy, and what, 21 points separating you in the Hardpoint. There is not much in it between Hibernations and Project 7, but the important scoreline, the important number, is 2-0 to Project 7. They've got to be feeling good about their chances heading now into the Overload. And honestly, when it has come down towards Overload here for Hibernations, it's been a relatively decent mode for them. What, 6-2 over the season, but on Scar and Den, I don't think we've seen them play Exposure whatsoever. I think we've seen it once from Project 7, to be honest with you, and they managed to find the win. So, not a lot of experience between these two teams on Exposure. Let's see who's going to walk away with it with this, well, maybe lack of experience. This is just going to come down to aura and the gunning Bryson.
Oh, let's find out. Oh, Whalers almost finds another one there as well, but the Hibernations, they're going to feel a little bit hard done by in this series. Some very close maps. The close maps don't really get you any further in the tournament.
Rush over through towards Dirt here for Project 7. How on earth does he finesse that one? Carry's been a consistent EMP carrier here from Project 7. He's not necessarily going to get his nade out at the best time there. Scythe, Ego Chow. They will stay alive. Good pressure here from Project 7. They can move this one forward. That's a big kill if they can find it. Massive kill if they can find it. They have done. They found one through the middle of the map. This should be a score.
They've got bodies. Just has to get across the cut.
Got it.
And there we go. Easy in the end. Gets through. Will they look for any more going for this one? Well, Scythe cuts down one on this one. It won't be an immediate relay. Mythics will look to backpedal and get a kill. Does not do so. And now they'll be waiting for it. Well, this is pretty much a full wipe. The benefit being, of course, is that Hibernations will need to get another wave of kills before they can think about scoring.
And that other wave of kills is the difficult one to find. Twisted, yeah, getting aggressive. Project 7 happy to sit there. I wonder if we see any Falcons ball as we've seen it the weekend. Maybe not the time for that with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go in the first half, but interested to see some teams in CDL bringing out the tactic of kind of while parking the bus. Keep an eye on that as we head into the latter stages of this one. Project 7 over the 1-0 lead. They won't be thinking about that just yet. Rather add a couple more points to your tally if you can. A couple of good kills coming through there here for Hibernations. Can start to advance, but it's the second and third waves you need to find.
Here comes the push. Twisted, looking for a way through. There isn't here. This might have to be a wrap to the other side. There are too many guns up, surely, for Twisted to make anything of this one, and that call will now come in. We have got to move this somewhere else. We have got to split the players and get some trades going through. Already a good couple of trades for Hibernations. And Chunk is now using his teammate to see if he can bait anybody else in as they go back to B.
Still, though, the pressure's on. You want the EMP to reset here if you're Project 7, especially Cycling finding these kills. Chunk, though, he's made the flank, and he might just make the play. Has done. Nicely done from him and Scythe. Kind of just pushed it over, but what they've got to be careful from is this overextension coming through from Project 7. Just now completely, or did completely have control of Dirt. Now they've lost it. Everybody dead. You're in a lot of trouble. Can start to run it down this right-hand side, running it through Dirt. Scythe in the position to start cutting off players coming in to reinforce. An opportunity once more here for Hibernations. It's Scythe on a 4 spree. That's setting them up for success.
Oh, Scythe over and over again, and this is now real close, but somehow F-Dot stops it for a brief second, and Scythe has gone from slaying to playing, and they put that one home, Ton.
And that's just a really good job from Hibernations to find the kills in the middle of the map. And they trust in Scythe to be able to do his job as that lead blocker, if you like. And he's still doing that job. They cannot deal with him. It's 7 in a row. They've scored 2 points over the last couple of lives. Scythe with the snapper, but his teammates who are doing the job will wrap it back round. Will secure that one as well and keep it on going. Yeah, he's going to wait for the rest of his team to come back up and try and get this one over the line because he cannot be gunned right now. It's 9 in a row from Scythe. 10 doesn't quite land. But he does the right thing. He keeps that pressure on, and Hibernation's not too bad of a spot to keep the pressure going.
That is ridiculous. Putting the team and game on his back. Project 7 just could not deal with one man. And he's continuing. He comes straight off the rip, gets another one here as well. But it is advantage to Project 7. They will grab the EMP. Already, F-Dot has pushed straight through the middle here. He'll be looking for a kill off the rip. Already finds Twisted, but he won't get him. And now he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Doesn't get another kill for it as well. That will be a stopped play. And Project 7, they could smell the opportunity there, but were unable to carry it away. The side brings in the missile.
Yeah, it's only 5 seconds to go. This will have overtime to potentially play if it's in tow. Oh my word. That could not have went worse. Twisted and Chunk are being caught out, and now you need to kind of just run away. F-Dot's going to be able to find one, but they could be able to get this one over the line. Oh no, is it a mistake here from Hibernations? No, Project 7 trying to get overzealous with it, to be honest with you. They're just trying to bundle it over the line any which way possible. Now all of a sudden Hibernations maybe have an opportunity themselves. Twisted not in the best of positions. The extra time comes in. Twisted has the ball in hand. That will drop. It's Hibernations with a lead, but that could have been bad. They call in the Hellstorm nearly to their own detriment.
Wow. That was a very much back and forth half-time, and I mean, the difference maker was Scythe. I mean, you cannot allow a player to slay that hard in your back lines for that long. And this is always the issue with Overload, especially on this map. Sometimes it can be a nightmare to punch that EMP home in the last 5 yards. With a 1 score difference, I don't know who wins.
There's not much in it. I think if you're Project 7, you just kind of need a certain time wrap back around there to try and deal with Scythe, because he was the catalyst, the main reason for Hibernations, and the 2 points that they were able to get. Did a phenomenal job over towards there, but it's new round. The second half we go. Pinstripe kill feed across the middle of the map here. Now let's see me able to get ultimate control, but Mythic's trying to do that now for P7.
Oh, Mythic's on a little bit of a tear of his own, looking for another. Not quite. Scythe will slow the roll just for a few seconds. Lucifer trying to do enough work here. He's going to be calling for his teammates. Knows he's weak. Looking for it as well. Finds Twisted, and this might be able to just punch it home as well. As they walk that one, only just walking. Here's Whalers gets 3.
It's a nice 3-piece to find, but it isn't really for a great deal. You can see Chunk trying to move forward. It's just waiting for the middle of the map. He will get taken down. You think of those moments. I honestly really think Hibernations play Overload so well. It's easy to say when the record is so good, sitting around 6-2 in the season. But they seem to just know when to make their move in Scythe. He may well have made his, but he needs his team to continue to survive. Finds the kills that he needs to, and he can then push forward. Wait for the rest of his team to come up. Because of this aggression, they're going to spawn over towards the A side. So Scythe needs his team now to push up through B as quickly as they can. Can't quite get there in time, but the pressure is still on.
Trying to let him loose, trying to get the kills here, but Mythics is having a pretty good half. And there's another set. I'll be looking to move this one forward as well now, but already body's going down. There's already a pinch coming as well. Mythics is going to be in trouble, and he can't do any more there. Scythe takes him down. Chung gets the rest of them. As this game is tied up 2-2, there is very little separating these teams in terms of ability so far.
Oh, Lucifer doing so well to find 2 there. Keep that pressure on, keep that momentum going for D7. Oh, this fight in and around tank. Mythix finds 1 second. Not going to land. Scythe has just been a big pain in the arse for them, hasn't he? 23-14 now as Lucifer will cut him down, but he's been ever present. Every single time there's been a big play, Scythe has been involved in some way. We're kind of in an impasse here, both these 2 squads. Nobody's able to make the play. Who's it going to be?
There's just an awful lot of trading back and forth across the entire scenario here. This is a very crucial moment, though. Look how aggressive they are now being. There's a huge kill by F-Dot. Twisted trying to push through. Mythix already shuts him down. Whalers now furiously running away, trying to hold on to this EMP. Will they be able to switch sides here? Chuck's trying to punch another hole. Will find 1. More bodies piling through as well. They might even reverse this again. No, they're not going to need to. They're finding the gaps. They're finding the difference, surely. But Mythix stops everything dead in its tracks. And Chunk now goes to hunt him down. Nobody can find a toehold to get this one done.
Oh, that was looking so good for Hibernations. I love the wrap back through. Chunk punching a hole through. But not a big enough one. He couldn't quite get it over the line. A really good play coming through from Mythix, who's having a hell of a game. Willis can find something through the middle of the map. Lucifer can't find it. It's a pistol fight over towards the stairs. Mythics with another big 2, though. And all of a sudden, it shuts it down. 1v1 up against Chunk here to keep that momentum going. But the close spawns are there for P7. A minute and a half to go. It's their game to lose by the looks of things.
Tenza, so I've got a pistol in the middle of chaos. They're going for it as well. He might have had a little bit of timing here. Surely not going to be enough, though. EMP down once again. Twisted with 2. It is back and forth. It is not stopping as every player on this lobby is just hurling themselves into the opposition.
It's so difficult to really get any control for either one of these two teams. You can see Hibernations want that to reset, and they do get that luxury. Mythics should be cut down. Whalers a little bit late to the trigger. Scyther's there to pick up the pieces, though, but Project 7 are the ones with a little bit of bonus here. Trying to push out. Lucifer says, yeah, go on. Can he keep this pressure on? Which way are they trying to move this one? It's going to be down third side. Can they get it going? Lucifer may well be the one to do it. One more play over towards his backside. Chunk had to find it. Denzer is there. Can they scrape it over the line with 35 to go? They can. Project 7 in the lead.
Committed everything to that set players in the backfield, and now they're trying to get them off the respawn. They know a good attack will stop them grabbing this EMP at any opportunity. Players are going to be out, though. Keep an eye on Twisted. He is in the midfield. He'll be looking for more kills, but Denta keeps the reinforcements at bay. Lucifer does the same thing. They've cut them down, and they've got body blockers. Denta's here. He cuts down one more on his 5 streak, and it's a dive there for the team of Project 7. With 7 seconds left to go, they have done enough. They break the deadlock that has been ricocheting across this map for the entire second half. And that will give them the series ton.
A 3-0 series. A close one at that, to be honest. But back and forth we went here on Overload. And honestly, it really did feel as if Hibernation were the ones trying to make the plays. They were the ones trying to get something going. Not to say that P7 weren't, but it definitely felt as if maybe Hibernations were the ones leading the dance. And P7 just turn around. One big play towards the backside. Mythics makes a couple of big moments here and there. It's all about the kills in the middle of the map to then set you up for success. And P7 are the ones who are finding more of that. But Mythics with 33 kills to his name, out-damaging everybody on his team by over 1k. That is a big map out of Mythics. Commiserations to Hibernations. That will be your season over and done with. But honestly, probably impressed me more than I was expecting them to. But we're going back towards the other losers bracket game. Whenever this series will go on to play a P7 later on this evening.
Well, this is where we now find ourselves on Bravo. And it's 1-1 here with these two, as they are in the second half as well. Same going up top into a kind of crow's nest on this map. Seeing if we can't find a few off here, and if anything, just a bit of a change of pace from that last overload and how it ended.
Not too sure we'll see much of a change of pace when it's Signs and Dark Horse involved. Mighty. Moving forward, this is ambitious. Nobody in front of them. That's just one of those moments. Just take a step. Just take a second. Kills will flow through here for Signs. They'll be able to wrap this one away.
Looking for that player in the backfield, but don't have anything yet, and it can sometimes be a bit difficult from this position to really make the plays. You're basically relying on your 3 teammates to win a good amount of trades as you control the EMP and switch sides and find something. D3 looking to punch. Oh, I mean, they actually might have an opportunity here. Needs to just get it straight across the line and does. That was going a bit easier than you were expecting. Oh, well, yeah, we'll talk about that one.
I'm not sure how to say this span as quickly as he did, but never mind. Doesn't really matter. Inconsequential kills, or was it? Because Alpha's now spawning them out over towards the A side. This could be a freebie, and it is so well played from Signs. They smell blood in the water and go straight for it. The opening was there and just created, really. I think it was Alpha who was pushed up. He's sitting at 25 and 40.
Here comes another push. At the moment, they're just having a wonderful time. Over and over again, this one's going through, and Dark Horse, well, they were happy just a minute and 30 seconds ago. No longer the case. Finding this very, very difficult to deal with.
Side's just running away with this right now. Dark Horse, not much of an answer. Death finding 2. D3. God bless the broken scoreboards, but irrelevant of that. The important numbers are correct. 4-1 to Signs right now with 2.5 minutes to go.
stepper. Trying to make another huge play here. Dark Horse on the back foot. Just cannot really find their way into any sort of scoring position. Oh, there's some body shootings going on. There's 2 minutes to go. That is an early lot of body shooting.
Oh, I don't know, 4-1? I'd be shooting your body at this stage, Pricey. I wouldn't be 4-1 up
We'd
either.
start off the map that way. Don't kid yourself.
Aspect and Co is trying to find a couple of kills to get something going, but Alpha's in the middle of the map, and he is just killing everything that moves. 3 spree, 4. Not quite.
What?
Continue to survive.
What's going on?
Oh, here we go. We're playing defensive ball. Signs have moved this one back. And yeah, there's just making it very, very difficult. We've seen this at the weekend of the CDL. Some teams start to enforce this tactic. At 4-1 up, it's less risky than when you're 2-1 up. Just wasting some time. It does invite pressure, though.
There we go. They're trying to lock this one down for as long as possible. Maybe a little bit boring ball, but there's no denying it is quite effective at times.
I'm all for it. Honestly, I've seen a lot of people, like, as this minute and 20 ticks down, is it maybe the opportunity to have a little chat on this one? I've seen plenty of people saying it makes Overload terrible, whatever. Like, honestly, figure it out. Teams are going to do this. It invites the pressure in, just like that. And that is why I don't mind it, because the team is went to play defensively, and they have been punished. Kills come through here for Dark Horse. They find the kills, and now they can back it on up, and it's only a 2-point game with 55 seconds to go.
Worst possible scoring though for them, you can see. They find the kills. They're finding a couple here. They've got to be a bit careful. Mighty finds another one. EMP might move here, but there is a player on the back here. Nadox finds 2. It's a huge sigh of relief if you're on the Science side. Sykes though grabs this. They need to hit this and get it back again. They have an opportunity to tie this game up, but it is a difficult, long, and treacherous road.
Deppa finds a couple. D3 there to back it up. And that should be that. They move it over towards the backside with 15 seconds to go. It's going to be Signs taking the lead in this series, Bryce.
Yeah, nothing they can do now. And this is when the part we talked about before with the defensive ball, this is when it's at its most frustrating. You know, when you've got 2 minutes left to go, you're like, yeah, maybe they can break it and they can get forward here, but when you've got 25 seconds, there's just no way you're punching through that defense in time.
No, absolutely not. It's really, really tough to do so. So Signs then taking the lead in this series, sitting at 2-1 now, Bryce. With the Hardpoint coming up was Dark Horse, who won map number 1. Obviously, we didn't have a real chance to have a check through some of the maps and see how these teams are really faring, particularly in this series and how it's going to break down. But this one, yeah, could go all the way now. I mean, we've got the winners bracket final going to be coming up on the back end of this series as well. We're in for a real good night of Call of Duty. We've already had some good ones as well.
Well, it certainly are. And, well, who knows who walks away in that kind of game, because it has been a kind of an even battle. We spoke about this before, realistically. The deeper you get into the bracket, the better the games technically get. Less weaknesses there are on teams to move forward. Obviously, our first game ended a 3-0, but the maps were super, super close. Here on to Bravo. You wouldn't say there was a ton of daylight between the teams either. Realistically, yes, Signs had that flurry of a couple of minutes and just put this game home. But it certainly wasn't a cakewalk.
No, absolutely not. It was a really, really close game. 4-2 victory, really nicely done from Signs. But yeah, I'd love to see what map number. You know what? I can actually check. I'm in the Discord. And this is what I'll do.
Yeah, it's on our screens.
I'll do us a favor. There you go. Signs versus Dark Horse. We're going to be heading into a Hardpoint on Scar. So that should be interesting for both these two teams. You think of the fast pace. It's a map I really typically do like for Signs. Every single time I've seen them on it, they've looked good. Alpha seemingly is having a good time in this series, and he could have a very, very good time here on Scar when we do head over towards it. So I'd be fancying Signs to maybe take this one away. We knew it was going to be a relatively close series between these two, and it has been. But we are going to go to a quick break, I believe, Bryce, before we get into that.
We certainly are. We'll be right back with this next map after this break. Don't go anywhere for more Call of Duty Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are ready for our next set of games here on Bravo. This game is still ongoing. It is still a tight one here. Dark Horse looked good early, but they have fallen behind.
Yep, 2-1 behind up against Synes, and we're heading in to map number 4 in just a second. But this is what they're playing for. Project 7 deal with Hibernation's a 3-0 scoreline, but a close game nonetheless. Hibernation's bowing out in a top 6 placement here in the first playoffs in EMEA Challengers Elite. But we do need to figure out who Project 7 are going to be going up against. It's between Synes and Dark Horse. Heading into this map, as mentioned, I kind of said that I do really like this for the side of Synes. They're currently sitting at 2-0 over the season here on Hardpoint on Scar, and it is a 3-2 scoreline for Dark Horse. So both of these two teams like this map, and well, that's a great start from Dark Horse. Really good kills coming here through from Mighty, trying to set his team up for a P2 rotation that's coming in shortly. With Synes, honestly, I've said it time and time again, just need to watch out for Alpha on this map. They really do know how to rotate from 2 to 3 so effectively, and can they make it count?
Oh, not an awful lot of points gained in that first part here. Both teams playing for positioning and those opening gunfights. And right now, Dark Horse will take the lead, but it is not an easy lead to maintain, as Synes will be setting up for P2 in numbers.
See if we can get something going. As Dark Horse just about get the lion's share of things over towards P1, but the setup over towards P2. Solid here for Alpha and Co. Alpha. Sticky little spot coming through. Catch Aspect off guard. Mighty's now trying to find a way back through, but the spawns there for Synes are a little bit closer. Dark Horse the ones inside right now, though.
Still holding. Aspect trying to just make enough kills to really make a difference here, and that player turns away from him. Almost picks up the second. Not going to be any joy. Nanox moving forward, tries to slap a new magazine in. That doesn't help either, and, well, Dark Horse needs a little bit of luck, and the luck flowed their way, and they have broken back in.
That's nicely done. Aspect is the one that really opened up that door, and the rest of Dark Horse just kind of starting to walk through it. Tepper trying to find a way back through, but it's all about this transition over towards P3, which is looking good now for Dark Horse. A little bit of church control. And about 5 seconds to go here. They can get themselves moving. Synes finding the gunfights on transition, though. P3 should be theirs. And an ever so slight lead alongside.
He's trying to stay alive here. Takes a little bit of a bullet tickle through the wall. Doesn't let it phase him. Continues moving forward. Doesn't even got his life back yet. Fortunately, reinforcements are here for the rest of his team as well. Dark Horse spreading out, looking for clues and kills, and the kill feed is starting to fill for them. And they are just doing a really good job of control. Basically, they've split the entire map horizontally, Tom.
Yeah, no, they've done a really nice job, honestly, keeping a hold of that third side, pushing forward and getting an advanced push over towards the granny side of the map, if you like, as well. So we wound it a little bit now with 20 seconds to go. D10 could do with finding at least something, and does. Back up is here. Which way do these gunfights go? They'll be influential, because now you can find the push over towards Grandma's. D3, you're going to have to back on up. The tide of players pushing through. It's actually Mighty who finds the gunfight. Looks crazy from the angle up against Aspect. But damage done. Dark Horse get a good amount of time over towards P3. P4, though, under Synes control. But a tight setup here. Brycey Saxon will find a way through.
Synes found one. The deep is going to be an easy pickup for him as well, as he starts to farm out towards the back here, and Defa trying to make himself one with the wall wasn't going to be enough. And what do you think? Maybe Synes had a bit of an advantage in positioning for this point. They're struggling to really lock it down.
They're just about have done, though. It's been the constant flanks that have been coming through, but they're just about dealing with it now. 30 seconds to play for. Alpha ready for it. Call out comes through. That Detainer's up top, but they don't know Sykes is coming in from behind. And now is that the break? The spawns were still there for a couple of players from Synes. Can they find a way in?
Already been checked. Everybody into this point. There will be Synes that walk away with a couple of seconds. You already see the Dark Horse have decided to backpedal. They're setting up for it as well. They will definitely get the first few points onto this hill. Synes are a little bit away.
Set up here from Dark Horse. Still some decent time, a little bit of a spawn over towards the backside though, so if you're Synes, just take a step back and you find a way through. Nope, Sykes has read it. And now all of a sudden you are not spawning from behind, you are not in a good position to try and break this. 45 seconds still to go. And you've got to run the gauntlet before you can even see the bloody hill.
Oh. Just keeping these players at bay and doing such a wonderful job of it. They've got to get rid of him before they get any further towards it. And at the moment, they're not even doing that.
Wow.
They cannot find the kills here. Dark Horse, they rotate to this. They have held it since. And now if your Synes, maybe a break on the horizon of this last hurrah.
Oh, every single gunfight that needs to go their way is just not. Dark Horse holding this one down. Alpha and D3 now over towards the backside. Get through for a measly 8 seconds. So really nice rotation coming through from Dark Horse. It's going to be about a 35-point lead by the time we head over towards P1. It's exactly a 35-point lead by the time we head over towards P1. Dark Horse now. What can you do with this? Because you can get a bit of a setup over towards P1 from this side. Might need big gunfight win up against Nadox as well. Everything seems to be coming up Dark Horse right now. A nice map from them so far.
Sykes back and forth from the point. Just trying to keep a little bit of himself in this game. Even though he's soaking up the points, even though his teammates are trying to watch over him. All still going very, very smoothly. The Dark Horse close to hitting the double numbers. Being way ahead into this game. And the P1 continues to just pile on points for them. An aspect so far pushed up, they might even be thinking of P2 while they're still in control of P1.
Smashing job from Dark Horse, to be honest with you. Do sensational over towards Church side. So much time. But Synes are kind of in a bit of a free-for-all here. Cannot get themselves near, but this is an opportunity over towards P2. You need a good 60 somewhere. You get a good 60 somewhere on one of these next 3 hills, you're back into the game if you go even over the others. Easier said than done with how things have been going so far. Detain and Co. trying to find a way through. Synes can find his teammates, so it's an even trade across the board realistically. No, likely in the favor of Synes. We need to see more from Nadox. 9 and 17 is not his kind of scoreline. He can definitely produce more than that, and right now it's been a great hold from Synes, getting aggressive as Alpha, and they will pretty much wipe them. Nicely done. This is the kind of hold that Synes needed. 25 seconds to go. You're back within touching distance.
If they can hold this for scrap and have a competitive next rotation, the game is very much on here. Step around the back is causing issues. Finds his second. Not going to be the third. A team name wipes him out. Fortunately, Nadox brings it back here. A little bit of a sweaty palm gunfight, that one.
It's one of those moments where, I mean, it's not really his fault, right? He's grenaded over towards the backside. Your teammate's flanked. It's just an unfortunate one. Lose the final amount of kills, but Nadox, yep, just about finishes his dinner there. Rotation over towards P3, looking a lot better now from Synes. And just like that, I mean, it feels like Dark Horse are completely running this game, but one good P2 hold, and we've got a competitive matchup once again. It's a nice rotation over towards P3 as well. You're on the right side of the map, you're holding it down, you've got players where you want them to be. Synes could very well take a lead over the next 35 seconds.
And this wasn't on the cards just a little while ago. Synes have started to steal momentum from Dark Horse on this. D3 continuing to fight. Tries to jump over the top here, but runs into the guns. Detain trying to stay alive as well. It's a good play here from Dark Horse Esports, gaining back all the momentum they lost on those last couple of rotations.
Yeah, gunfights just go their way. They just, if you're signed to lose a little bit of min-map control, I think it was possibly Demo that was watching it. You lose a couple of gunfights there, and all of a sudden you're backed off. Everybody comes through, flooding through the cut. And Aspect and Co may well split but in the water, especially with that spawn out that's coming through from Synes. 2 players from Synes now going to try and have to hold this one down. You can see how deep D3 is sitting. They're looking for him as well. Bit of a mixy one this over towards the back end, towards Grandma's. Kills going Synes' way though, they had to. You do so well if you're those players on Synes who just about try to stay alive. Sykes can find 2. Detain now here as well. So you may well have had the spawns. But are you going to be able to get any heal time?
Almost kind of ignoring Detain there onto the stairs, but Timon takes them out. Huge push here for Synes. They really need to get back into it as well, but Dark Horse winning those kills that they need to make this a much more difficult prospect. Depper will get one up top. Looks to go around the back here as well. They do have reinforcements, but already getting tagged up before he gets to the point here. And Dark Horse are just having it all their own way. Alpha finds 3 out of nothing. I don't even know how quickly that last player died. Scrap time will go to Synes, but now this is where it went wrong last time. Dark Horse got here early. They locked it down. Can Synes break?
With that little bit of scrap time, those 3 kills that Alpha finds, though, it starts spawning some players back over for Dark Horse. Towards, as I said, a hill that they held so convincingly last time out. Nadox finds 2, Detain finds 2, but is that the wipe that they needed? First time of asking. Synes find a way through. They got the spawns over towards the backside. They need to find another wave of kills, though.
Oh, Sykes refusing to go down at all as Nades and teammates come to the rescue. And they have cleared that out completely. That gun really does excel close quarters. It spits bullets at people. If you're Synes, you could have done with this time right now.
Might be able to find a way through again, though. Alpha finds 2, as does Mighty. Nadox gets away in. So there you go. That's 15 seconds or so that Synes are going to be able to bring back. So it's a pretty good rotation. What, they were down, I want to say 60 or so by the time we headed over towards that second rotation of hills. Now they find themselves... what? Oh no, I said it was 35, and it's pretty much about the same, Brycey. It's not too much of a difference. They have closed the gap, but they can't allow what happened over towards P1 happen again. That was where Dark Horse found their lead.
Well, they held it so well last time, they've already lost a couple of bodies. They have got the flank at the same time. Martin knows this one is coming and will be more than equal to the gunfight that erupts because of it. You are right, Ton. P1 was a disaster for Synes, and it's starting to have that same feeling again. They find 2, though. They clean out the point. They are now going to be on it. They need to be clean from here into the rotation as well.
And they can do that on this hill with this setup. Depper and Co. going to try and cover the middle. No need to necessarily overchild that one. The team's going to be seen over towards that side, but you can see the break coming through over towards the back grandma side. You want to try and find a way through towards Motel via that direction if you can, and if you can pick up this final 15 over towards P1, even better for Dark Horse.
P2 lays in the balance here. They'll get back on the P1 for 7 seconds of scrap. P2 fight has gone their way. They will have the initial rotation. Now they just need to hold. They need to find the steel in their spines and everything coming through. But Dark Horse, they say nay. They have already got back into it. There is now 12 seconds to get into this one. Everybody from Synes is stacking. They know they have to go. The first couple of kills already come through. Aspect backpedaling. He knows he's now going to be alone. There's bodies all over them as well. It's broken. Synes are back in, Ton.
Dark Horse only need 4 seconds. Synes have got an opportunity to set themselves up here. Dark Horse will know they only need the 4. First Blood's going to go over towards Sykes. Nadox will fall. The next couple of gunfights need to go Synes' way.
D3 gets caught looking in the wrong direction here. Alpha going to be close as well. Nades and bullets spitting fire from everybody. Mighty turns towards the back, but he's going to be weak as well. It's still held by Synes, Ton.
It may well be an even game by the time we head over towards P3, which if I'm Dark Horse, I'm thinking about right now. Bit of a split spawn going to come in. 2 players over towards Church, 2 over towards the Grandma side. They've got complete control of P3. Synes have got to find a way through again.
Surely it isn't going to happen. Nadox does manage to find 2. They're running into this point. That should not have gone to them at all. Nadox gets a 3rd. More bodies piling in. The tank goes down and Alpha. And they have turned this. A reversal of fortune. Unbelievable for Synes. Should never have happened. Should never have come to fruition. But somehow here we are. Synes walk away with that one. And we will need to see that one again. Dark Horse gets split spawns. They actually control that half of the map. And Nadox finds every kill he needs to, and it is broken before they can finish.
Oh, production, I'd love to see the final 20 seconds or so of that one, that transition. You think it works out so well for Dark Horse Esports. Synes somehow needed to find a break over towards P1 even on that final rotation. Find it. Need to find a break over towards P2. They find it. They find this hold as well. Here's the last 30 or 40 seconds or so. That was a big kill that came through from Mighty. Alpha and Co spin immediately. Depper does well. Now you can see 2 players in the bottom left corner starting to spawn over towards Grandma's. Still spawning there. Depper will find the kills, but I think because he had the look, there's the spawn over towards the Church side. So you think to yourself, if you're Dark Horse here, alright, it's a very close game. It's going to be nothing in it. It's going to come down to these gunfights. Number 6 needs to win his gunfight. Doesn't. Nadox finds 1. Nadox finds 2. There's the inroads. Everybody else coming through mid-map because you've got to turn around for Grandma's. Sykes does well to find 1. Nadox gets 3. On transition towards new, Synes win the C and themselves through to elimination round number 3. What a hard point between these two once again. And Synes, over and over again, just proving the doubters wrong. I really wasn't sure what to expect from them over the season. But that final win up against Project 7 that they were able to find in their group put them in such a good position. And they've done so well to get here into the elimination round 3, Brycey. What a series out of these two.
Oh, unbelievable. I mean, you could go back, and we could even go back 2 or 3 hills. Synes, we were worried about the P1 again. They did it. They got onto the P2. They got broken basically instantly, somehow refound it, and then had to break into a setup P3. You don't get that many opportunities, but they will move forward to face Project 7, Tom.
What a game from these two. And into elimination semi-final. Project 7 against Synes. That's got some history behind it as well. We'll look into that when we need to, because winners final is inbound. Clutch Rayn taking on Rock, and this is the map set that we have. Honestly, for both these two teams, they have been indomitable on their side of the bracket, on their side of the groups. They have not been able to be touched. Clutch Rayn, well, I mean, I remember, Brycey, the very first match that we watched this season, it was a bit tough for them, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
They really had to shove it all of the way to find their very first win, but since then, they have ran through teams in Group A. But now going over towards Group B, Rock Esports kind of did the same thing. Look, I mean, they had a close one up against Project 7 for one of their first ones, but since then, they've been cracking on and getting better and better and better. But we head into this one. Honestly, I will be shocked if it's not one of these two teams who find the win here. Overall, in the first season for EMEA and Challengers Elite, they are the best two teams in Europe right now, and that's pretty much the consensus. But who is going to be in that grand final first? It will provide an advantage, and it's a useful one to have. But this should be an absolute banger between these two squads.
Yeah, it really should. I think coming down to it as well, you're right. I mean, you spoke a little bit about Clutch Rayn having a bit of a rough time. In the groups, neither of these two teams, what's the right way to put this? Because technically they were dominant. If you just looked at how the groups finished, dominant in terms of series. If you look at the actual maps and the actual series they played through, anything but. But Clutch Rayn is one of those teams. They've had a much better time in the bracket. Cobra, Linz, Brezzy, and Melko, they are one of the favourites through this. And for a lot of people, myself included, you expect to see them not only in the grand final, but potential winners. But standing in their way is the other titan of the Elite Series so far, Ton.
Yeah, realistically, you would look over towards Clutch Rayn as probably being the favourites. I think a lot of people would have said heading into this season, I should say, the favourites for the season would have been Clutch Rayn and P7. I think Clutch Rayn absolutely the most consistent, if you like. I mean, over the cups that they played before the season even started, first in Cup 1, second in Cup 2, second in Cup 3. So they have realistically been the ever-present. They have been that consistent. But can they bring it to the table up against a rejuvenated, if you like, Rock Esports, who, as I said, are just going to get better over time? They really do remind you of that old Falcons roster. But Clutch Rayn are going to be that team a lot of people are going to be talking about. But Rock Esports have been on a lot of people's lips as well. Domex, Rixold, and Kix, otherwise known as Khaled. I mean, this is a roster full of talent. But it's talent that needs to be harnessed. And are they harnessing it? Yet, that is going to be the question for Rock. Going up against a team like Clutch Rayn, they're going to have the raw horsepower, no doubt. But Clutch Rayn have got that too. And Clutch Rayn have got experience at the highest level on top of that. But Rock have been getting better as the season's gone on, Bryce. It's about improving that consistency and what they can bring to the table on a LAN setting in a couple of weeks' time. I'm really excited to see. But they've got to get past Clutch Rayn first, which is no easy feat whatsoever.
It certainly is, and truthfully, who walks away from this, I do not know. You are right, both teams have been looking better as time has gone on. And that leaves us with the wonderful question is, who is better right now? Dominant run through the bracket, hiccups in the group stages, but it's been 2 weeks since we started this, and now on a week 3 they've had time to iron out some of those problems, and they've been preparing for this game against each other. So both teams should be about as prepared as they can be at this point of the season. They'll know what maps they're going into. They'll have VOD to watch from these two as well. It is going to be an interesting clash.
Yeah, and that's kind of what you've got to rely on is VOD, because realistically speaking, yeah, okay, you haven't played up against each other quite some time. They would have played each other in the Cups, and I believe that Clutch Rayn most of the time got the better on them. I think, so Rock finished first in Cup number 2, which is where Clutch Rayn finished second. So there has definitely been some matchups between these two. But there hasn't been for quite some time. Elite has been ongoing, and what makes better competition, what realistically makes you better as a team, is these games up against the best teams in the region. Both these two squads would have got better as time has went on. Clutch Rayn, their Hardpoint at the beginning of the season didn't look too great. It's been much better since. For ROC, it's really been about their overload. That was the question mark we had around them. They've got a lot better at that as well. So for both these two teams, it's like going up against somebody completely different. Would they have potentially scrimmed each other recently? Maybe. Would they have done it over the past week or two? Probably not. It's a really, really close one. That's a hard one to call, Bryce. This really could go either way.
It certainly would. Well, enough wondering, enough guessing, and enough looking at everything we've seen so far. The only thing that will give us the answer to this will be throwing down, and we go into map 1 Hardpoint in our winners final. Who walks away the victor? Who has to drop into that lower bracket? Only time will tell us. And normally I'd ask you who you thought was going to walk away, Ton, but I guess your answer is you have no idea.
I mean, heading into map number 1 is a map that typically is banned by Clutch Rayn in Colossus Hardpoint. And it's one that you love if you're Rock Esports. So, I mean, Rock Esports can be feeling good about this one, absolutely no doubt. Clutch Rayn maybe steal it away from them. It'll be a real tall order, specifically on Colossus. Rock Esports are good here. Let's see if they can take a lead in the Sips.
Well, everybody, fly in. We'll see how this one does actually play out between these two teams. As at the moment, Melko just throwing bullets to nothing. Rock Esports just quite happy to pin them in here and take all this time.
So I'm looking over towards the picks and bans here, and it is Clutch Rayn hosting number 1 again. It's the elephant in the room, but the elephant has to be mentioned. So that is gonna be influential, and they picked into a map that is good for Rock Esports. So it's one of those that you question potentially, but right now Rock Esports are quite happily taking this one at this moment in time. P2 spawns belonging to them. They're in a nice enough position to hold this one down, and with a lead of P1 sitting nicely here in map number 1.
Kicks very much enjoying the new meta by the look of it, and eventually does fall here, but it is a very much commanding lead. Rixel trying to do enough work with this gun as well, and the meta change has been kind of interesting because not only does that gun obviously just spit bullets, but it does have a little bit more of a random recoil spread. So if you can lock it on, people will die incredibly quickly, but it can sometimes be a little bit more difficult to control.
And yeah, I think, you know, kind of just mentioning Kicks there with it in his hand as well. Currently, pretty much leads challengers with a 1.4 KD overall does Kicks. 7-2 to kick things off here, but his team have been broken over towards P2. The rotation over towards P3 incoming. Clutch Rayn are going to be the first ones here, meaning Rock are going to fight for this scrap time and get a hold of it. Dom gets a hold of, well, not just 1, but 2. Heading over towards P3 as well. Not only do they get the scrap time, they get the rotation as well. Wonderful work here from Rock Esports. A 40-point lead heading over towards P3.
Just trying. Dom trying to hold them off bay as well. Kick's going to be here again. Another 5 spree. He's had 6. Now he's got 5. If he continues to play like this for the rest of the hard point, there will be no stopping Rock. He's waiting. He's expecting a slide in. That player almost goes over the top. Fortunately, the Doms are on it.
It's incredible work from Kicks so far. 11-2. How many times have I talked about this guy getting another shot in the league? Because honestly, the gunny does not get much better than this. 7 in a row from Kicks, 13-2. 8 in a row from Kicks, 14-2. And everybody else starting to line up here potentially from Clutch Rayn. Rixel trying to cover over the top. He's done well to find his second. And this is really good from Rock Esports so far. 87 and counting in their favor. 12-7 from Dom. 14-3 from Kicks to kick things off. Bearing in mind, I believe this is, once again, a Clutch Rayn host as well. This is imperious work from Rock Esports.
Just not a bullet missed. And also the question is, while we're waiting for this pressure to come through, is there are majors very close on the horizon. Everybody wants to find out how EU and NA stack up once again. An awful lot is said about some of the talent in the North American scene. But the eyes will certainly be on this Rock roster if they continue with this.
Speaking of talent, though, players like Linz, Cobra, Prezi, Melko, all very well storied players. Players that have had their shots at the very highest level and proved that they can very much hang at that highest level. Need to be able to find some time P4 when they do. That steadies the ship somewhat. Still find yourself around 60 behind or so, though. As you head over towards P1, Cobra, Linz, trying to get something going. It's 4 in a row from Linz. Hellstorm in the back pocket. A map that does, well, not necessarily lend itself to a good Hellstorm, but nice to have at least as well.
Melgo just trying to keep the pressure up here as well. And if you're a Clutch Rayn fan, you're hoping that it's just a slow start for them because, well, Kicks has absolutely been ruining them across the map. And now back in this P1, a little bit of time grabbed. They know where the pressure's coming from because of the nades now hitting through. Those trophies doing overtime work. Brazzy's going to be slightly weak for this chow here, but still alive, still gaining points for a few more seconds.
Have to be careful here. You don't want to push that too hard. You can just hold down there. So Brazzy maybe overheats just a little bit. Wanting to put the pressure on. Oh my word, Lins. That is disgusting work. Nelly finds the second. Domex can find another though, and they're thinking about P2. You can see the flanks coming through from Rixel, but this just means some really, really good time from Clutch Rayn. They'll pick up the pieces of the final couple of kills. Rixel, though, has made the move over towards P2. Found a break. Can he find the second? Not quite. Shuts it down. So 60 seconds coming up on P2. Clutch Rayn pick up around 45 or 50 towards P1 to put themselves back in contention.
So far, managing to deflect a little bit of pressure, but Dom comes through at the back here. He's 22 and 13 as well. Finds another one. Kicks brings in the missile. Trying to just get them out of this point. At the moment, it's going to be a headbutt. You can see the spawn out here from Rock Esports as they're going to have to try and retake this. Clutch Rayn have done a really good job of keeping the pressure on them.
And you can see what he was trying to do there. He was trying to actually bend the score streak through right above Domex's head here to try and get it over towards P2, but easier said than done. Clutch Rayn now back in a good enough position here to, well, call this a game, because honestly, Rock Esports were running away with it. Big nade coming in from Kicks. He's slowed down. He's only 20 and 11.
It's saying 20 and 11 is slowing down is always going to be insane, but it was such a ridiculous start from him. This rotation, though, already in the hands of Clutch Rayn. You've got to ask yourself this question, Ton, with all the slaying that Rock did to find this situation we are now in. All right there, Cobra. Calm down. It's really gone against them here. Rock Esports to be wondering where on earth all their lead went.
It's just come off the back of a P1 to P2, really. I mean, that's all it's been. It's a good hold from Clutch Rayn towards the backside. Lins is starting to really heat up now. There's three. Can't find the fourth, but his teammate will. So more time potentially going Clutch Rayn's way with 30 seconds to go here over towards P3.
Okay, waiting for a bit of pressure to come through as well. They do have bodies on the inside. There'll be Cobra there. Melko just trying to cut down the angles for his teammates. He does not want this chow to come through. They've already got one player watching the inside as well. Melko gets into a good position. The rest of them moving forward, and for Clutch Rayn, that was poetry in motion, managing to just keep throwing shoulders and keeping pressure on Rock, who had to make the move. And now that locks up the last few seconds as we did have a lead change, and they have rotation again.
I mean, it's been rotation for what? I want to say this is the fourth hill in a row, or was about to be. Rock Esports will find a way through when they need to. They've dotted their I's, they've crossed their T's. They made sure they had a hold of their spawns. Dom can find this kill here, then all of a sudden it just locks the spawns down. Doesn't quite get it done. Lin's going to be calling in the Hellstorm. Brazzy's already found Dom. So now you're just sort of sitting tight. If you're Rock Esports, it's one of the more influential Hellstorms. You can find a way through, straight through the top of the glass. Lins finds two. Rixel, Dom doing well to find two back, but there's the four-man wipe. The Hellstorm comes in. Clutch Rayn find a way through, and there's 25 seconds to play for on the back of it.
Waiting for the pressure here, and Lins gets a bit of bad cock timing as he does go down. Brazzy backing up here as well, and somehow wins that gunfight even under pressure. A 4 streak for him. Will it continue? And, well, that's an easy kill to make sure that it does. The stun's already going to hit him in the face, and he will go down once again here. But the Clutch Rayn really has been a completely massive change of pace. They're back into P1, and they're back to scoring.
P1 is where they picked up a lot of points on that second rotation. Can they do it again? They want to make sure they got the P2 spawns, hold it from there. Brazzy, snap it. 25 kills to his name, will eventually fall. Kicks and Code trying to find a way through. And they really have slowed down. They came into this grand finals. It feels like a grand finals in my defense. But they came into this winners bracket final with such pace. As soon as it's fallen off, Clutch Rayn have done everything they possibly could have to establish this, 20-point lead. It's pretty significant in Rock Esports' favor, and Brazzy's done well here to find a couple. Rotation over towards P2 again. It's going to belong to Clutch Rayn. The fundamentals have been there. Rock Esports, yeah, they're slaying well, but they haven't won a rotation for about 25 minutes.
Here's the problem. I mean, slaying is great, but if you aren't getting the points off the back of it, it really just becomes about the stat sheet, and that is wonderful to have, but isn't going to get you into the grand finals.
I think we're kind of just stunned into it a little bit because Rock Esports just started so hot, and then what's that about? That's a one-man push, one by one. Everybody dealt with, and Rock Esports are floundering here. Cannot get things going whatsoever. They've lost rotations, for the last 5 hills, and can't find a break to save their lives. Cut Rayn and running away with this one, an absolute counter.
Seems like Rock Esports just trying to run on fundamentals and not fundamentals. I mean, you are right. There is no real big trade coming through as well as Cobra says, all right, I'll take 3 1v1 gunfights, and just completely destroys them. And if anything, you get the small feeling that maybe Rock Esports have put their head down a little and have been a bit frustrated by what's been happening, because they are not making kills either.
Need to find a good rotation over towards P3. Might be their way. Potentially back into this game, but it's a hard one to find a full 60 on. You need to prevent Cut Rayn from getting 13 seconds over towards this hill. You've lost the first couple of gunfights. If Linz wins this one, that could be game. Kicks will shut him down, but Cobra will find the trade. 10 seconds away from Cut Rayn finding map number 1.
Here comes the push again. Rock trying to get into this one as well. Reggie might go for the chow, and he does. Razor ripping. Oh, 9 seconds left to go, and well, that's about the easiest kill he should ever find. I say that. It's a little bit of a flurry of bullets around the player. Kicks finds 2 once more. Rock Esports desperately fighting from this back foot. They get back in and back in control, and they have Overwatch. Both Doms are here. Kicks is up. Rixel was ready. And this is Clutch Rayn. Did they try and get through? This is the slowest peak anyone has ever seen.
Look at the flank coming through, though. They're going to just make sure they get this rotation, if anything. Rock Esports have had this side of the map for ages, but they had to commit to the time over towards P3, and now they need to find a break over towards P4. Clutch Rayn only needs 6 seconds.
Cobra already finds one. Melko will find that trade for him as well. Play around the back here as well. It's Dom. He finds one with the help of Kicks here. They break in before the game ends, but surely they cannot reverse it from here. Kicks finds another. Cobra finds towards the back here. It'll be all Clutch Rayn, and they're going to try and split the map because they have the time to do so.
Yeah, they've got the time. Well, take their time here. Kicks will find one. They've just got to not panic. If you Clutch Rayn, you have to be perfect if you're Rock, but now the respawns. Where they're going to come in here for the side of Rock. A little bit too far away. Domex, Kicks need to hold this one down. This is still doable. 25 seconds over towards P4, but you cannot let a single second fall by the wayside.
Nade's ready for it as well, and, well, they've got the spawn out. Clutch Rayn probably a little frustrated for this, but they're trying to take the time. We're going to get into it as well, and there we go. One last push, one last body. They just had to break one time, and they do it. It's not the most climactic, but it is an ending. And that's Clutch Rayn, who, let's face it, about, what, 3 hills in, looked like they were going to be out of this hardpoint very, very quickly, Ton.
Yeah, it was a ridiculous start from Rock, to be honest with you. An insane start. But then it just felt as if the fundamentals kind of went out the window a little bit. We've seen them playing so well. And admittedly, you know, there was individual plays kind of going on. Kicks was 14-3 by the time we got over towards P3. I want to say, was it a 60 or 70 point lead? I'd love to see in the highlights at what stage things were going well, to be honest with you, for Rock Esports, because there was a significant lead after the first rotation of hills. But then as soon as we headed over towards P1 again, I mean, we may well get a peek into it. There's a 40-point lead by the time we're over towards P3. Yeah, what, 114-50 or so? So it's a 60-point lead. And this is where Kicks here tried to bend it through. That's a tough one to do. So waste of a Hellstorm. But Rayn gets some good time at P1, some great time at P2. And after a second rotation, by the way, you were up around 40 or 50 after the first. You found yourself behind 30. So, I mean, an incredible turnaround from Clutch Rayn. But it just felt as if Rock Esports, as mentioned, their fundamentals are something that's going to grow over time. They don't have a massive amount of experience on the roster outside of Domex and Kicks. So for some of these players, it's a learning process, and they're very much learning on the job. They look fantastic over that first rotation, but after that, it kind of fell apart, Bryce.
Yeah, and I think we kind of said it out loud, right? Realistically, Rock looked like either they were too deep in the source or comms had broken down. They were trying to do what they did in the first couple of hills. They were trying to make massive hero plays, get 2 or 3, start piecing up Clutch Rayn. And Clutch Rayn would say, well, hey, we're no longer losing all of these gunfights. And if you're going to run in 1 by 1, we have the crosses, we have the holds, and they just got taken apart, right? Their P2 push there from Rock was poor. So for me, it's an interesting one to kind of suggest that, you know, Rock Esports stepped off. I think they maybe just kind of lost focus.
Potentially, I definitely feel as if Clutch, you know, the Clutch Rayn definitely did step themselves up, but at the same time, again, it was all down to, I'm not going to say it's down to that P2, but what we've seen in that P2 is what Rock can be guilty of. Moments like that, one by one, just trying to make the hero players. That's a case of waiting 3 more seconds and trying to have a break altogether. They just weren't taking their time. They get caught out. And Clutch Rayn will find map number 1. Over towards Raid, Search and Destroy we go, though. And Clutch Rayn over the season, not sitting too bad on this map in particular. So be feeling confident to maybe have themselves a 2-0 lead in this series.
Wow. Who walks on top? I'll be honest with you, coming into this one with the way that Clutch Rayn and Rock have been throughout the Elite so far, this already smacked of a map 5, and not just because they're both close in ability time, but because they have both shown weakness over that and had their share of map 5s, right? I think we'll probably see it now. If anything, that map confirmed it, right? The ebbs and flows of how those two teams were performing is exactly what I expect to happen throughout this series. You wouldn't have been surprised if we were sitting here and Rock ran away with that first map, because that's what they were doing. The collapse of Rock and the Clutch Rayn tightening it up and playing the fundamentals correctly pushed them over the edge, but how much does that translate when we're going into the S&D? We know both teams have had losses on it. We know both teams have had very dominant performances on it. What happens when these two face each other?
I mean, both these two teams, specifically on Raid, Search and Destroy, just having a quick check there over the season. Rock sitting at 3-1, Clutch Rayn 2-2. So, I mean, both two teams will be feeling pretty confident heading into this one. For Rock, though, I think that's a disappointing one. I think they'll look back on that one and sort of say to themselves, we were in a really good place there. We were playing everything really well. And it just feels as if when the backs are against the wall a little bit, is the comeback potentially there? Are they going to be able to formulate and have somebody say, right, okay, take a second, what we're going to do, all right, let's have our moment here, find the break over towards P2, and that can spiral into so many different things. As mentioned, I don't feel as if they won a rotation in maybe about 5 hills, so they second rotation, they lost it to P1, although it's not as consequential, I want to say, but they lost the P1 to P2 side, if you like. So they lost P1, they lost P2, they lost P3, they lost P4, and they lost it was at least 4 hills in a row they did not have a rotation for. So those kind of moments is where you need to take a step back. You need somebody with a little bit of presence there to say, right, let's choke this one up. Let's make sure we make our rotation. It could have been a very different map number 1 if they managed to do that.
It certainly could. Well, while we wait for this map 2 to get underway, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. This is Challengers Elite, this is Europe, and this is the winners final. So far, we've had a pretty good time. Clutch Rayn going up against Rock Esports, and Rock Esports started off about as strong as you possibly can. Kicks himself went on a 6 streak and then a 5 streak, and they were up by about 40 points. Unfortunately, that's when it started to go wrong, Ton.
Yeah, honestly, it was a phenomenal start, but a good comeback from Clutch Rayn. For all that Rock faltered by the wayside just a little bit, they did do well to come back into the game, did Clutch Rayn. But we're heading into a raid, search and destroy. A little bit of a mix-up now and a complete change of pace. And I'm really curious as far as the snipers go, as far as these mid-map battles go, is which way this one's going to be determined, to be honest with you, for raid, search and destroy. We should be loading in just a second, but honestly, the way that this series is kind of panning out, I've had a good opportunity to look through some of the statistics. Bryce, send us some Den, Search and Destroy. I'd be shocked if we don't go there. Both these two teams, with the way that they're stacked up against each other in this series, whether that be favorite of map, source, whatever, I believe we'll see a Den, Search and Destroy to finish this one off. And what better way to finish a winners bracket final? But we've potentially got 3 other maps to get through before that. Honestly, it's still a hard one to call. It's still a really difficult one to call, but I think we see a map 5 between these two teams, and I would have told you that before map number 1 as well. I would have said that. I would have said that. Whether or not we do go there, though, well, it's up to these teams, and if they're going to perform to the best of their ability. Rock Esports will be disappointed with that map number 1. Look at the bounce back here on Rayn.
They certainly will, and yeah, if anything, that's probably going to be the kind of the worst point there for Rock, is they had control of momentum, and a couple of head loss moments, I think is the easiest way to put it, really gave the opportunity for Clutch Rayn to get back into that game. Solo pushes and teamwork, maybe communication. I'm not entirely certain what happened, but something definitely happened. And that means they find themselves 1 down in this series. Going into Search and Destroy, though, everything can be wiped clean. And of course, the small break we've had between these two maps means it's a little bit easier to kind of regain your breath and maybe quickly talk through and say, hey, we can't do that again. Let's just do our plays and our breaks on the search. Yeah,
I think, they just maybe need to take a second. I mean, Vortex will be in there. He'll be in there. Yeah, telling them, by the way, don't you be messing up the night when Newcastle are in the Champions League at the same time. I just want to mention that one. Rock Esports are feeling good about this, though, and Steve will be in there letting them know that they can turn this one around very, very quickly.
Yeah, they will. I suppose that's probably the benefit of having coaches at this stage, is to say, hey, we can't do that one again. We had a bit of a head loss. Let's just play it. And yeah, bring out the playbooks as well, realistically. When you go into the search on raid here, it will be a little bit of a chess game to work out who can get the better breaks off here as well. As we've spoken about before, the snipers are very important.
Yeah, really influential, I think, for both these squads to see how things are going to go. On that front, is going to make a difference, Bryce. But when we get in, we'll find out how that's going to go.
We certainly will. Well, we're having a few issues just getting this one locked in. So instead of us just talking you through the same points, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be right back after this, though, with some action. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. The game is afoot. And we can see both these two teams running already. It's a huge bang out. Everybody into the first one here. And Brezzy gets done with a nade.
Not necessarily ideal, but at the same time, Domex down in a cool enough position. Oh, over towards Kitchen. Oh, they were. Domex is dead to rights. This is a clean round for Clutch Rayn. They kick off things with a nice win on the defensive side.
Well, and ended pretty well here. Both teams choosing to go for the gunfights early. Brezzy finds 3 in that round. The first by nade, the next 2 by gunfights. And, well, we spoke about the breaks being very, very important here. And, well, it works out better for Clutch Rayn on that one.
Three for Brezzy in that opening round. Nice confidence booster. And I think for both these two teams coming into this one, the question mark was around how the game was going to go. But as the season opened, if you were to say Clutch Rayn went to 3-0 this, you'd be like, oh, well, okay, I mean, that would be an impressive result. There's still a lot of Call of Duty to be played, but I wouldn't put that out on the realms of possibility either. I know I was saying the 3-2, but Clutch Rayn have been so impressive. Outside of that first rotation on the Hardpoint, they've been above and beyond the better team. Linz and Co now starting to make their way over towards A. A little bit of map control, given 2, so to speak. Kicks is there, going up against Brezzy, so that's going to be influential on how this round does play out. But Linz currently, alongside Melko, just probing over towards Laundry. Got to be careful, checks the wrong side, and Dom will find the first blood.
Well, this takes away some of the opportunity for a plant here as well. There's just not a lot they can do without getting something back. But they're going to go for it anyway. This is a dangerous scenario now. They could get cut down. They could be overwhelmed. Somehow staying alive for some time. Kicks eventually helps his teammates out to get that first one down in a 2 versus 4. And while Brezzy's on Overwatch, it looks like the Clutch Rayn are going to try and hold this from the middle ton.
Yeah, they needed everybody else from Rock to start getting active throughout the middle of the map. Melko should be dead right. It's a big win. Domex is from behind, though. Should be able to find Brezzy. Rixel will be the one to get it. Well, Melko, the other one left in the middle of the map. You've got to trade this one out. You do so in time. Scary for a second. Comms maybe not quite on point for Rock Esports, but eventually get the job done. Kicks and Rixel coming through with the diffusers and the kills that they need to. One apiece.
And it was just enough there. Like I said, it was a dangerous position for them. They tried to kind of play it through the middle, and you got to give credit to Rock Esports, right? The massive splitting of the map. They sent players through basically every direction you can. And that's how they got away with it. They made sure that no matter which direction you traded in to begin with, you were going to get hit again. And now they managed to tie this one up. Adaptation there from Rock was superb. We're going to see how this continues to mature as the games go on.
Onto the attacking side now for Rock. Bit of a bang out through the middle of the map, but nothing too aggressive from both these two squads. Just posturing. And the lines have been set, and while Domex is not part of that line anymore for Rock Esports, Brezzy will deal with him 4-1 from him.
Kicks just trying to play his angles, and oh, Rixel almost finds his second, but isn't to beat.
That's a bit of info, though. Katrina backed up from this side of the map, and well, I'm happy to just hit that mid-map control now. That Rixel will lose his gunfights there. Unfortunate, to be honest, he nearly kills 2 and ends up with nothing. I think his teammate at least came up for a trade on one of them. This might work for Kicks and Dom, you know. I think they're considering a push through here. I think if you'd spotted Linz and Art, you just make that call and you go over towards B. But honestly, where Clutch Rayn are, they can pivot towards either bomb site pretty quickly. One player heading over towards top bedroom. And Kicks and Dom maybe just taking their time a little too much. Clutch Rayn are going to be here and ready to answer this call pretty much immediately.
Here we go. Bomb down, but
yeah,
there's the leg out. Does Dom still go for this? Maybe puts himself in a better position. He's going to go for it, but yeah, too many bodies, too many bullets, too little time. And Clutch Rayn pushed that one over the line in what in the end was an easy rotation.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments. I don't mind the call coming in from Dom and Kicks, but it's a hard one. You kind of gamble with it, but with 25 seconds to go, they're not seeing you over towards A. They have the numbers. Raid ain't a big map when it comes down to the movement that is here in Black Ops 7. And you can get about quite quickly. Bomb didn't even get a chance to be planted. So Clutch Rayn now on the attacking side. Been a defensive heavy map so far. All 3 rounds going over towards the team backing up the bombs. Big hit through mid here for Rock Esports. Clutch Rayn not going to be able to punish it, so complete mid-map control. What can they do from that position? Oh, they got aggressive. Dom's going to find Melko, and that's bomb down. Massive moment for Rock. You are going to back up and give it away, but information gained, mid-map control there. Clutch Rayn without much information or a bomb.
Whereas he might have just got a little bit of bad timing. Might be able to find one, but he's still hunting, still trying to get this numbers game back here, but Rixel isn't going to give it to him. Slight advantage that Linz has taken some positioning over towards A. If Brezzy can find a kill or just get through here clean, there might be an opportunity.
Seems as if Rock Esports are happy for them to give it up, though. There's a little bit of information. Kicks will back down with his life, though. But yeah, they've maybe given up a little bit too much room at it. That bomb will go down, but the numbers are with Rock. They fancy themselves to be able to break this one back. Smart from Dom. Get rid of the trophy. Nade over towards the back. Not going to find anything but information gain. Push is going to come through over towards Laundry. Trades are going to be there. Domix finding it up against Cobra. Now, if you're Brezzy, you're left in a 1 versus 3.
Wondering where he is. I know he's around here somewhere. Time going down as well, and, well, that's the problem. When you're outnumbered, all they have to do is find you one time. And he didn't have really any opportunity to get away either. He was kind of just stuck in the middle. But pretty much what we expected so far, back and forth between these two teams in the S&D. Snipers now coming into play.
I think what's important for Rock there is that they find a pick with the sniper. And Domix doesn't fall either. So that'll be up and running still. If he chooses to do so. What's the play for Rock this round? I like that mid-map control. They got aggressive. They were the ones leading the dance, being proactive. Now through the middle of the map. Brezi's probably a little bit scared of that because of Domix's potential sniper. Doesn't have it out though. Starting to get aggressive, and this is complete B control. Kicks might be able to get this one down. Does Melko see him? Yes, he does. Is the cover there? No, it isn't. Trade is just there, but not in time. So 3 versus 3, but the bomb is down over towards B.
Waiting to see if he finds something here, but gets caught by Brezzy before he can do any more. A 2 versus 2. Couple of gunfights on the stairs. Domix almost goes down, and he does. Cobra takes him for that reach out, and Linz wins another gunfight that he actually looked like he was losing to begin with.
But honestly, I'm not too sure about the reach out to Cobra. That's one of those moments you don't need to necessarily make that. The squeeze is coming, then Rick Silver's left on his own. Doesn't do too bad to find the first couple of bullets, but Linz is there to pick up the pieces. He finds it, and Clutch Rayn with the lead once again. They're the ones that have been setting the pace here. 3-2 up. All defensive rounds once again. Rock Esports is their turn. And just one thing to mention, when it does fall like this, when it's been all defensive rounds, the pressure starts building on these defensive rounds as time goes on. You lose one, you feel as if you're on the driving seat, well, to lose the game.
Mid-map control for Rock. Cobra throwing out as well, and Brezzy spots this, but isn't able to really capitalize on any of it. Kicks almost slides himself into trouble. Not going to do any more here as well. As Linz goes on a flank, he's looking for the players. Somehow survives, but does go down to the nade. Brezzy also, again, second time he's had a bit of bad timing on those gunfights. Bomber's gone down as well. The chaos in midfield here, distracted from the bomb plant.
Yeah, and I think Clutch Rayn made a really good read, to be honest. It felt like Rock Esports have been there consistently, getting control of middle of the map, so they just push through Laundry, they push through into their spawn. Now they don't have the advantage any longer. 3 versus 2 in favor of Rock. Big win. 1v1.
Opens out of there, and he's going to be seen! Oh, the timing! The pain, the bad luck for Cobra! Kicks goes through middle map, catches his heels before he can do any more. And bullets splinter the wood and into Cobra. And Rock Esports get a round ton.
And I just don't think that Cobra's got a read on that. That's Kicks' first kill of the round. So, do they really know where he is at that stage? Well, Cobra didn't. And I like the move that's been coming through from Cobra. Kicks just about gets him. Would have had time to maybe engage in another gunfight, but if Cobra gets that round that corner, I know who I fancy to win the round, and it wouldn't have been Rock. That's a huge kill for Kicks to find 3-apiece.
Here comes the pressure over towards B. Many bodies. Going to be stopped by Melko for just a second. But Rock have 3 here, so they're going to keep pushing this tempo. And that's a good position for the bomb plant. Dom will get it down. Advantage now to Rock.
And now what does Rock's play? They just have to sit tight. And Dom here inside of Tiki. If he can find one, that would be massive, but he's going to be Child. That's really nicely done. Clutch Rayn baited for that. Melko will find him. And now they really are backed up here at Rock, but they've got to find the gunny. They've got to stop them defusing. Dom X trying to make a move through the middle of the map. He finds absolutely nothing. Rixel left on his own 1 versus 4. What a retake by Clutch Rayn. The pressure over towards Tiki. 2 of them run by the door. The shots come out. Melko's there to pick up the pieces. There's the hard job done. Everything else, guns up. You know where they're going to be. They close it out. Clutch Rayn. Another defensive round goes. That has been 7 out of 7 defensive rounds won.
And you got to say this as well. I mean, Clutch Rayn, that smoke actually helped them out realistically in quite a big way. They took so much ground with it. And also that first kill on a Tiki, it just really opened the map up. But the truth is, if Rocky Esports had won any of those gunfights, we could have been talking about a very different round situation. Just weren't able to get them.
Getting aggressive over towards A, but once again, Rock Esports taking middle of the map. Dom will find Brezzy just on that cross. And yeah, Rock, it just seems to be there. Play every single time on the defensive side. Go for the mid-map control. Lindsay just going to get aggressive. Should have a freebie here. Rixel will get taken down. That's one of those moments where you just need to back up if you're Rixel. You find that mid-map control. This is what they did last time. Rock Esports are a little bit more ready for this, though. They've given mid-map up, and they've started to surround them around A. Dom X looking for the pick here. Sniper will be there. That nade in hitting anything. And that bomb is going to go down.
He's going for a flank. Lindsay's going to go around again. He might catch somebody here as well. Melko will get the first kill. Here comes the flank kill by Lindsay. Finds it as well. They've got out of that trap they were in last time. They know where Kicks is. That's been called out. You can see Melko's like, yeah, I'm just going to leave. I'm not taking it on. I don't need the 50-50. We've got time.
22 seconds here for Kicks, though. This is doable. However, improbable. Linz, yeah, he's ready for it. And there's the attacking round you need if you're Clutch Rayn. 5-3 up now in this Search and Destroy. And that is a massive moment. It's Linz with the flank, to be honest with you. Kind of just wraps around Kitchen a little late. And spells end for the round. But in the favour of Clutch Rayn, who are 1 round away. And back over towards the defensive side we go.
Well, now Rock Esports. What's in the locker? Looks like maybe a B push again. They're going for mid-map control here. Huge gunfight going to erupt because somebody might get tagged. But no, they actually give it to them.
I'm going to get aggressive here. He might get caught out if he's not careful. He wants to make the move, but B is the opening once again. That Rock Esports C. It's going to be on Dom X to maybe try and find a pick on this flank. You can see him and Art. He spotted a player, or did he? Yeah, should have a freebie on the flank and does. So Linz will fall. Dom X still can't find the trade. He can do better than that. He's on for the ace. Malcolm Brezzy fall. Dom X can sniff it. He can smell it. It's a 2 versus 1. Cobra backed on down, but it's just gunfights in the middle of the map. If I'm Rock Esports here, I'm just going for the plant.
Go! Everybody's chatting. Nobody's backing down.
I suppose they got the info on where he is, so maybe they fancy a Dom X for the ace. Gets it as well. Rock Esports find the attacking round back.
Oh, that was a little bit insane. You're right. They had the advantage, but we're continuing to have that gunfight. Great call by Dom X, though. Span on the Cobra. Very, very quickly. Not giving him any opportunity to bring this down to a 1v1.
Five-4 now. Clutch Rayn onto the attacking side themselves. Dom X with the ace there. That'll give him so much confidence. Could he maybe work on a Hellstorm? Look at this defensive hit. Look at this. Rock Esports have got so aggressive over towards A. Clutch Rayn have went where Rock have been every single time in the defense, and they have just taken complete control of mid-map. This bomb will go down at B, and they've got the number advantage.
Oh. Need this bomb down to really lock this one in. Bomb is now down. He's out clean as well.
Look at Cobra.
So far back. Rixel swimming.
Can he find anything here? There's just no way he gets away with it. There's just no way he can get away with it. Oh, does he? Oh my god, he's got away with it. Rixel with the big play. And now all of a sudden it's a 3v2 in favor of Rock.
Rixel gets another one as well. And now Cobra to the rescue. They're looking. He finds Rixel.
No way.
He finds the player on the bomb. He's now backing up. He cannot clutch it, unfortunately. And that has all fallen down due to one swimmy boy. Rixel gets a flank through the swimming pool. A disaster for Clutch Rayn.
What a game of search and destroy this one's been. Back-to-back rounds. And sometimes, in dire situations, you need big plays like that. I thought Rixel would have found the third, to be honest, but Dom actually comes through with 2 after Rixel finds the first. Incredible work, and we go to a final round. Each team has had an attacking round apiece. Every other one has been defensive. Rock Esports onto the attack. Did Domex get much going there as far as a Hellstorm? I didn't quite spot it. Which way are these teams going to pivot? Back towards the middle of the map. They go. Brezzy could be ready for them. He's not ready for kicks. First blood, Rock Esports.
Full advantage. I mean, Clutch Rayn. We said we thought this might be over. They might have it in the bag. It has not been that way. Rock need to not let the nerves show. Be confident. You have the numbers. You dictate the pace. You have map control of mid. What they don't know and what information they are missing is what's happening at A. But they can be patient for a little while longer.
Oh, backs him down. Now, what's the play here from Rock Esports? This is one of those moments. Need somebody to make the call. Oh, they're waiting for Clutch Rayn to make a mistake. Melko is there. Stuns out, yeah, and that's checked them as well. Kicks is going to get aggressive, but he's got the bomb. He has to be careful.
Has to go for the plant.
This is dangerous. This is so dangerous. You need anybody but the bomb carrier to be here. But he can find one, can get away. This is a huge fight as well. Rixel gets awful timing, but finds the gunfight. 3 versus 1. Get it down. Can't find it.
They do it. Rock Esports bring it to the wire to get it done, but they burnt the time. They made the crazy plays. Aren't we going to talk about that? Because they could have thrown it away. One mistake, one slip up, and that bomb would have been too far away to get it done. But fortune favors the brave and the reckless.
The reckless is right. I mean, for Kicks to make that move there, that with that time on the clock, that's one of those moments where you have to find the kill. And he did. He can then back up. That bomb can go down. Your teammate Rixel, that was a crazy gunfight over towards the stairs. I would love to see how that one went down again, but incredible work. 6-5. Rock Esports. What a map number 2. And again, it was just so back and forth, and it really came down to just an extra attacking win for Rock Esports after all the defensive rounds kind of went the other way. So back and forth, and it was that metagame that they were kind of having between each other in the middle of the map as well, where who's going to take up that control through mid, who wants it, who doesn't. That was an influential moment as well for all that. Kicks didn't necessarily have his best game. That's a 1v1 that keeps them in it. They lose that one, they lose the game. And you got to talk about Rixel as well, finding those 2 kills when he made the push through water. Are you kidding me? What a search and destroy that was. One apiece in the series.
And you got to question as well, Clutch Rayn in that moment, because technically 2 players were looking the same direction and nobody had it. If you're actually looking in this situation here, Brezzy moved away. It was COD timing that was potentially the issue. But there were a few mistakes that Clutch Rayn made. There are a few mistakes that Rock made throughout that series as well, but the ones in the final few, that's what put this game over the edge.
Well, we're set up nicely now, aren't we? Rock find the search and destroy. 24-point game in map number 1, a 1-round S&D game in map number 2. And over towards Scar Overload we go. Break down the stats for both these teams, though. Clutch Rayn had a really impressive record on this one. Rock sitting at 3-2, but Clutch Rayn undefeated on Scar Overload this season. will be feeling very, very nice about their chances here in map number 3 to answer back to what was a really nice win from Rock on the S&D.
Wow. Who walks away? I mean, we were saying we expected it to go the distance, Ton. Probably didn't really expect it to go the way that it has been going. And that just means we get to look forward to what could only be crazy shenanigans for the rest of the series, Ton.
Lots of shenanigans, mate. We know how it goes. Europe is an absolute wild place to be playing your Call of Duty at the moment. I think, we had Shift jump in for yourself. I hope you were feeling better after last week, mate.
Yeah.
That's never happened to you, by the way. It must have been that bad. But Shift jumped in, and he was even saying it just seems a lot more reckless from some of these teams. They seem to be flying about the gaff a little bit more, whereas NA is a little bit more regimented. But to be honest, I kind of enjoy the chaos, and I'm curious to see if these teams from EMEA are going to go over to the major, not this weekend, but next, and perform well, and see if it's going to catch any of these NA teams off guard, or are they just a step ahead. Personally, I enjoy the chaos. You know me, mate. I like it to be a little bit wild, and it has been so far. The Search and Destroy was crazy to see that, again, that game that they were kind of having in the middle of the map. Who's going to take that control this round? Who's going to take it the next round? Most of the time, it's Rock wanting that control, wanting that onus on the map. Then as soon as Rayn kind of turned around and said that they wanted it, did it change things up? Not necessarily. Either way, this is the winner's bracket final. After this will be elimination round number 3. Project 7 taking on Synes in was the semi-final loser's bracket effectively. It's going to face the loser of this game. Project 7 against Synes will be a banger as well.
Wow. I think this is all really paying down. I mean, here's the issue I've now got, is that we are still very much looking to find out what happens with Clutch, Rayn and Rock. It feels like those are destined to be our 1 and 2s. Not to say anything against Project 7 or Synes, Ton, because both very good teams, but obviously have suffered defeats in this already. I wonder if there is another upset on the cards and that maybe we'll see only one of these two teams in the finals and the Project 7 or Synes will cause an upset in that elimination final.
Could be, honestly. I think for me, I really actually fancy Synes to get through up against Project 7. I've been really impressed by them as the season has went on. They've got better and better. They would be my pick, but Project 7, again, they 3-0'd Telluride in their previous round. Looking very, very solid. Look, it's still anyone's game at this stage. It should be an interesting loser semi-final when we do get to it, but we've still potentially got 3 more maps to go here.
We certainly do. Well, the next map is almost upon us, but before we do that, we're going to go to a quick break. Don't go anywhere. More action here on Challengers Elite. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We are in our winners final. We are going into our map 3, the Overload, as both teams are locked at 1-1. And, well, the Hardpoint and the S&D both have their own stories to tell, Ton.
They did, but both very close games. And I think that is what's going to be the story of this series so far. Not a great deal in it for both these two squads. And now we head over towards Overload, to be honest with you, as mentioned. Clutch Rayn pretty much perfect on Scar over the season. Rock Esports have had some success, but can they do it up against the best in Europe? Let's find out.
Here it goes. Just a flurry of kills in the middle of the map to kick things off as the teams will look for those waves of kills to move this, but Dom really shutting down anything Clutch Rayn can do.
Trying his best. Just about that war of attrition in the middle of the map, but things can happen very, very quickly. Clutch Rayn are on the, what you would call, more beneficial side right now. Get a lot more done in the push over towards Gromars, and they're going to be trying to do so. Lynn's pushing forward, and that's going to set things up. Dom and Dom X dealt with.
Well, here we go. The push coming in. Lynn's trying to make a bit of space. Looking for the plate. He's down, but is going to be out at that point. The EMP's also alive. Cobra going straight to the middle. Is there a gap here for him? Not going to be quite enough. Already tell that has been shut down. Melko going to try and batter them off of this respawn, but at the moment, not going too well. EMP slowly moving here from Rock. They know they will have to make a lot of kills to get this one through. It is one of the most difficult... Oh, my goodness, Litz.
I mean, that was some shoulders being thrown by Dom X, to be honest with you. Hard to deal with. But again, now the team able to really get control. Good shots coming from Cobra, though. Kicks and Rixel dealt with, but a little bit of motel control now, but it's a hard one to break through. If you can find this first wave of gunfights, yeah, okay, you're nice and close, but not the easiest thing to do. But I tell you what, Dom slipped the net here. This should be a freebie. There you go, and that's the door wide open. This might be a point going through the front door here for Rock Esports, unless Cobra can do anything about it. Dom can get back. Can he keep the pressure on? No, he can't. Cobra, big 2 kills, slows them down.
This is always going to be a difficult move. Over and over again, we're going to see trades upon trades. Clutch right now on the defensive. I know this is a fantastic defensive position. It's almost impossible for Rock Esports to score from the position they were currently in. You basically have to really move that EMP fast through the middle of the map to get them basically off the respawn again to get it through. Once you do, though, obviously you can hit them off of that respawn, but that is easier said than done.
Easier said than done, isn't it? See if they can find a way out here, Clutch Rayn. To be honest, it's not been a bad half for Rock Esports. The ones applying the pressure. That is a ridiculous shot from Lynn's, though. And he may well be that lead blocker they need right now. Kicks trying to just slow things down in the middle of the map, but he cannot do so. This is a massive opportunity for Clutch Rayn.
He's waiting. He knows the players are going to be here. He gets chowed regardless, though, as Dom X cleans house. There's no scores for you in this run. Melko in the mid-map. Knows where the players are going to appear from. Still not going to be good enough. Rock Esports will put the pressure on here. If they can find a kill, they can move forward, but they have to find it.
Got that mid-map control, but look at the positioning here from Cobra. He's just going to shut them down as soon as they make their way past, but he might not even be needed. Lynn's can find one. Brezzy finds another. And this should, realistically, be Clutch Rayn getting out of dodge with the EMP in hand. They're going to do so. Close spawn's going to come in here, though, for Rock, so they're in a good spot to be able to do something about this, Pricey. Couple of kills being traded, minute and a half to go in round number 1.
Good move, Cobra. Going to be looking for a bit of an advantage with his teammates, and that's a good trade for them. Do they move the EMP up now? They will do off the back of that one. Lynn's is going to try and find some kills as well. Unfortunately, while he does find the kills, that EMP is back down. Because this is really turning into a long, drawn-out stalemate between the two teams.
Brezzy, yeah, he's done well over towards Motel. And again, though, you're right. It's just been hard to break that final line of kills that you need to. Both teams have come very, very close, but when you've had to clutch up, when the respawns have come in nice and close, they've been able to do something about it every single time with both defensive teams. Now you can see Clutch Rayn setting up quite defensively here. No map control. 40 seconds to go. Again, I think from Rock Esports, I'm the one that takes this half more so. I mean, You're heading over towards the side where it's easier to get those points scored. If you're at 0-0 or 0-0, then you're in a much better spot. Domex, middle of the map, found 2. Doesn't find the third, gets a little bit greedy, but he's done enough to back them down. Rayn still cannot get past this mid-map. Maybe they can now, though. Lin's 5 in a row, 3 out the back of nothing. Domex can slow it down, but an opportunity will be beckoning here for Melko and Co.
They're going to grab it. Presty finds one. Unfortunately, that EMP goes back down. We will not be going to overtime if nobody has it. And it looks like, actually, it's going to be Rock that do so. And half-time as a complete tie.
Nicely done. Both two teams just very strong defensively there. Put them in a really nice spot if you are specifically Rock Esports. Rayn will be disappointed by that, though. There was at least 2 openings. But they just couldn't quite get that final kill over the line. Domex, that was disgusting. He's really stepped it up in this series. There's been moments where they've really needed him to take over, and he has done. Good work. Let's see if Rock Esports can get something going here on this side of things, though. Or can Rayn clutch up?
Let's find out. Right now, a slightly easier time if you can get through this initial flurry. But pinstripe kill feed and
big.
Rocky
That could be a score.
Yeah, this might be enough. Oh, he just can't make it. And the rest of the reinforcements are going to be here in time as well. Brezzy should not have got that second one. That is unbelievable. But this may be the same flavour of second half, Tom.
Yeah. They can keep the pressure on. Melko could do with winning this gunfight. He does. Can he find the next one? Dom, that's a big kill to find. I know he's probably going to fall. But it just means that Rayn can't run this one away. And you know what? He's done a really good job. Backs it up. Waits for his team. Massive moment for Dom to stay alive there.
Lins will try and get in a good position here. You can tell he's swarming around looking for the kills. There's 3 down again here. Lins will want to get across as fast as he can and see if he can get somebody off the respawn. Not going to be enough. And the rest of the team is now going to know this. They know that there's players here waiting for them. It's a bit of no man's land. Cobra will try and find at least one. Spins looking for the second. Doesn't manage to get away with his life either. This town is feeling like we're going to overtime regardless.
So close between these two, but that's a couple of kills in the middle of the map. Lins needs to find probably more than one here. Didn't spot him. He's dead to rights. And all of a sudden, you can see that Kix is starting to move forward. Inside of Grandma's now, he's going to try and finesse Melko. Hasn't found much. Kix takes him down. Domex slides one in. It's the first point in with 3 minutes and 20 seconds to go. If Kix can find another, maybe they can start to relay this as well. Rayn in a lot of trouble.
Looking for this one. Trying to get through, but it's a wipe. It is just an unbelievable wall they've thrown up to deflect that second one. Can they get one back here? They need the kills. Brezzy's trying to get the player out of the cockpit. Melko diving for another one as well. He's still alive here. This might be an opportunity. He's behind. He finds one. He finds the second as well. That EMP needs to move. It needs to move now. Melko trying to do everything he can to hold this one steady as it ties the game up.
They just about scrape it over the line. And done a fantastic job. If we can find a couple of more kills here, this could spell immediate danger for Rock Esports, but they found those kills and now they can force it away. Cobra, just try and slow them down. That's all he's got to do. Kicks. Finds the gunfight. And now they can start to move things forward, but a big score coming through from Rayn. They sniffed that opportunity out. Just a big flank player once again. How has Dom found that kill? Oh my word, Cobra will be scratching his head. Pinstripe kill feed will suit the players who are on Rock Esports side because Dom is behind. And now they can set up over towards this B point. The spawns are going to come in over towards field. They might be able to walk this one in.
Dom is snapping on everybody who looks at him, and that is going in. It looked casual because it was.
Big kill. And now they can start to flat. I mean, they've just wrapped straight around the back of Grandma's just to get aggressive in their face. Rixel. Oh, they could have found the other. Maybe they could have lined this one up as well, but Kix will try to keep the pressure on, but it's just battered them back. 1.5 minutes to go here. Bryce Rayn. 1 point down.
Can they find another bit of magic? It's a tall order. Dom tries to lead the charge here, but they already have bodies in a good position here. That's going in. That is very, very easy for them in the end. 3-1 now to Rock. With a minute 18 left to go, that might be just enough time to put this game over the edge.
What a moment there from Rock. They just, again, just see the gap. Clutch Rayn are just too late to react to do anything about it. I don't think they can find one on Domex. This is still doable, but they need to find these kills in spades, and then they need to find another wave of kills if they want an opportunity here. I just don't think that Dom slipped this net, though, do they? No, they haven't got a clue. He's managed to find a way through field. He's just going to walk it in. It's all on Dom. Finds 2 kills. Clutch Rayn, they have to push forward. They have to find that mid-map control, and they just leave it to one player who does all the work. That is going to be game. And Rock Esports are going to find themselves in the lead in this series.
And what a showing from them. I mean, they just accelerated in terms of slaying and found gaps everywhere. And, well, I mean, this is why. That gun doesn't even look real from Dom. Look at how quickly it is shredding through everybody. Not a bullet wasted to the air at all. And that sums this one up now. 5-1. Clutch Rayn had to do everything just to get that one on the scoreboard. They had to send Melko in from behind. But that's the only highlight they have. First half was a grueler. Second half was all Rock Esports.
Incredible work from Rock. Convincing win in map number 3. They'll take that one away. And honestly, it was just, again, they do so well in that first half just to not concede. And then at that stage, you are on the better side. We do see more points going in there as time has gone on. And they just make it work every single time there was an opening. They made sure to punish Clutch Rayn. Who, I mean, they had their opportunities in that first half, but they just didn't quite get it over the line. It feels as if there's like another step they need to take. And, well, that's the first time that Clutch Rayn have lost Scar Overload all season long. And Rock Esports now find themselves in the lead in this series, Brycey. Very, very tough one for them to come back from potentially now. I'm not too sure. We head into a Hardpoint after this on exposure. Both teams will be feeling confident. It's been a hell of a series so far.
It really has. Obviously, this Overload was just a blowout completely in that second half. But if you're either team and you kind of cast your memories back across this, you know, first half, if we even go to recent memory, first half of that was basically just a slogfest all the way through in terms of defensive plays. The S&D was Clutch Rayn's to lose, and they did. They lost it in pretty big fashion. And then the Hardpoint, again, Rock Esports, fantastic first 3 hills, and then really let themselves down for the rest of it. We could be talking about a 3-0 for Rock Esports here.
Yeah, realistically, it wouldn't have been far away. Really wouldn't have. It's been a close game, though, in fairness. The Search and Destroy comes down to round 11. The Scar Overload, I mean, it was kind of close until the final minute and a half or so, and then, of course, if you are Clutch Rayn, you've got to overextend. So I'm not saying that the 5-1 scoreline humbles Rock by any sense of the imagination. It doesn't. They deserved it, but I think 2 of those you can kind of count as, well, Clutch Rayn just trying to get something going in those final desperate moments. But we head over towards an exposure Hardpoint. And one that Rock will be fancying 4-0 over the season. They'll be feeling comfortable heading into this one. Or can Clutch Rayn turn this one around and send us to a Search and Destroy?
That'll be the real question. Clutch Rayn will be kicking themselves for that Search and Destroy. The Scar Overload, well, they just all went to bits for them, but maybe it's that search that's the problem here. They would have expected to send it to a map 5 if not, but you are right. This next map does favor one team quite heavily.
It does, but I mean, look, stranger things have happened between these 2 teams. They've been trading across the board, left, right, and center. I still think we see a map number 5.
Well, we'll find out. We're going to go to a quick break now. All that action and more coming up right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. This is now in our winners final, and it is upon us of map 4. It is 2-1 to Rock Esports. They won the S&D in close but dramatic fashion, and they just blew out Clutch Rayn on the overload. Lost the hardpoint, but it still puts them ahead.
It's going to be an interesting series still, though, Bryce. We're heading over towards exposure. And honestly, you lean towards the side of Rock with a 4-0 record this season, but they haven't had to go up against Clutch Rayn, have they? That's the thing. We're going to go for a quick restart and we'll be getting into this one. So, yeah, no, it should be an interesting one, I think, as well. Heading into potential Den Search and Destroy for a map number 5 is kind of what the series would deserve, to be honest with you. I think we're still heading there, but let's see how it's going to go down. Exposure, again, Rock will be feeling very, very confident. For me, I'm kind of looking at the hills 2, 3, and 4. That's really where this map is won and lost. Not so much for the time that you get over towards P2 on the tank. It's more so about this rotation over towards 3, and then what you do with the spawns from that, and then what you do from the spawns over towards P4. And the reason I say that is you think of what happened on Colossus. It was very, very good from Rock Esports in that first half, but it was all down to the, as you called it, the gun fundamentals. They were doing really well on the slaying front. Kicks was kicking off. He was like 30 million in 3, doing really well. But what they need to make sure they are doing is rotating correctly, because after the first rotation in map number 1, they weren't. If you don't rotate correctly here on exposure, you will get punished, and especially get punished by a team like Clutch Rayn, who have all the experience in the world. Let's see. I think it's still really, really difficult to ascertain who's going to walk away with this series. Yes, Rock have the lead, but it's been tight. Don't let that 5-1 scoreline on the overload confuse you. It was tight until it wasn't. Rock Esports up in this series, but still could go either way.
Well, we'll find out. And of course, exposure hardpoint is almost upon us. But I mean, Clutch Rayn could find it here, but this has been a difficult one. Both teams really looking to maybe push the boat out and counter each other at most positions. Dom being the highlight in that overload. I gotta say, maybe Wixel being the highlight in the S&D with that flank, maybe.
Potentially. I'm not sure, honest. Oh, it's a hard one to call. A real hard one to call. I think, you know, you look at the Search and Destroy as well. I mean, 1 round difference. There's a couple of 1v1s in there as well, Bryce, that could have really influenced where that Search and Destroy went. But again, this is the winners bracket final. The winner goes to the grand final with an ever so slight advantage as well. So you want to take that as quickly as you can. Clutch Rayn or Rock Esports, whoever dropped down in losers bracket will still be feeling confident, but you'd rather be in the grand final as quickly as you can.
You certainly would. It looks like this map is now loading in, so we will find out if this is just another chapter of our Stories of Winners Final, or if this is everything we need to. And here we go. Into the hardpoint, into it once again. Rock Esports leading this series 2-1. I know I've said it a lot, but we've been waiting for this game to start. Let's find out if this is how it ends.
Who's going to get the control in the middle of the map? Who's going to be the ones that, well, lead the dance here? Good start here from Clutch Rayn, an opportunity to get some points on the board. 3-0 from Brexit to kick things off. After his 4th, not going to find it, but nice start from Clutch Rayn out of it.
Well, 8 points on the board as both teams do what they always do, positioning and then points. Cobra trying to get that player off here as well, goes a little bit too high, flies over the top. Opportunity for Rock to get some points on the board here, and it looks like they'll do so. You see the slow but inevitable drip of players over towards P2 for the setup. It will be Rock in a commanding position. They do have one player there.
Yeah, but right now, Clutch Rayn are on the side they want to be on. So pressing forward and keeping a hold of that and getting some time over towards P2 would be brilliant. But there's actually going to be a spawn out. Yep, Rock are going to spawn in over towards the other side with control of P2. It's looking good so far for Rock Esports.
Just checking nobody onto the flank here. Clutch Rayn now the pressure is coming. Rock Esports are stacking. Looking to put the bodies into as well. They're worried about a bit of mid-map control. They now have that, but it's everybody from Rock that are going to just pile through this front door. This is a bit of a crossfire. It's definitely not going to be easy for them. And they do get shut down before they can do too much. Melko, that is an insane gunfight to win. And you got to ask yourself here, why did Rock not split the map?
Yeah, I think they were just being maybe a little too conscientious of the spawns over towards P3. They've still got a hold of them, but just about. And they may well get a bit of scrap time over towards P2. That's what Kicks does split the map. He's now going to find a way through, and Rixilda will find the third. This is a nice looking setup now for Rock. Yes, okay, they're 5 points behind, but they kept the hold the spawns that they wanted to. And now they can put themselves in a position to get some good time over towards P3. First one to fall could be Kicks, but he continues to stay alive. 5 spree for him. Is this a 6? Not quite. Melko will shut him down. Spawn-in's coming back here now for Rock Esports over towards the back side. 2 inside of the point. Can they hold on?
Here comes the pressure. Rexel trying to just make sure that nobody get through. Well, doing pretty well in that situation. They're looking to win this game right here. Again, Kicks leading them from the front. 10 and 6 as he does go down at that point, but got to identify. This is where the spawns are coming from. Domex staying alive, bouncing up. They've almost perfect transition to up top. But it is going to be massive trade still flying through here, and a little bit slow on the guns there, Rock Esports, in those gunfights, and that means they get pushed out.
But the thing is here for them, it's not actually too bad with 15 seconds to go. The spawns over towards the backside momentarily. We're there for Clutch Rayn. Now Rock Esports may be the ones there. Where's this next player going to spawn? Is it going to be towards New? No, it's going to be towards Old. So a bit of a 50-50 as we run over towards P4. Rock Esports are going to be the first ones there, but they've got a lot of pressure incoming.
Kicks all the way out towards the back. They're going to have to deal with him. They're looking for him as Cobra goes for the long slide and gets him. They might actually lose this positioning here, as it will be Dom who just breaks in and says, all right, don't worry about it. I'll break in and get a kill. Hasn't lasted for very long, though. And if there is one criticism you can leverage against Rock Esports is their individual plays are brilliant, but they do seem to make up a lot of their gameplay a lot of the time.
Yeah, it can do. I think they're semi-unfortunate. Lose a couple of gunfights. They kind of had them where they wanted them over towards P3. But then all of a sudden, you start going one by one again, and that is where I agree with you in the sense that we need the fundamentals to be strong. Really good work from Clutch Rayn, though. They get the spawn out that they kind of want. The rotation over towards P4 works out nicely. And now over towards Dirt. Linz is going to be the first one here. 6 in a row from him. Clutch Rayn want to send us to a map number 5.
Well, we'll see whether or not they have that actual opportunity, because anything could happen with this tide of a game. Currently having a bit of a battle. Oh, goodness. Caught him with a 9 streak. And this might be the difference. They need a 10 streak. How does Linz win that gunfight? Still alive. Still looking for number 11. Somehow getting his life back. Finds number 11 with 5 health to spare. Could we be seeing a record here as Linz, still alive, has 2 guns to his name, has all of his health, and now might end up going down, gets too weak up the top. But he has put Clutch Rayn in a commanding position in map 4.
That's scary for a second, that one, didn't it? Linz starting to take over. Incredible work from him. And look at the scoreline on the back end of that as well. Dom has found 3 and done very well to do so. They get 4 in a row from him. He's had a bit of a slow start to this one. He needs to start stepping it up if his team won't have a chance. Find themselves quite far behind now. I mean, honestly, Rock were kind of in control from 3. When we went over towards 4, they maybe a little bit of an unfortunate spawn out. And then all of a sudden, everything fell apart. And it just feels as if one backs are against the wall for Rock Esports. They need to have a moment. They need to take a breather. They're doing that right now, though, over towards P1. They're getting some good time momentarily. Clutch Rayn find a way through. 35 seconds to play for over towards P1. It is about a 50 or 60 point lead for Clutch Rayn.
Cobra ready to rip heads here. Eventually does get taken down by Dom X, but unless we see a reversal of fortune, Rock Esports might be on the bad side of this one, because again it seems more 1v1. Linz on a 4 streak here as he starts tearing up the lobby again. Dom actually getting him out of that one. But this might just all rest on this rotation.
I mean, this is one of those maps, though. If you can string together a couple of hills, you can turn around very, very quickly. I know it's easier said than done, but it's a map you can do it on. Good couple of kills coming in over towards P2. They will be wiped momentarily, but right now, Rock Esports need to concentrate on getting some time. The Linz as well going to call in the support. Hellstorm missile coming through. And I suppose if you're Rock Esports, pick your poison. Which way do you want to go? Do you want to try and force anything? Well, Linz should be able to pick up on a Rixel. He doesn't, he kills Kicks. But still, it's Rock Esports in control.
Still holding it. I mean, tucked in tight to that tank. Give him just enough cover from the missile, and they've done a fantastic job of getting time back here as well. Bristol going to try and get this one. He knows the tower's coming through. The pistol's just not quite good enough. And scrap time to clutch Rayn.
It's good scrap time to get a hold of as well, because now the rotation over towards P3. He momentarily on the right side, but this is about kicks, really. Over towards this backside. Can he find a way through? Mid-map control going to belong to the side of clutch Rayn, but kicks inside of the point, needs a little bit of support. Not going to have it. That mid-map control that clutch Rayn had works out. 5-3 for Brezzy.
Still looking and waiting. Brezzy on the 5 here, and they're not really being pushed at all. If anything, this lead is only widening. Rock Esports are going to need to have one incredible turnabout play. But now they're being more hesitant. Now they're really taking their foot off this tempo, ton.
I think the thing is, they know they need to be perfect, and that is, well, just about Brezzy. Oh, now he finds a third. But he's weakened the reinforcements from Rock. A little bit of a parallel spawn coming through, actually. They won't have a clue about that one player from behind. The trade's going to come through, but it works out for Rock. And now the rotation should be in their favor as well. We're going there in 15 seconds. Clutch Rayn are all going to spawn towards that backside. So potential other 10 on the cards here for Rock. A rotation that's going to work in their favor. If they can hold down this hill for a good chunk of time, they're back into the game.
They're spreading out. Brezzy's calling in another missile. Everybody's piling into the door now, and what was a good map spread has turned into a kill box.
Oh, wow.
And that's exactly
perfect.
what they were looking for.
That's absolutely perfect. I mean, they call it in, as you said. It just turns into fish in a barrel, realistically. But Rayn can then just advance forward, move the Hellstorm away, and you have complete control. 35 seconds to play for here over towards P4. Rock Esports need to find a break, or I'd imagine we're going to be heading over towards a Mac number 5. Linz has had his ankles broken. Can anybody else follow up from Rock? Dom finds 2. Malcolm caught on the outside, just trying to keep a little bit of control, but this game is closer than it has been, although Rock Esports has still got a long road back.
Here comes Linz again, though. He's 31 and 15. He wants to break. Will do. Gets 2 with the help of his teammates, and he pushes out instantly. He's hunting. I think he may have gone the wrong way there slightly. There is going to be a player into the corner, somehow still alive. Of course, Linz doesn't go down. Is he getting out as well here? And this is all clutch Rayn, ton.
It is right now. And towards the side we go. We just need a bit of mid-map control. Cobra is the one dominating that. Rixel will take his head off, but right now you need to get rid of Brezzy. You do so. Now about the fight for mid-map. Linz is going to be here, and he just needs to keep Rock Esports off it. Puts Rayn well in the lead.
Cobra, a position we've seen him in many, many times. Just trying to have that gunfight that he's so confident in. And is there a way back? Do Rock Esports have enough left in the tank here to make a difference? So far, so good they're holding. Clutch Rayn is trying to gain ground. Domex has a huge kill for them as well. The rest of them coming in. Brezzy over the top. One! Only one this time. And the trades go down, but it's nobody really coming out in front. It will be Clutch Rayn again to the point in the form of Cobra. And he wins a gunfight for 2 seconds.
I mean, Rock Esports have put themselves back into contention here. Just can't let Clutch Rayn get too much over towards P1. You've just got to try and chip away. Oh, Brezzy. Starting to line them up. He can find 2. 27 kills to his name. Melko going to find a big one in the middle of the map as well. Clutch Rayn in a position to get some good time at P1.
They're going to try and just hit him. Melko, maybe a little bit too tight of an angle, but doesn't matter. The rest of the team's going to be here. Linz and Brezzy. Well, they've called game. You can see the respawn is too far away. We are going to a map 5 between these two. We called it early because occasionally we know what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're right on this occasion. We'll not total all the ones where we're usually wrong. But yeah, look, we anticipated a potential map number 5 between these two, and we get it. Den, Search and Destroy are going to be coming up. But yeah, Clutch Rayn on that first rotation just put themselves out of sight, to be honest with you. The second wasn't too bad from Rock. I think Clutch Rayn probably won out on that as well. But after that first rotation, it really does just fall in the way of Clutch Rayn from there. They do everything they need to. Rotations over towards P4 are really influential. The streaks that you've allowed them to get, honestly, do count towards something, especially that one that came in over towards P4. It is a massive game from Linz. 36 and 19, 30 non-traded kills, 17 objective kills coming through from Linz. That is as big of a game as you get. Incredible work from him. Clutch Rayn send us to a map number 5.
Well, we go again here. And I got to say, I think the same story as that first Hardpoint can be translated over to the second, and it's maybe something that Rock Esports can work on. There are times you see Clutch Rayn kind of make the same play where they send a player out and that player dies without really a tradable position. The difference between the two that I would say is when Rock do it, they will continue to pile in bodies one by one, leading to a bigger disadvantage. Clutch Rayn seem to almost kind of stop the bleeding. If they lose one or two in those scenarios, the other two will play more defensive. And I think that might be the difference is why you see such kind of dramatic swings, right? Clutch Rayn, when they get ahead, they kind of get 4, whereas Rock Esports, they'll get 2 or they'll have some good plays, but Clutch Rayn aren't selling their lives as easily.
No, not quite. I think, you know, it is one of those moments where we do see the fundamentals against the fundamentals. I think you're very, very right. We're seeing that across the hard points. We head into a Den Search and Destroy, though, and how good was the raid? Let's have another one just like that. Records for both these two teams. I mean, there's only 3 over the elite stage that they played between them. Rock are 1-1, Clutch Rayn are 1-0. There's really not too much between them whatsoever. So Den Search and Destroy is going to be an interesting one. I can't call it. I said it was going map 5. I didn't tell you I was going to say which way it was going to go, though, man.
Well, like I said, if anything, that first S&D means that we have no idea because, truthfully, it was a wild ride from start to end. So, for me, I'm just going to sit back. I'm going to enjoy watching these two teams go at it, and whoever wins is the better team on the day.
It's going to be interesting whichever way it goes, to be honest with you, because the grand finals, you don't, even with an advantage, count into consideration like which way that it could go. If it goes to these two teams again, you would expect it is going to be that case, but we got a map number 5 to decide before we go there, Brett.
We certainly do. Well, map 5 will be coming on our screens in a very short while, but before that, of course, it's a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers Elite. We're in our winners final and it has taken us the distance all the way to a map 5 is where we will settle this one and find out who gets to be our first grand final team, Ton.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic winners final, hasn't it? The 2 hardpoints have went Rayn's way. The Search and Destroy, and then the Overload goes the way of Rock. Then Search and Destroy is the decider, though, with both these two teams sporting not much experience on this map over the Challengers Elite season. It is anyone's game heading into the very, very final map. Not of today, though. We do have an elimination semi-final coming up on the back end of this, but before we get there, then Search and Destroy is what we're going to be trekked to. And honestly, it is really anyone's game. The Search and Destroy map number 2 and Raid was fantastic. It was a 5-3 lead for Rayn in one stage. They fumble it in a 6-5 win for Rock. Will it be maybe even something similar? Maybe something the same for this one in map number 5? I'm not too sure, but it should be a good one. Either way, we've done a fantastic series, honestly. I think, you know, if this was to be a grand final as well, I don't think we'd be grumbling about that, Bryce. Yeah, not for me, anyway.
No, I mean, and we kind of expected it to be so, right? Like, that is the key part of this, is that these two teams have been standout in the Elite so far, and that's not really even putting down the other teams. The other two that we will watch later on are also very, very good and have the potential to cause an upset. It's just that these two not only went flawless in groups, but have barely dropped a map as they work their way through the bracket. In fact, this is the most maps either of them have dropped throughout the bracket. So we'll find out just how they get on here as our S&D is ready to go. Who will drop their very first loss in Elite based on this map?
Let's find out who it's going to be. And honestly, I'm not 100% sure. Search and Destroy for Rock, they've won a couple of map number 5s, to be honest with you. They've been the team that has been sent the distance more so out of the two. Let's see which way it's going to go this time. A lot of mid-map control for Rock Esports straight out of the gate here, and they did this in the raid, and well, they're going to benefit from doing it in round number 1 of Dead. Domex finds the kill on the Lynn's first blood.
Advantage to Rock. Taking some control here. Melko has that sniper out round 1.
He's in trouble.
Oh, not when you want to hit marker.
Oh, that's a big kill for Kicks to get a hold of as well. B is wide open.
Looks like they're going to go for a slow A here. And well, don't need to be that slow anymore. Only Melko alive. They know he has a sniper rifle, so they'll probably hunt him down. In fact, I would go so far to say here is that Melko will not only run, but he will try and get as much distance on this map away from that bomb site as possible.
Yeah, at least one over towards there, I would say. They've got
The
25 seconds to find him, yeah.
Of hide and seek.
I mean, you've got no chance. There's so much time. You'd be better off maybe positioning himself a bit higher, try and find a kill, and then back it on up. But I mean, look. Doesn't really matter. Ultimately, Kicks has found 3 in the round. He'd rather give it over towards him, working his way up towards a Hellstorm.
Well, let's see. Easy to start for Rock. Kicks doing wonderful work, and it really has been one of the questions that people have asked over and over again. Kicks has just been a force to be reckoned with. People liked him in the Falcons team. And so far in Challengers Elite, doing pretty much the same thing.
Lynn's tagged up here. Aggressive hit over towards B. Rock ready for it. Well, they seem to have the numbers. Oh, Lynn's just costed a little bit by the smoke, to be honest. Was able to find one. And Brett's going to find an absolute freebie on a Rixold. Big fight coming in, though. Kicks is just super aggressive. Cobra dealt with Domex. Then flying on through. Rock Esports running away with this one so far.
And is this how it ends, Ton? Will it be a one-sided final map after all the trials and tribulations that we've walked through to get here?
I mean, you would hate that, wouldn't you? You don't want a blowout. But good start from Rock. They found the opening bloods. Kicks on a 5 spree. Remember the last map, though? That kick started off things incredibly. Well, it turned pretty quickly. Needs to keep this up. A little bit of a different look here from Rayn. They made a head over towards this A side. This is extremely aggressive. This Kicks going to get away with this one. Now he's under a lot of pressure. They try to back him up here. Now Kicks is stuck in his spawn. Linz has found 2 through the middle of the map. Brezzy, an egregious chal if I've ever seen one, but here comes Linz. Nicely done. And he just hunt him down. Rixel's planting the bomb like, guys, anyone?
Oh, it's bullying. This is bullying. He finds the first, not going to find the second. And maybe the adaptation from Rayn coming in and just knocking Rock Esports back a peg.
I think it's just Linz through the middle of the map, right? Yeah, he catches... Oh, wow. I mean, yeah, Dom and Domex dealt with, and then all of a sudden, Kicks is left on his own. I think it's Brezzy who picks this one up in the end, and then it was Linz for the third over towards the bomb site. So they end the 5 spree of Kicks, and Linz is on a 3 spree of his own.
Here comes the push. Rayn looking for that mid-map control pretty much straight away. Kicks is going to call this. Got reinforcements looking over the mid here as well as Linz goes a bit wild. And Rock Esports will take advantage of it. Say, hey, if you're going to be a bit reckless, we've got the information on you. What?
I mean, how has he won that? Incredible from Cobra. And now, oh, Domex has been spotted. Oh, he's in a really precarious spot now, but it's only 1 versus 1 if he can get away with it. And Cobra dealt with as well. Domex, yeah, not going to be long for this world, though. Brezzy will be there for the trades. Now it's up to Rixel left in a 1 versus 2. Did they have a read on him just with where Malco was positioned there? Was he expecting the flank?
Well, enough time has passed now that nobody knows where anybody is, and Rixel may get perfect timing here. This may be the kind of play you dream of. There's 1. There's 2! Easy peasy! Lee-Wad Squeezy, that is unbelievable timing to get that one in.
It just works out absolutely perfectly. Takes his time. We'll have that one, and Melko just doesn't even have a second to react. The snapper from Rixel, 4 and 2. 3-1 now to Rock. Looking good.
Well, here we go. All good for Rock so far. The clutch up has put them in a commanding lead. And are they going to be aggressive? There's a mid-map control again, sprouting from them. A huge hit from Rayn onto B. They take B control completely. Rixel sees it, backs off.
I mean, Rock can kind of pivot here. The only thing that they don't have is Rixel that has the bomb. Will have to make his way over towards A, and certainly won't want to be going through the middle of the map. Honestly, having a player in Rixel's position where he is right now is not a bad thing for Rock at all. It's just the fact that he's the one with the bomb, and they could deal with him a little bit higher up. But what it has done is create a little bit of confusion here for Rayn because they haven't got a clue what's going on. Kicks inside a lobby might just start to engage things, but they may well be able to back it up. Yeah, Kicks going to back it up over towards B, so has a little bit of control here now. Will not be aware of the positioning of Brezzy, though. He's going to catch Rixel out here. And does. Rixel dealt with. Now Brezzy in that position. Kicks going to push forward. You have to touch on Domex to hold it, but he's not going to be able to find anything. Kicks can do what he likes through Dojo. It's all about Brezzy. He finds 2. The round goes to Rayn, a much needed one as well.
Did have to stop the bleed at that point, you're correct. They've done so. Can they bring this back to a tied game, though? Attack here for Rayn. Not seeing a massive amount of success with it, especially if you forget to pick up the bomb. Bomb is going mid here on the Overwatch. And Domex has the sniper, so even with that smoke out, it's really blunted that attack.
Trades across the board, though, Melko. Make it back even. This is 2. Cobra spots Rixel out. Trying to take a dive and dodge. Doesn't dodge enough. And all of a sudden, Dom X, well, they know he's got a sniper. Can he find the angle? Yeah, that's why they're dodging over towards B. Keep it up close and personal. Over towards A, that's got to be the route. Could he catch anybody across? Yeah, they've got to be aware that he could be here, and they are, and Cobra deals with them anyway. Clutch Rayn back-to-back rounds, 3-3.
And Clutch Rayn are making this a game. It has been close almost every single map between these two teams. The S&D has had 6 rounds, and we have yet to find any daylight between them. Adaptations coming in from the players of both sides. Is this now Rock Esports' time to strike back? Here comes the split again. More mid-map control for them, off towards B.
And again, this is something that has worked for them. Well, this time around, though, Rick's on the edge of a lot of trouble. He's got the bomb, and he's just been sounded out. The mid-map control's working, but your bomb carrier needs to be with you, no? You found this control, bomb carrier dead, and Clutch Rayn will know exactly who's usually running that bomb. They won't know that Domix is behind them already, though. Aggressive line coming through, doesn't find the second. Advantage still with Clutch Rayn.
This is wild now, because Clutch Rayn are going to try and defend the bomb in the enemy spawn. In fact, they're actually backing up here, so maybe they're just kind of waiting for where the pressure is going to come naturally. They've chosen not to go around the bomb and set up a perimeter. They've chosen to give just enough space here, and Rock are wisely very, very nervous about getting it.
Pick's just about escaped, so there's life, and Dom escapes with the bomb. Now, they've seen the movement from Kicks over towards this. I don't know if they'll be expecting him to be here as quickly as he has got here. No, they weren't, but there's 3 of them. Yeah, doesn't matter. Kicks all on his own, ain't gonna win that. Linz will find it now. Dom, 1 and 5 in a 1 versus 3.
He's going for it as well. Is this going to be a quick push into 8? He's going to look for it. Doesn't see anybody, and eventually they find him. Tunt. Clutch Rayn, 3 rounds in a row.
4 and 3 now. So much better from Clutch Rayn, but honestly, Rock on multiple occasions are finding some good pace and some good map control through mid. And then their bomb carrier is absolutely nowhere near them. Gets sounded out, gets isolated, which I kind of get what they're trying to do. They're trying to keep him on an island, bait over towards A, freebie over towards B, move back through mid-map, support him from there. Should be able to find the kills in transition. I understand it, but it ain't working so far. They're behind in the search and destroy.
Here we go. Everybody being a bit more passive now as the nerves start to ramp up. I mean, Rock Esports are pretty much holding their spawn at this point. They've got B control. And this might even be a case of try to grab the flank and then close in on this plant.
You'll have seen them kicks that. Yeah, movement starting to come through from Rock Esports. It's a deep, deep angle, but completely giving up the bomb site. Clutch Rayn will walk on through. This bomb will go down. It'll be a 4v4 retake needed. Setting themselves up here from the lobby. This is not an easy push, but that's going to be a nice nade on Linz, and that might be the engagement tool that they needed. Smoke goes down. Linz will protect himself. Prezi will find 2, and that should be the round to Clutch Rayn, because Linz has now got a free reign to walk through, and that is as clean and as easy as you could possibly want. Clutch Rayn 5-3 up in the search and destroy, and 1 round away from sending themselves to the grand final.
4 and a bounce. I mean, the adjustments have been biblical. If you're Rock Esports, you've got to work something out. A counter in some way. They played it passive and it pained them. They now have the attack here. They've basically done almost the same split almost every attacking round. Try and take mid-map control, 1 player to B. It cost them last time. Will it cost them again?
Aggressive through the middle of the map once more. And Rixold again with the bomb. Clutch Rayn are just happy to go over towards B. Backing on down. Clutch Rayn 5-3 up in the other search and destroy as well, Bryce.
Melko is on an island. Pressure still mounting here over towards B. Melko might be late on the flank here, but you can see that Dom is waiting for him.
They should have Brezzy here. They should have him dead to rights. Linz see him. He will have now. Dom finds Brezzy though. But V3 in favor of Rock.
Are they going to push this or are they going to switch here? I mean, Melko could still be a factor
Now they're going.
as he looks to start flanking.
Should be a freebie. Yeah, Dom's going to find him through the middle of the map. This should be a round for Rock. 2v4 needed from Clutch Rayn. I'll make it a 1v4. And that was so much better. They're so much methodical and just sounding out the players over towards the site. And it is a clean search and destroy round. Rock Esports back into it.
Well, they've got enough going for them. Surely this can't repeat itself, Ton. Surely Rock Esports can't cause an upset from this position one more time. They did it in the first S&D. To do it twice would be salt in the wound of Clutch Rayn.
2 more to go. What's the play? 2-2 split for Rock. And seemingly head over towards A. Slow one attack. Waiting for kicks. Waiting for the flank. And they knew exactly what he wanted to do. And now if you're Rock Esports, you're floundering. You set yourself up, but you don't know where they're coming from. You're not sure what's going on. The best you can do is be as advanced forward as you can and hopefully find 1 or 2 picks.
Melko sees one mid. They're waiting.
Yeah, Dom's put the pressure on, though. It's hit them have to make a move. Know that a potential flank is incoming, so well, you need Dom X to do something magical here.
And he goes out to back him down. They're pushing for it. You can tell that Dom wants to flank. He'll be listening with rapt attention to the calls. So if he mistimes it, they lose.
Brixton's getting very aggressive here, and there's 3 members of Clutch Rayn. Them 3 members all buttoned up here. Dom X could do with finding something. Dom's going to get found on the flank. 2v3.
Brixton playing this wide. There might be a shoulder chow here. Linz finds one as well. All down to 1 player. Do they know he's going to be here? He sees them. 1 out the window. It's not going to be enough. Clutch Rayn win the S&D. They take the series, and they are headed to the grand final. They will not let the second S&D slip.
Incredible work from Clutch Rayn in the search and destroy. Honestly, after they were 3-1 down at one stage and bang, they snapped it. 5-3, they went up. Phenomenal work from Clutch Rayn. Just streaky rounds. It felt as if Rock Esports just had some gaps in their game, and Clutch Rayn punched them time and time again. Dom not having one of his best games. He was pretty low on the leaderboard, to be honest with you, and that's why we maybe see him dipping on out. But a 6-4 victory. Brezzy and Linz took over. 12-5 from Linz. They had a fantastic final 2 maps. And it will be a map number 5 win for Clutch Rayn. That will send them to the grand final.
Well, it's more than good enough from them. There was a little bit of a worry in the earlier rounds, as it did look like Rock Esports had a pretty commanding lead. And obviously that play put them up 3-1. But after that, Clutch Rayn, 4 on the bounce, put themselves in an almost unlosable position. And look at that. Half second before the smoke got in the way, Dom X catches it, but that may be one of the last highlights you'll see from Rock.
And this was just brilliant in what was the penultimate round? Or the penultimate round win, I should say, for Clutch Rayn as they sent it over towards 5-3. And then Rock, yeah, I mean, he just waited for kicks here. They were so ready for it. It's a flank that has typically worked for him. As soon as he falls, they get picked apart on the defensive side of things. Clutch Rayn find it through 1-4-5. Rock very much here to party in this game, though. Clutch Rayn would have been coming into this probably as favourites. I would have lent in that direction if you did ask me, but to find it that way, they'll be very happy to do so. A close game between these two. Rock Esports will move into the elimination final. We'll see that tomorrow. But Project 7 up against Synes is the game that's going to decide who goes up against them. And that should be a banger as well.
Wow. That means we only have 1 game left tonight. Project 7 and Synes. 1 goes out, 1 goes forward to face what is still very much a titan in Rock Esports. Those 2 teams were always going to have a bit of a banger game, and they certainly did. But it has been an interesting one. We knew there were gaps in both teams. We knew there would be issues along the way. I think the difference is probably that when Rock Esports are in their flow state, They are running, they are gunning, they are making massive sprays across the map. And sometimes their fundamentals let them down a little bit. With Clutch Rayn, they do have that streaky persona as well. You saw Lynn's got some very big streaks, but they do seem to have the fundamentals a little bit closer to heart. And that might be the difference in some of these with the hard points.
Yeah, look, it's the experience that Clutch Rayn team has. I mean, they're one of the best challengers team in the entire world, showing it there. A lot of resilience from them. They'll go to the grand finals, Bryce, but we still need to decide who's going to be there up against.
We certainly do. All that and more coming up in our last game for Europe after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challenge to the Lead. This is week 3. This is an elimination game on our final game of the eliminations. Before we get into our finals ton, but these two teams, they have played before.
They have done in what was a relatively tight game. It was their last game of group stages, and it was a 3-1 win for Synes. So they've been feeling confident heading into this one. It was a really nice performance from Alpha and the gang up against P7. And a good performance from both these two teams in their respective elimination round 2s before, of course, they now will face up against each other. But yeah, Synes are a team who have been impressing me. You know, they've kind of been getting better as time has gone on. I don't know what their limit is. I really don't. I don't know where their ceiling is currently sitting at. Yes, okay, they have their issues, but it feels as if they're a team who are going to continue to grow. But P7 are a team who have slightly turned things around. They didn't have a great end to their group stage. They didn't have a great start to playoffs. But they've really turned things around recently. It's not going to be an easy game for Synes by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, let's see, because P7 are standing in their way. Denza, F. Harry, and Mythics. A team that, truthfully, we expected to be one of the very biggest favourites. The names on this team have been around for a while. They have had success in Elite before. But they find themselves in an elimination game, fighting just to try and get top 3.
I mean, in absolute credit to Project 7, I think, I mean, statistically, they did have the harder group of things. When you looked at the final 6 teams that were remaining, 4 of those teams were the 4 teams who qualified out of Group B. So, of course, we have now lost 2 of them. We only have 4 teams remaining, but at the same time, it has been a difficult route through for them, and they didn't perform as well as we really expected them to in the group stage. Rock outshone them. But right now, as we get through towards these playoff side of things, they are starting to catch fire a little bit. A really, really nice win, of course, in their losers round 2, 3-0 up against Hybrid Nations. They've done what they've needed to do. But going up against Synes, this is going to be their hardest test since they faced up against Rock Esports and winners round number 2. So they need to turn this one around. Can they get it going? It's a really, really big game, though, because either one of these teams will be hot competition for Rock Esports.
They certainly will, but we have to find out which one is which first, and this is how they're going to do it. Colossus Hardpoint, Exposure, Search and Destroy, Exposure Overload, then a Scar Hardpoint, and a Colossus Search and Destroy if we get that far. Ton, is this another one that speaks of a Game 5?
I'm not 100% sure, to be honest with you. I think when I look over to P7 and recently how they've been playing, do they have enough to kind of keep up with the pace of Synes? I'm curious to how they're going to go. I think the first map is going to be a real indicator. If we're heading over towards a Colossus Hardpoint, I mean, yeah, I'm feeling pretty decent, I want to say, for P7, but Synes are a super solid roster when it comes down to just these chaotic maps. Again, I'm going to be constantly looking at Alpha, seeing what he can create, but we've seen teams fall foul to fundamentals. So that's something that Synes can do. Project 7 have got the fundamentals, they've got the experience, they've got the players, they've got the talent to take this one away. And Denza is finding 3 off the rip like that. That is going to give them a lot of confidence to kick off map number 1.
Oh, that's what they want. Bit of a confident start. Shake off the cobwebs. I've been waiting for this game to make sure that they can go one step further, but already the other blow has been struck. Synes really not going down without a fight.
Time back, considering the start. Denza's feeling it. Oh, he's 5-1 to kick things off. That's a worrying sign for Synes. Now the rotation over towards P2. Alpha needs to win this gunfight, needs to win a couple more as well. There's 2, doesn't find the 3rd. The rotation will be there for Project 7. Synes need to find a way through. Starting a little slowly here. Albeit, they won't be far behind by the time they get over towards the second hill, but Project 7 are going to be there waiting for them.
Already a bit of a fight kicking off. So everybody's ready for this P2. At the moment, it will be all about Project 7. Lucifer moving forward into the fight. You know, this is a good position, but not always the easiest to hold. You'll see a lot of nades flying onto his head, and he'll be cut down from behind as well. But so far, staying alive for a little bit longer than I thought he would.
That's one that Lucifer should have won out, but it's another player behind him who will eventually find the kill. Either way, close spawns are still going to be there for Project 7. They can be so sticky, these spawns, it's so hard to get through, and honestly, Synes have kind of been a little one by one. You need complete control of the statue side of the map, and you need to all fly through, but Denza effed up. And Lucifer have, well, stopped them doing that. Effed out on a 6 spree. You see Mythics, look where he is as well. He's really thinking about the spawns over towards P4. Don't have to worry about that just yet. 6 spree of effed out will be ended. The rotation should be there for the side of Synes, but fantastic start from P7.
This is important. Can they get this first flurry of kills? Defo refusing to get taken down there as he fires off a couple of rounds. Alpha going to be here with a Razor, which has been pretty dominant so far in the game. So that's a perfect wipe ton, and Project 7 are in.
Just far too easy right now for Project 7. This is if Synes just have not got started here whatsoever. Effed up, 11-4. Denza stunned, still finding the kill. Should have the read on this through the middle of the map. They'll be able to find that, but all of a sudden Mythics is left on his own. Spawns a little bit all over the place. The spawns will work in P7's favor, though. Keeps in over towards P4. We're going there in 20. They wouldn't mind having a little look at this one, though, and the way that they are slaying, they're more than happy to have a look. But those couple of kills from Synes may well just put them off, but just keep them at bay. If you're Denza and Co, you're still going to spawn over towards this backside. Nicely done from P7, but a good job from Synes to keep themselves within touch. It definitely feels like P7 are running this, but Synes not far away. And those are big kills.
Yeah, that pressure's really mattered now. Mythics is like, where have my reinforcements gone? But Actually not worrying too much about it. Unable to get that second kill, though. That half breath might allow his teammates to back him up. Now let's go for the trade here. Everybody trading into the point. It's pin streak all the way down. And now you can see the pressure still mounting. Project 7 are desperate to get bodies into this one. F-Dot looking for some more. And somehow, some way, I was going to say the trade's going their way, but a team kill makes it a little bit more tenuous.
Yeah, but Mythics just pushes back there, making sure they've got the hold of the spawns. Now if they can pick up with the 30 points, F-Dot. Oh, he's really running this lobby right now. It's 16 and 8, but if they can pick up this final bit of time over towards P4, Mythics are already looking to advance forward towards P1. This is a kill feed that does not look good for Synes by any stretch of the imagination. Hard to deal with. Project 7 right now, they're going to have a hell of a lead heading to a second rotation.
Exactly what they are looking for. Unfortunately, they're going to lose 2 seconds of scrap time. Doesn't matter, but they do have P1 control. Synes waiting for this push here. Players spread out all across the map, and if they'd got every single one of these kills, they could have got the lion's share of time. And well, they've got all but one. Alpha's going to be looking for it, though, because this man loves kills. On a 4-streak himself.
Yeah, he's somebody that really does need to hit up for Synes, but he's not doing too bad. But D3 and Nanox, 11 kills between them, and the 27 deaths on top of it. Not good reading if you're a fan of Synes. Deppa, he's going to fall. But one by one here as the kill's not working out for the side of Synes. They are going to be forced away. Project 7 trying to find a way through, but Alpha's here. Can find 1 and 2. The second one was weak, but he does a good job. Now they need to push through. They need to go quickly. They may be able to get the spawns in. They are going to get the spawns. P7 on the spawn out. 15 seconds or so remaining here at P1. And Synes have a rotation for what feels like the first time.
Can they hold out? Pressure is certainly going to mount. A couple of scrap points going to go to the ether. But it looks like Project 7 are breaking through again. They do have the bodies to put this one to bed, and they have ripped that away from Synes very quickly.
Left up with the Hellstorm as well. It's a good break to come through, but an equally as good break back from Synes. One player towards the back, and Denza need to deal with him pretty quickly. Because then you have to worry about the pinch, but Denza doing a great job of staying alive over towards the backside. F-Dot taking his time, teammates are there for the reply, and that's all on Denza. Yeah, he's found 2 or 3 towards the backside. That is incredible work from Denza. He stays alive, invites the pressure, and deals with it. The rest of his team do what they need to do through the middle of the map, but 20 seconds are still on offer here.
Mythics. Oh my goodness, the razor ripping as Mythics find his 5 spree. Still alive, health now back. Ready to do this again. I mean, his teammates are going to have a few issues over that last point, but he's not going to worry about it. Mythics, he's on a tear. There comes number 6. He's actually out of the fight for this next one at the moment. Eventually will go down, but the rotation is here for Project 7.
It's looking solid as well. Everything. The dots are connecting. Project 7 not going to win that one out. Alpha will find 2. He's on a 4 spree again. The problem is, you look at the firepower that's on the other side. Make it 5 now for Alpha. That's the thing, if you can keep within 60 points, you are one really good hold away from bringing yourself back into the game. Easier said than done, though. The snapper from Alpha. 6 spree for him. Needs a little bit of help from his teammates. Starting to potentially heat up. Hellstorm in the back pocket. Not a bad thing to have. Heading over towards P4. Deppa. Overheating just a little again. Need to be thinking about the rotation, though. If you are Synes yet. This scrap time is worth less than a good rotation over towards P4, but easier said than done.
Nanox flying out to give them a little bit of space ton.
Huge kills.
Still going. I mean, we are seeing the Razor become more and more prominent as these maps go through. The speed at which it dispatches players really is just the biggest meta shift from last time around. But it's still going to be Project 7 in the lead here. They do have a body over at the new hill. They don't have the spawns they would quite want already, though. You see Lucifer waiting for this one. He's a little bit worried because he didn't finish up that kill as cleanly as he would have wanted.
There's the kills traded go, though. Denza's on his way. Alpha will find another couple. Only 30 to his name. He cover through the middle of the map here as well. Looking in a couple of different directions. It's still about 60-point difference. It's coming down. F-Dot's going to call this in with 25 seconds to go. It probably won't land until about 3 seconds left in the hill, but it's going to force them off at least. Alpha gets picked as well. Accurate with the Hellstorm. And now can the other 2 players from Synes defend this? Looking like the answer is probably no. Good break coming through from Project 7, but is it a break? Synes still there with the close spawns. Either way, the Hellstorm does prevent, I want to say around 10-15 seconds going over towards Synes. You take those all day long.
Well, still looking for this. Got to be a bit careful. Project 7, they do have the lead, but they do not have an insurmountable one. P1 again, F-Dot with a double nade that clears the lines for a few seconds. Zipper flies straight back in, takes those points away from them. Denza, again, more trades, and you're going to see this over and over again here at P1. I always feel like Lucifer is just a very solid player for this Project 7 team.
He's been solid for quite some time, hasn't he, Prezi? As Harry. Be in and amongst it. Top level of Europe. For a while now. F-Top getting aggressive again. He's slowed down ever so slightly still. 31 kills to his name. Now starting to search out a little bit of space over towards P2. If he can survive here, that would be massive, because now all of a sudden Synes have to chase him down. If he can find anything else, that is ludicrous from F-Top. Only finding another, but the rest of his team pick up the pieces. He's the one that lays it up. And Project 7 slam it home. 213 to 147. They've got the P2 rotation as well.
A lot of pressure on them now, but Mythic's on a 5 streak again. Back spawns and they've called it. They know Lucifer going to try and hold down with the M15. So many bullets into so many bodies, but no kills coming out from them. Unfortunately, the teammates will come and back them up here. Mythic's coming to back up the teammates again as F-Dot gets 3. And it's respawn for Synes. Alpha calling in a missile because he knows they've got to break this. It's not the ideal point to bring it in on, but they don't have a choice.
Yeah, good luck wrapping this one round. It's not the easiest. Can you get it around? Can you do anything with it? Absolutely nothing. Project 7 back off. They forced the lanes out. 5 seconds away. P7 looking solid in map number 1.
Mythics tries to get a bit of a flank going on, but it's not going to be enough. Synes will not get it. It will be Project 7 that walk away the victors in that one, Ton.
Yeah, and really convincingly as well. Honestly, I did think when we came into this series that Synes would feel massively confident in the hard points, but map number 1 could not have been further away from confident, right? I mean, Alpha was there and slaying, absolutely, but F-Dot and Co, I think you got a sense of how P7 were going to come into that one when Denza finds 3 over towards P1 all on his own to kick off the game. Incredible work from him and the rest of the squad to get that one done, but F-Dot was the star, wasn't he? I mean, everybody really did chip in, but multiple different occasions we were saying F-Dot, F-Dot, F-Dot. Didn't put up the most damage, but as far as the objective kills go, we've seen Denza over towards P2 on multiple occasions, find big moments there. 15 objective kills, 16 for F-Dot. Maybe tip of the cap for Alpha, 19 objective kills for a 103-point deficit to close out map number 1. Project 7, impressive work. They lead the series.
Well, this one starts with Project 7 having a bit of a bang out. They have taken down Synes a peg or two, and it's a bit of a grudge match, really. You know, there was a defeat a little while ago to them. And truth be told, there were many highlights for them. I think Mythics again here is managing to pick up 3. He does seem to be a little bit more of their scrappy player, but F-Dot and Lucifer really doing a lot of work as well.
I mean, everyone was chipping in when they needed to. We see Mythics going on sprees, F-Dot constantly in their face. I think Harry was just, he's ever present in ourself. Really impressed with Denza there, though. Really the epitome of that objective, selfless play over towards P2 when he stayed alive over towards the backside, kept the spawns for his team, kept a hold of that side, and knew his team would punch through the other way. Detracts away from that pressure over towards the front, allows an easier time for their teammates. Really nicely done from P7. Find themselves in the lead as we head over towards an exposure, search, and destroy. Which I don't believe was played between these two. Oh no, it was played between these two, and it was a Project 7 6-3 victory. Really feeling extremely confident heading into this map number 2.
Well, we'll find out. Still a lot of COD left to be played. I don't expect this to be a 3-0. It would be very much against what we've been experienced in the Elite for the last 2 weeks.
I mean, yeah, to a certain degree, it would be a surprise, but for Project 7 to lose previously up against Synes in a 3-1 fashion, now find themselves winning map number 1 and winning the Hardpoint, puts them in a brilliant position. They know they'll probably have their number in the search and destroy. They'll feel good about that. Heading to an overload as well. Anyone's game, honestly. Project 7, as I kind of said at the top of the show here this evening, they're not necessarily like lightening it up over all game modes. I mean, I'll read out the record. This was opposed to their previous match where they won 3-0. So what, it'd be 8-6 overall on Hardpoint, 6-4 on S&D, and 5-3 on Overload. So, okay, they have a positive ratio in every single one of those modes. That's obviously a good thing to have. But there's nothing like in particular that I'm looking at saying, okay, well, they're really good at Hardpoint, so they can bank on that. They're just overall a very, very solid roster. So to find that on the Hardpoint, though, up against a team like Synes, puts them in a really good position in this series now. Because, again, solid search and destroy. Team, you're heading to an exposure, a map that you've beat Synes on before. You fancy yourself for a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, I would say so as well. I mean, this is where they can feel a little bit more confident coming into it, and that might be just down to some adjustments they've made since last time, right? You know, it has a little bit of time has passed. They can look back on it. They've probably had the discussions over the games and the maps that they played and say, hey, we can either do this better or we can change things up when we come to meet them again. And it's never a guarantee, but it's a pretty good call. This is what we can do differently. And obviously going into that hard point and coming out of it with that much confidence, it really does put them in the driving seat of this series. So Project 7 now looking like the favorites to continue on, even though it's just been one map.
Yeah, and I think, you know, had Synes come out of that map number 1 and being in the lead after a performance like that, I'd still sort of say, look, Project 7 will be in this one. But for P7 to come out and win it that comfortably, I definitely lean further towards P7 than I would Synes, had Synes won the map, if you get me, Bryce. Like, just in the sense of how they did it, in the sense of who they've done it up against, and previously playing up against Synes and losing both hard points to lose the series 3-1. To come out and find map number 1 puts you in a phenomenal position in this series.
Well, let's find out if that is the way the story will be told. Into the S&D. For Project 7, an opportunity to really seize control of this series. Synes, though, maybe want a bit of a revenge. It was a bit of a slow start on the hard point for them. Have they improved in the S&D?
Let's find out. See if Project 7 can keep this one rolling. As mentioned last time out, both these teams going up against each other, but it's a pretty comfortable 6-3 for P7. Pretty close across the board as far as the kills to death, but there's been a couple of clutch moments that went Project 7's way, so never ever count Synes out of this one. Hardest gunfight in the game. It's not possible when the crate's moving, Brycey. It is very, very difficult.
Oh, bit of pressure. Mythic's looking to just clear this out for his teammates. Oh, Mythic's almost gets perfect timing. Not quite enough. Bomb now going to go down. Denzer tries to fly forward, has fallen. Advantage now to Synes. Oh.
Big kill coming through from after. Yeah, Mythic's just lingering in the mid-map and doing a little bit more than linger. Alpha now left in the 1 versus 2. He's hit the hard flank, and I think he might have been spotted, but it's just going to be a deep angle here from Mythic's. F-Dot trying to survive as well. 15 seconds, just so difficult for Alpha to do much here.
Just playing his life massively, and now the best part about this is Mythic's, all he had to do was win was check it at 7.5. Nothing else needed. Alpha will win it, but he does not have the time to defuse, I think.
Are you sure? Oh, it's close.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness, surely not! Synes! He got it!
I said if you were sure, because I literally cast my eyes just presuming he'd lost it. Oh, I'm gonna need to see it. Oh. Right, that doesn't mean there's a glitch, it just means less than 0.1, okay? Oh, wow. Oh, I mean, all the credit in the world to Alpha. But do we need to check that immediately?
Well, I said 7.5. He should have checked it at, and he must have checked it a few seconds beforehand. They gave him the benefit of the doubt that his timing was better than mine. And Synes win round 1.
And that is the kind of round that can swing a series. Lucifer dead already. Synes 2-0. Uh-oh. I mean, it's just such a different mindset. You should be at 1 apiece now. Synes now have the confidence flowing through them. Alpha's like, yeah, no, I can't be gunned. Sorry, I'm just delusional challenging this one. 3-0, thank you very much. 2-0 up. Back in the game.
Well, has that really robbed Project 7 of any confidence they had. I've actually gone back and watched my own replay of that bomb defuse.
Close, was it?
Mythics checks it at 9, which is the issue. But it is right on the tick point. Even going back, you see it tick from 7.5 to 7.4 as the animation starts. So who really knows? Close way to start round 1. Round 2 not so close. But will there be some adjustments from Project 7? They need to get a round back under their belts for momentum.
I'm a little look over towards B here. It's mainly a ruse, Bryce. Bomb carrier over towards this A side. But I think for both duos, if you like, has he slipped down undetected? Yes, he has. Now that's just going to be backed on down. That nade's doing nothing. This bomb's going down. Ouch. Never mind. This nade is doing absolutely everything. That has bounced off 15 walls before it's hit Denzer. That's a nice win, though. Yeah. Project 7 open it. Oh, Mythics. Fancied that one. Should be dead, though. Alpha's there for the pickup, and maybe they got a little bit aggressive here. Nanox is going to find the snipe as well. Didn't see that one coming. F-Dot on his own. 1v2. He's never broke his ankles.
There was nothing pretty about that gunfight. Nothing at all, but Synes are now up 3-0.
I mean, it was scary for a second, but you always fancy Nanox to win that one. Really solid work, though. From Synes, 3-0. Project 7 will just be thinking to themselves, how on earth are we 3-0 down?
Insanity, and sometimes when you have a little bit of a run of, I'd say bad luck, but they've made the decisions, it can start to get to you a little bit. And they will be feeling it, Project 7. This has not been going the way they envisioned after that hardpoint.
And Synes are just flowing around the map, very, very confident. If I can find a pick there, though. Yeah, knows he's there. Now Nanox is going to get away with his life and his 5 spree. Yes, he is. And that's going to open up the door over towards A. They're going to play it just below window. They got to know the flank's coming. They've had too much room, really, to move around this side of the map.
Deffer. Oh, gonna try and get out of there. Hasn't managed to. And this automatically puts it down into a 1 versus 3. It was looking pretty even to begin with, but does he get this Alpha?
The timing's absolutely awful.
Oh, he's going to be watched. He's going to be caught. And hey, Project 7, they get around their need ton.
And they really did need that. Wasn't necessarily looking too hot as well at the start of the round. Oh, P7. Just about chip away, the flank working out. Just need some more now. Again, it's just that difference between that 1 versus 2 is now being 2-2 instead of 3-1. I say it a lot during broadcast when we're talking about search and destroy, but that kind of stat line feels so different. 3-1 down instead of 2-2. It's like when you could go to 4-3 or 5-2. Like, these swings, completely different mentality. You've got to find the rounds.
Well, let's see how this one keeps going. A lot of information there. Nade's going over the top as well as Denzer starts cleaning house, and that's about as easy of a round as you could probably find here. These three are going to be up top. They already know where he's going to be. A 1 versus 4 would be magical, but I think in this case it's mythical.
3-2 now. Still the Synes. And again, it's just shotgun all through the middle of the map. You win those opening gunfights, the opening salvo. Puts you in a fantastic position, especially over towards A. You can get that bomb down nice and quick. A little bit of control over towards mid and having a good look over towards window. Will solidify the round. Nicely done from Project 7 to bring this one back. I'll tell you what, my head would be on Mars after we lost that 1v2 in round number 1.
It's not an easy one by anyone's. Sniper looking long. Gonna try and find a pick here on the balcony. And sees just a shoulder. Did Lucifer see enough to not reach-out it? Maddox will just be waiting, hoping that somebody reappears. Oh, the timing maybe. They're really back down though. You can see Project 7 have stacked and are waiting for a retake.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's an M15 up against a sniper. And Maddox comes out, well, on the wrong end of that trade, but either way, they managed to push it forward. This bomb will be going down. P7 are not far away. When this happens, it'll be fast and furious. Bryce, first blood goes over towards P7, but the bomb goes down. 4v3.
They feel like they have the advantage now. Nade's now going to go in. F-Dot first through the door. Goes down to Alpha. There's no trade there for them, though. Down to a 3 versus 3. Mythics is checking that nobody's hit out towards the back here. They've lost the sight of a couple of players. Smoke's going to be down. Mythics dives into it. He goes down to Alpha as well. Alpha in the smoke. Alpha gets Denza. Somehow this retake has all gone to nothing.
Oh, that fell apart so quickly. Again, it's just there's no trade for the jump over the railing. You need somebody to be there immediately. That was there to, well, just clean up shop. He's sitting at 4 and 5. His team have got 4 rounds underneath their belts as well. 4-2 now. It's been a weird search and destroy, this one. Very strange. You kind of think a team is in a good position to do something, and then it all spins on its head. I feel like there's been rounds lost rather than rounds won, if you know what I mean.
No, I 100% agree. Here comes the push, though. It's full control here for Synes in mid-map, and they've got players on the flank already. This is so aggressive. Will they be able to get away with it? Nadox almost gets a player.
Hold it.
The flank's fallen apart a little bit, and now it's advantage to Project 7. Bomb might be going down. Alpha flies through. Doesn't matter. Teammates already got it. This is so much pressure. Mounting. Bomb will be down. 3 versus 3. They're flying. Nadox in over the top. 1, 2. Looks for the third. Not going to be enough. Lucifer down. Doesn't matter. Synes, confidence overflowing, wins them the round.
And that's one of those moments where P7 are kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place. They know the flank's coming, the shots have come through. They then get the information when they lose the gunfight over towards tank. There are more than one. And I think that's one of those moments where you can't sit on the site like they did. They need to push out one way or the other. I mean, look, it's easy for me to say in this moment, but that's because obviously, I mean, we can see exactly where everybody is, but if you're on that team there, you know there's 2 on the flag, you gotta push something. You can't just sit there and hope you win your gunfights. Push it out, get control, and hold. Didn't use the number advantage that they would have had they pushed through towards spawn. But hindsight's a wonderful thing. 5-2 to Synes now. They've ran away with this one after what was looking like a fantastic start from Project 7. It turned on its head. Another one of these moments, Pricey. I think back to that first round, it'd be 4-3 instead of 5-2.
You are correct, but that gunfight was a little bit crazy. If we get the pistol for that one was certainly a choice, but now going down to it as well. Nadox almost makes a wonderful play for the second. So 3 versus 2. Project 7 have numbers again, but they've had numbers a few times during S&D and haven't managed to convert it over.
Now we're packing a little bit now. Time's looking to get something going, but as far as where the bomb is, yeah. You're going to have to make a wrap around somewhere. I mean, all this information kind of just belongs to Project 7, right? They're the ones that need to determine where Synes are to a certain degree. Project 7, well, where they are, they know exactly where Synes aren't, so powers of deduction. Surely this is going over towards A, and I tell you what, that's not a bad place to plant the bomb. If he can get out here, oh, this is nightmare fuel for Project 7.
Just got to play for the trades. They have numbers. Get a good trade. And find them. That's the other key here. Step up.
Here.
Wait, did they see him? Oh, they did. They did see him.
Oh, they've spotted Alpha out as well. Yeah, I'm not too sure why the flanks come through, because to be honest with you, the bomb can be defused on this side, and I just don't think Alpha can get a line. No, he can't. Honestly, I would have just stayed with your teammate back-to-back in window. See what you can do. Still 5-3 in Synes' favor. Project 7 get one back.
Well, a good enough job. to continue to push this one forward. Still very much hangs in the balance. I'm just not that confident in Project 7's S&D at the moment.
It's definitely been shaky. I've thought there with the 400 round. Didn't even notice. I think it's just because it's just been such a almost negative feeling search and destroy from Project 7. Again, it feels like they've lost more rounds than Signs have won. You can, know what I mean? It's not necessarily felt like one they've thrown away, but there's been a couple of rounds they'd be looking back on and be like, yeah, we could have done better there. Either way, I've done a 4 spree. If you can keep this up, that's aggressive. If you can keep this up, Hellstorm under your belt, maybe back into the game. You need 3 rounds.
Lucifer being a bit careful there on the outside of P2. F-Dot being less careful because he might make a play of this, but Depper is watching. Timing will be everything.
There's 3 of them top window. This is a hard point over towards A. Mythics finds D3 though, and that has just given F-Dot the license to move forward and completely flank them. This should be a round for P7, 4v2 in their favor. Bomb going down. Another kill for Mythics. Depper is going to be sounded out here. If F-Dot could find this, it would be massive for Project 7. I'll be baiting for F-Dot to get this. Never mind.
Sometimes you just make sure you get that win on board. Wow. Project 7 have another round. Can they take this to a round 11? A mistake will cost them dearly, and they got a little bit lucky in some points on that last one. Timing working for them.
All right. Potential here. For a big, big comeback. What was it, 5-2?
Yeah.
Signs are bleeding rounds. F-Dot's on a 5 spree, Mythics on a 3 spree. I wonder. There's another first blood will come through. The set nades coming out from Project 7. Tight alleyway, dealt with. Nade over towards top window.
Alpha.
Nothing. Big kill.
Still alive. Alpha's looking to be aggressive here. Confidence for the gunfights. Bomb going down gives the advantage here to Signs. They're looking to take this.
Got the positioning. And for Project 7, you're worried about the flank that was still kind of coming through there. Denza needs to pinch in together all 3 members of Signs in and around top window. And this is just impossible. You need to push it out. Mythics is going to find one to make it his 4th. Denza finds another, though. Hold on a second. Depper left in the 1 versus 2. Doesn't find the shots, and he's going to be back down. They're going to need to find it. One of you have to jump on it. How have they turned that around?
I cannot believe they pulled that one out. 18 seconds. 3 versus 3. And somehow they find the kills they need. If he had found that kill onto Mythics, if he had put the bullets into the body, it was over. But we go to round 11 on what was a little bit of a choke there for Signs.
Oh, they were 5-2 up. And now it's 5-5. For all the times we were talking about after map number 1, Signs coming in with that 1 versus 2 from Alpha to send them 1-0 up in this search and destroy. How much momentum that give them. If Project 7 come back here and go 2-0 up, choke the series, it's over.
Well, that might be a sniper bouncing or a little bit of information. Denza in a bit of trouble. Backs off very, very quickly. Mythics gets first blood. Backs off himself. Surely not like this ton.
If he finds himself another kill, I believe the Hellstorm will be in the back pocket as well. Oh, look at Signs. They are searching for an inroad, but I just don't think for a second Project 7 are going to give them anything. Alpha's going to try and make a play through B. Depper might have actually just found a freebie. Push over onto A, and he has done. Very, very confident from Project 7 to just give up that control. They'll fancy the retake in a 4 versus 3. Keep an eye on Alpha, number 5 on the minimap.
They're looking for information. They don't have an awful lot on it.
He's got such good timing.
Oh, Alpha. Surely they might guess this, though. They haven't seen anyone in a while.
They might just hop this.
Could do. They're just not confident. There's a player going up as well. They know that player's going to be, but through the smoke, they get it. It's now a 1 versus 3. Alpha's up top. He's going to go for it. He flies in. He goes down, and that's an unbelievable comeback. How on earth have Project 7 found the depth of soul to do that? 5-2 to 6-5. That is devastating. Synes had it for so long.
Well, look, I don't understand how you can break down that easily. There were so many situations where, again, look, I'll give a lot of credit over to P7 to bring that one back. They've done phenomenally there. And all the way through, I talked about rounds that it felt like they were losing rather than Synes were winning. But when you're 5-2 up, commanding position, couple of different occasions as well, where you had the advantage in numbers, you had a bomb down, and you've somehow let them come back from 5-2 down. 6-5 on exposure. Project 7 2-0 to the good and are screaming their way here into a losers bracket final. That was a hell of a comeback and a hell of a breakdown.
There's that one again. I've watched that several times on the replays. And even worse, when you watch it when he picks it up, it is a 7.5, but ticks to 7.4 on that instant. And there's always been that question, right? So this is, while we're going through this here, historically, it's been 7.5, but there have been games where the animation and the pickup sequence have ever so slightly changed how that works. Okay, it's not ever been by a lot here, but it has ever so minutely changed over time. And it's always controversial when you see an ending like that, because it technically says 0.0, but the bomb does not go off.
Ugh. P7 might be a little bit sick looking back at that first round, but I don't think they'll really give too much of a monkeys, to be honest with you. Really, really nice comeback. And that was the one. That was the one where they're 5-4 up. Signs you think, all right, we'll close this one out. We tie things up here. We head into a overload with the series at 1 apiece. Nope. Turns out you're 2-0 down as we stay on exposure and go to overload. Signs with their backs well and truly up against the wall now. That is extremely, extremely tough to take.
I don't even know how you really quantify that in terms of the mental fortitude it will now take for Synes to come back into this series. Hardpoint went against them, very much so. Going into that S&D, the 1 versus 2 with the 0.0 seconds clutch onto the defuse, they were riding high, and they rode that high all the way to 5-2. But the map ended 6-5. I'm fairly certain in that last round, everybody was clenched so tight they're about an inch taller. But it is just a ridiculous turn of events that may put Project 7 in the driving seat into the lower finals.
When you headed to an overload on exposure, that is just typically not a map played at all by Synes, and it's a 2-0 record for the side of P7. I mean, they've got to be feeling phenomenally confident heading into this now. P7 a 3-0 their previous game in a close series. This, well, the first map certainly wasn't as close as the first series of the day that they had. Map number 2 was, but is map number 3 going to be the case? I'm not too sure. Look, I mean, this is 100% P7's to lose now. Synes will be looking at that map number 2 and think that that was your lifeline back into the series after kind of being battered around Colossus. I kind of questioned at the top of this series coming up, is that, like, what was the ceiling for Synes? They beat P7 before. They beat a lot of good teams to get themselves in the position they were in. I think they need some time still. They, well, have time to bring it back in this series as well, but not quite the finished product for an elite team here in EMEA just yet.
Well, we're going to find out. Overload still right upon us. Going back to exposure. Does this one play out now as a 3-0? We didn't think it would. We thought maybe there was some length in this game, but that is about as almost as bad of a loss you can take in S&D. Of course, you could be full sail, but it's still pretty bad.
These things do happen. These things do happen. I mean, in absolute fairness, I think they'll kind of... I think if you were a Project 7 fan, you'd sort of say, well, round number 1, we never should have lost, and it should have been a pretty comfortable 6-4. But I don't think they'd be feeling that way, to be honest with you. I think Synes would have forgot all about it and just had their ability to not hold on to anything here, Brycey. That's ultimately why they didn't win that Search and Destroy.
It certainly is. Well, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, though, map 3 of this series will be on our screens. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a minute. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back. We are in a wonderful game here, and it is 2-0 to Project 7, but mostly because Synes couldn't get the S&D under control. 5-2 up to a 6-5 loss. Now we go back onto Overload. They've had a minute or two to refresh. Will it be the same old story? Only time will tell. Momentum could very much be on their side, but that's a wonderful nade to stop it. Lucifer just trying to get a couple more kills down here, and if you're Synes, maybe just a couple of kills and a couple of caps could really put you back into this game, because they really won't want to go out of the tournament like this.
Oh, big win there from Dapper, though. All of a sudden, Lucifer and Co being backed up, and just one big counter like that. Dapper with the win over the top. Lands it in as well. There's Alpha. Can you keep the on your side if you're Synes? You're not far away from doing so, but yeah, they've just had control of solar panels and they're making the most of it.
Alpha. Unfortunately, that's where the Razor can fall down just a little bit. D3. Prime position here. Goes for the second one, but it's going to be cut down. But look at the reinforcements flood in. They're going to be trying to stop this push. Devo going straight for it as well. Does fall down. This is getting a little bit dangerous as the kill still managed to mount here on Project 7. D3 going on Overwatch. Bodies trying to push forward. The EMP is dropped once again, and this is where it gets a bit tight here. There's just too many bodies and too many reinforcements to punch through.
Yeah, Project 7 has done the right thing, though, and as did Mythics. Trying to push forward, just trying to keep that pressure on. Not able to quite get it there, though. Needed another wave of kills, but the EMP has not moved that far back with the reset. Gets it. Caught off guard just about by Nodox. This might be a quick transition, to be honest with you. If you can get around this corner, not too bad of a position, but they're trying to give him the old juke. F-dot, not going to work out for him at all. Project 7 are there to pick up the pieces of this one, but it was looking like a... I mean, that's a freebie. It's worked out. They got themselves in the position. Mythics is going to be there for the cross. There you go, 1-1. Project 7 worked that one really nicely.
Oh, Denza going to go down there, and there's 3 down. This relay could be a bit dangerous. Lucifer's on the other side of the map. He's actually on the wrong side of the map for this. Still fighting all the way back here, but this could be a double-edged sword. If the kills go wrong, this is going in. And it has gone wrong. Oh!
Denza!
Hero Denza!
Oh, it's one of those moments where Synes might look back at, and Denza might look back at and say, yeah, I am that guy still. Nadok's dealt with in the middle of the map here as well, and this might just be a counter-attacking opportunity. Seen Lucifer. He's been pushed up for quite some time. This one is all but home. Project 7, 2-1 to the good.
Yeah, they're not even defending. That was a full overextend.
That's a big win as well. I mean, they don't kind of have a freebie through the middle of the map. There was good positioning from Deppa there, but Denza will now start to turn this one around. Lucifer starting to farm them off the respawn. This is not quite a freebie with the positioning that F-Dot's put through. Yeah, hard one for Denza to walk home. So the pressure there from Project 7 again. They definitely seem like the team who know how to play this map just that little bit better. It is really costing Synes right now. Project 7 are kind of pushing and pulling them around the map.
Denza just seems to always be in that kill feed as well. Here comes the next push. I mean, they just don't have the bodies. It's so difficult to get this one home. To the point where this situation, I'd say you gotta wrap it. You gotta get across the other side. Give yourself another opportunity. Here comes the push once again.
It's a harder rap for them defensive team. They're going to be here, but not quite in the numbers that they would have liked to be. Deppa going to get aggressive. Just about finds the MP carrier. Survives as well. Maybe does one better, not quite, but F-Top will get picked up. Sometimes one that if you catch the timing, that wrap back over towards the B side and the window side attack, it can happen pretty quickly. Project 7 though, 4 members now defending. 35 seconds to go.
Nanox trying to take that with the pistol, and this might be a wrap with a few
Alpha.
seconds left to go. They're trying to find it. It's all going to be on Alpha though. Alpha around the back. Finds one. Finds a second. That's clean. Oh, easy in the end. This will tie it up going into the second half, surely.
And that's all on Alpha. Makes the play. Isn't necessarily having the best of maps, yeah, and they may well go for another one here. They're going to force them over towards the backside. It's spawned over towards the solar panel side of the map, which is currently where Synes are set up. Extra time is what we're going to get with the EMP still being in play. Give it a go here for your D3. Deppa finds one on F-Dot. Can he start to punch away through? 24.
They're waiting. One big push. That's what they want. Do they attempt the wrap here? They're just looking for a gap to explode. They've got 10 seconds, so yeah, whichever way he goes now, he's got to commit to. Oh, and down he goes. Half time.
Really good work from Synes, to be honest. It felt like they were on the back foot the majority of that overload, but they somehow come out of the back end of it with a 2-2 scoreline. Everything evened up. Especially when you're seeing like Lucifer in these positions. Mythic's over on the other side, I believe. Just farming them off the respawn, sending them back. Just controlling the map. And honestly, I think it was just... Honestly, there was a moment where it was maybe a little bit overzealous, where both of them pushing both sides, so it's hard to like, determine where the opposition are spawning. Difficult to say the least, but 2-2 at the half. What can Project 7 do? Big play from Alpha there towards the back end of things to get that second one. Big flank came through. He's not having his best map, but those 2 kills are worth their weight in gold.
A lot of fighting in the middle of the map here.
Got shots.
Mythics makes this gun look way more controllable than I feel like it is sometimes.
Well, I remember when it got buffed for the first time, and I was wondering how on earth I'm still going to use the M15, but Mythic's making it look easy now. 5 spree, 6th about to be added potentially. He's just trying to be a pain necessarily, you know. He's trying to move forward. His teammates losing those gunfights in the middle of the map. He's going to make it all for nothing. Still though, pressure is on here from Project 7. Synes just trying their best to deal with it.
He still hasn't moved. It's still not dangerous until this point, and as soon as F-Dot grabs it, he goes down. There's the kills you don't want here, but Mythix is around the back. He'll be trying to get a couple of kills here now to slow the pressure coming through. 12 health in the Dream. He goes down as well. The tide is turning here for Synes. But nobody can get this EMP moving in a successful manner.
Deppers went for a big flank here. He should be able to shut something down in the middle of the map. Hold on a second. How is F. alive? How is he running?
Oh.
And how has he got a potential opportunity here? Synes should be able to get across, I think. And do. They aren't going to be able to get this one away. And they may well have an opportunity here if they can win a couple of gunfights. But sorry, Lucifer is here. 3 in a row. And now Mythics is in a good position to just block this one away. He's going to go for the cuts. They're not reading the player who got on the point. It's a big gunfight win from Alpha. Defense from Synes may well be here, but the numbers are here from Project 7 as well.
They're trying to get over. They're trying to get over. Lucifer's like, I need a gun. I've only got a pistol. It's not going to be enough. And they are just trying to punch it home. Just becomes difficult. You know you've got to cover the angles. You feel so close to it. You want to dive it in. But it is a bit of a deadlock. A stalemate between these two. Trying to move the EMP forward. A very much back and forth game.
That's a big kill. Must have been come through. Lucifer is the one that's credited with it. And the game, they've got a lead blocker there. It just feels as if the... Oh, you just don't need to push up that far for Depper. That's a freebie. Yeah, all the way through. Denza is there. He picks up the pieces, and they can maybe relay something here. It's going to spawn over towards the solar panel side. Lucifer going to force them to spawn closer over towards there. Trying to get something going. Gets a little bit of bad timing. Mythic's not quite able to get himself going here either, Brycey. Yeah, Synes are going to survive this.
Alpha just got a little bit lucky. Nobody looked at him in that corner, and got to be careful. Nate going out caused a lot of issues for them, and D3 will go down because of it. Alpha in the corner. He's just trying to play these kills. Find enough of them. There's a second one. He's on a bit of a 4 streak now, and if he continues this, it might be trouble. But Project 7 are killing all of his teammates, and down that EMP he goes. Tried to make a bold play there, Ton.
Tried it, but is it getting the desperation time with 1:40 on the clock? And shots coming in from Depper. That's going to force Project 7 to go the other side. Mythics finds 2. Alpha finds 1 to answer things back, and that's an important kill for Alpha to find. Because now they can get things going, and all of a sudden the pressure's on the other foot. Project 7, oh, Alpha just maybe heated up a little bit. You can just take that step forward and keep your foot down. Lucifer, Mythics cleaning up shop, and now they can get things moving as well.
Keep moving that EMP. Mythics will clean. Goes down for the second, though. Big gunfight out. You are right, Alpha is shooting. How has nobody died in that gunfight? Finally cleaned up. All the way in the back pressure. F. here.
Yeah, B's really open. F. forced to spawns over towards the other side. Needs to watch the crossover towards railings. That is a ridiculous gunfight win from Depper. Lucifer deals with him. Denza over the top. We'll have the pistol kill. And we will have ourselves a 4-2 lead as well. P7 looking good.
40 seconds to go. 3 down already, though. They need to pick up the EMP and get it moving. Players already now moving into the backfield for Synes. They want this. D3 going to be here as well, but Lucifer with a massive kill. Shuts down the blocker. Puts them in a horrible position. The nades are already going to fly through, and that has gone in.
Kill going to come through. 23 seconds. Synes must pick up this EMP. They must get control first, though. They have time to do so. They've gone for the pickup almost immediately. D3 after all working well together. Denza will find it. This should be Project 7's to lose.
Oh, they might go defensive here. Lucifer out towards the front. F. might even just run away here. No, it's going to be picked up. They have an overtime, but it doesn't matter. That bomb is now back down. And Project 7 walk away with the overload. It's a 3-0 series in everything. But oh my goodness, these maps were so close.
I mean, yeah, apart from map number 1, very, very close game. But realistically, Synes will look back on this one and sort of say, how on earth did we lose the search and destroy? Yeah, 5-2 up in this kind of position. You've got to make sure you close them out to give yourself a chance in this series. Ultimately, they will lose it 3-0. But they will feel aggrieved by that one. But give credit over towards P7. They were absolutely fantastic. They will advance through to tomorrow, and we have our top 3 teams, Bryce.
They certainly will, and hey, sometimes you just need to get it over the line. You can tell that Lucifer was having a wonderful game. I mean, damaged by Mythics as well, and F. Sometimes they really do the work here. I mean, I feel like Denza constantly flies under the radar here, but he's just having very solid games.
Yeah, and honestly, for me, when it does come down to Denza, it's trying not to look at the amount of kills that he has, but the impactful ones that he's making. And I recall, like, 4 or 5 times where the kills that he's making make massive differences. Not necessarily just in one map, but across the series. And he might be saying only 4 or 5 times, but the times that we get to see, of course. But for him to find those crucial kills like the pistol kill that lands in what may well be the 3rd one here. The moment over towards back P2 on Colossus. I mean, this was it here. Yeah, this lands it through. Look, there's 2 just to be the lead blocker for Lucifer. And he's the one that sets it up over towards the 4th one that lands through for Project 7 as well. Influential moments. Tenza was very good today. Here's that 4th, and that pretty much solidified the game. Incredible work, Project 7. Just seem to have this steely determination about them, Bryce. They won both their games 3-0 today, but not without trials and tribulations, right? I mean, they had to come back from 5-2 down in that search and destroy, arguably a closer series in their first series of the day as well. Up against Hybrid Nations. But a really, really good day for Project 7. That's 6 maps won, 6 maps played. And they go through to an elimination final up against Rock Esports, who, well, they lost 3-0 against just last week, but hey, they'll be fancying themselves now. Be feeling very confident after today's outgoings.
Yeah, well, I'll be looking forward to that one. I mean, that is certainly going to be a very good game. You are right, revenge on the Khans, but hey, they've lost before. Maybe they will lose again. Who really knows? I do know that our top 3 will be determined tomorrow, Ton, and we very much look forward to it. But that's not all, because we also have North America winging its way towards us. That is coming up right after the break that we're going to see. So, Ton, if I had to put it on you now, who would be your favourite for EU to take the win tomorrow?
Look, it's an easy answer in the sense that it is Clutch Rayn. They're in that grand finals with the advantage, but honestly, we said at the start of the season, are these our top 3 teams? Probably. I think we said Clutch Rayn, we said P7 Rock going to be in and amongst the mix. We definitely have a determined top 3 set here in EMEA, and well, we're going to figure out which order they're going to be in tomorrow.
We certainly will. Well, like I said before, more Call of Duty action coming up from North America. But that is coming up after this break, where they'll find their own top 3. So you've got 3 wonderful sets of games to come. But for EU, that'll be all for tonight. We will see you tomorrow with the conclusion of the Elite Stage 1. But thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time.
Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your back-to-back Challengers champion.
Nobody cut him down.
Oh my
Everybody
God.
finds 3.
Henry, who gets the good timing over by the bar. He's able to find number 3.
Oh, good movement from Mamba. Keeps the killing spree alive. Down low. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Lost for a minute, but I'm back. Now I'm at the top and they be asking where I'm at.
Man, if that doesn't get your heartbeat pumping, your pulse quickening, I don't know what will. Welcome back, everybody, to the North American portion of the Call of Duty Challengers Elite here in Season 1. We're in some deeper parts of the bracket, and tonight's games are only going to continue all of the action that we saw from EMEA earlier. My name's Dandro, one half of the duo, bringing you all the energy here today, but I can't do it without my best friend, Mr. Enigma Cass. Enigma, we got some bangers on slate for us here tonight.
Oh, we most certainly do. And all the teams that have gotten here are the best 6 teams. The Gauntlet has made sure of that, but we'll be whittling it down to 3. I couldn't be more excited than to do all of that alongside you, my friend.
Well, let's talk about the maps that we have going on here tonight. Kicking us off here on the Alpha stream, we are going to have the Telluride Bush going up against 5 Fears. Can they keep their run going? That's the question on everybody's mind. On the other side, though, down in our Bravo stream, we have the Battle of the Birds, as I'm calling it. Falcon Academy White taking on Falcons Academy Green. Both of those teams trying to keep their life alive in the Elimination Round 2. But on the winners final, man, I don't know if it could get better than this, but with 4 Fun Esports taking on Project Notorious.
Yeah, absolutely. Project Notorious, of course, being my pick to see this whole thing out, and a lot of people's favorites, but For Fun are pulling off a Cinderella run of their own. They shouldn't have even made the Elite. Had to upset Bush Gaming to get here, and they've done incredible things to make it all the way to winners final, and you're going to see that on your screen. It's been a journey of Game 5s for them, as you're going to look there on your far left and see they beat the Huntsman, and then 5 Fears to book themselves that ticket to Project Notorious in the winners final. For Project Notorious, they had to reverse sweep last time, and then it's been pretty clean throughout most of the Elite for that squad, to be completely honest. Now everything else sitting in front of your very eyes.
A little bit of a hiccup there. Winners round 2 going to that game number 5 against Falcons Academy Green. But that's what has me so excited for tonight, because when we look at this bracket, right, we're looking at teams like Telluride Bush and Falcons Academy Green, who have already faced each other in this tournament already. It was Falcons Academy Green in a 3-0 over the Bush. But guess what? It is not going to end there, because every game will matter, right? It's just going to be really kind of curious. Do we see some of these teams? Have they gone back to the drawing board? Have they looked at some of their matches from last week and are coming in with new strategies? That's something that you and I are always looking at, of like, how are some of these teams looking week over week? I think for some of these squads, they are definitely, feels like they're picking up the pieces they need to become better and better. For others, they're definitely a step behind.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's all about how this works at this point. You've got to be able to VOD review a lot of these squads. I mean, Notorious, they have 3 different coaches at the end of the day. You got to be putting all that brain mass to use and making sure that you're coming out, fixing all the small gaps, plugging all your holes, ensuring that you are the strongest team on the day. Call of Duty, it can be anyone's day on any given day. And so for all these teams now, it's the opportunity to make that run happen. Have you figured out where you're best, where you're weakest? Well, we're going to get to talk all about the different strengths and weaknesses of these teams that are going to be lining up in front of us. And of course, some Academy White highlights to stars early. This team have a couple of interesting storylines Jimmy said about them coming into the Elite. They were a really strong team start of the season, started to slide a little bit, wobbled a lot in group stages. Thankfully, we saw improvements last week from none other than Arcites and Priesta in the respawns. They really needed that. And then for that team as well, it's a case of someone help Paul X when it comes to S&D. Dear God, that guy is frying, rocking a 1.31 across the whole of the Elite. Everybody else negative. And that doesn't tell you exactly why they're 2-5 in that mode. I don't know what will.
Yeah, very exciting to watch this team. This has been a team, like you mentioned, that has really shown some improvements. But the thing is, Enigma, with a roster like this, I would expect to see improvements with 3 of these members being RC's, Pollux, and Priesta. And then you have, of course, Saudi Rayn Plater, King Abadi, rounding it on out. But let's talk about their opposition a little bit. Their sister team, Falcons Academy Green. This has sort of been, I think, maybe the next best team that we've had in North America. And it's a little bit surprising to see them down here into the losers bracket. Of course, getting knocked down from that Project Notorious roster. And really, this just feels like all of these players have figured out a system and how they want to play together, right? Asim's been in the Challengers pit for a while. He's a veteran of the scene. He's going to know how to lead some of these young guns like QK and Rupert to victory that's there. But I think when we kind of talk about some of the players on this team, Enigma, I'm really looking at QK and Rupert mainly because they're the ones that are really showing up match over match.
I think Rupert's got a little bit more to do, but I would agree with you fully when it comes to Roxas. He's having himself a hell of an elite and proving that he deserves to be here alongside the talent that he's with. This team is an interesting one when it comes to Falcons Green. Their Hardpoint is glorious. Their Overload, it's okay. It's here and there. Their S&D is fantastic in Game 2. They go 6-1 so far through the elite when it comes to Game 2s. But if they make a Game 5, it is a curse for them. They're 0-3 in that department. They gotta fix that if you're going to start to see those Game 5s and make your way deeper into this tournament.
I mean, when we kind of look at our slate of games here tonight, that was one I was really excited about, right? Because not only is it these two sister teams battling it out, but it's also kind of these two teams that are really trying to showcase that, hey, we are the better Falcons roster, right?
Yeah.
All of these players on both of these squads really trying to make a name for themselves, maybe get a shot at joining the CDL, maybe potentially that Riyadh Falcons that were there. But let's talk about some of the games that I know a lot of our viewers are here to watch. I know we got a lot of people at home excited. Let's talk about our alpha matchup of the Telluride Bush taking on 5 Fears. Now, the Telluride Bush Enigma, we've talked a lot about this team, but it hasn't been without some question marks. They got to figure out Overload. And even then, on some of those hard points to search and destroys, sometimes it feels like the pieces just aren't clicking.
No, absolutely not. I mean, to exemplify that, in Hardpoint through the season, they are 10-2. In everything else, they are 5-10. So it's obvious where the issues are. The team have got to put in the hard work and the difficult yards behind the scenes. We know that Temps got them grafting right now. They got to make sure that they are getting themselves through these matchups, through second map, through third map, through the fifth, to get themselves. They're a very strong team. We know they blow hot. We know they can blow cold. They've had their ups and downs through this, but it's got to be pretty perfect if they're going to make that Cinderella run from Elimination round 1.
Well, guess what? They are not going to be without some opposition here. They're going to have to heat up if they want to try and take this first match against 5 Fears. Darkside, Eric Boom, Rex, and KB. This is a squad that has been really fun to watch. They kind of Nesloed their way through the group stage, it felt like, in order to get here into the bracket. They've been going to Game 5 against some very, very formidable teams, and you're starting to see a little bit why here. KB with that sniper in hand in the search and destroy has been an absolute monster and has been a very big reason why they're able to sneak away some of these games.
Well, I mean, for fun, heard that S&D win championships and took that stuff very personally. They're putting on in that mode, and honestly, at the minute, they're seeing a lot of Game 5s. If they can find a slight twinkling of gold dust in those Game 5s, something like Rex, for example, finding more of those opening jewels because he's been struggling a little bit there. This team suddenly goes from a squad that's 2-2 in Game 5s to 4-0 and are running away with this season, despite not being very good when it comes to Hardpoint. They're also very impressive when it comes to Overload. But speaking of Rex, he has indeed been nothing but a wrecking ball through this entire relay. An impressive performance. The stats in front of you, ladies and gentlemen, are in playoffs. This isn't walking over the teams that were knocked out in the early stages. These are against the very best. He's putting up a 1.25, making a very solid claim for his place back in the league.
I mean, even just a 1.5 in Hardpoint alone, you are going to be clearing out so much space for your team, allowing you to maneuver around that map. So while, yes, they have been the Neslo roster, are they going to be able to kind of maybe take away one of those hard points, make these series a little bit easier for them? Let's talk about our maps and modes, though, for this matchup here, Enigma. And when we talk about some of these teams and the fast-paced shooters that we have, this is a bang out, I can say that. Colossus Hardpoint into a Colossus Search and Destroy, double exposure on the Overload and Hardpoint. And if we get to that elusive map number 5, we are going to Den and Search and Destroy. Let's talk about this double Colossus to start, though.
Yeah, I mean, early Colossus maybe leans a bit more towards 5 Fears. I mean, quite frankly, Bush are 10-2. They've got a fantastic map pool, but 5 Fears have really enjoyed Blackheart, which we can put these two maps in kind of like the bang out category. So Colossus, though, going to serve us up a bloodbath nice and early. That's got that feeling written all over it. When it comes to the S&D to kick things here, when it comes to the searches, for me, I think you're still looking at 5 Fears a little bit just because they've been the better side in S&D, and Bush have a couple of things to work on there. That being said, those things are improve your first jewels, which at the end of the day, you've had time to practice, and get fire involved in the mix. A 0.69 so far. Everybody else is positive, so it's not as if they're a million miles away. But first map, always the most important. And whether you're a fan of 5 Fears or part of the Unshaven, take a moment for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, because this is where it all kicks off.
You're looking at that man, Cap. has had some superstar performances in these maps in the last couple of weeks, has also had some dubs. Feels like when the Bush can get Cap shooting hot, hitting those routes that we well to know, if they can definitely find themselves on those winning moments in the hard points, right? But here we go. Let's get it started, ladies and gentlemen, here on Colossus into the P1. It's a little bit of bang out here up towards the top, as you can already see some trays starting to go on out. 5 Fears can be the one to slide their way on through as Eric Boom, he finds 2, but guess what? Proloot, he's not going to let that go easy, and then he answers back with 2 of his own. You're just trying to get as much points as you can on this P1, but Enigma, you and I know it's all about that P2 as you start to kind of look your eyes on over. Where do these players start moving? Who can hold some of these rotations?
Let's lean forward dead for Bush. We'll set them up pretty neatly at the 50-yard marker of the map. And, well, bit of a feed that will favor 5 Fears. So what's their play call? Looks like they're going to send 2 players through statue side. Start to push P2, but Fire's already there. Loses that with KB, however. So it's a foot race, and KB wins it yet again. So they're going to be in, but do not have spawn control.
KB, tip of the spear. A couple of huge gunfights will get you some of these back spawns, and you are just continuing to be slippery in the back. Fire. Proloot dropped, and you are just continuing to push on through. You've made this contested here just for a hot second, but you are holding all the right angles that you need to. Dylan Rex up towards the top. He's got to back up. Go ahead. Get the bullets back into the M15. Try and take some of these chows, but it's a great job right now for the defense of 5 Fears. Getting some solid points on the board here into the P2. Telluride Bush, they have to figure out what is the plan. How do you attack this? And it just feels like they're funneling in one by one right now. I mean, you're not really getting any momentum into that point. I think you already got to start thinking about maybe just giving this up and heading on over to P3.
Yeah, I agree with you. And KB, by the way, was the tip of the spear. Then Dylan Rex will be the shield that stops the counter as he held P1 there, that middle of the map. Didn't allow Bush to get through at any point. Played his life when he so required, bought his teammates a lot of time. Rotations to 3 will be made a little bit more difficult. The spark falls off the map, and well, Blue Arrows will get themselves in for this hill. So already, the momentum in the hands of the team in blue. Bush gonna have to figure out a break.
I would like to see this start to collapse in onto this. You're trying to play by 2. You rip KB off the heady. Eric Boom will not get a chance to stand his ground. 2 members of 5 Fears in the back as the Bush. They will be able to make their way onto P3. Proloot trying to hit a little bit of a wrap in the back there. Maybe cause some chaos for those spawns. Will not let that happen though. Bart has been able to move on up. It's been a tough map so far from him, being 3 and 8. Very uncharacteristic of the young man himself, but here's who we're looking at. Capsule 7 and 6. It's a 2-piece to open up the points. He starts to make his way on in. A crucial gunfight. Couple bullets will go errant because of the stun. You're going to lose it, but thankfully your teammates are there here. It's a nice little trade. You'll slide back on in. Fire has the 6th sense going. We'll cut down the player in tunnel, and already you've managed to quell the bleeding if you are the Telluride Bush.
Proloot's gonna have his teammates to thank on that one. Gets over aggressive, flips Eric Boom out. That sets up an easy pinch for 5 Fears. However, Capsule with a big 2-piece, and the rest of his boys all jump in to ensure that you hold on for now and drag yourself back into the matchup. That being said, P3 spawns will be in control for 5 Fears. You get yourself the first hold, but that's a big kill through the middle. Will at least let your boys move forward in reinforcement and start to lay siege.
You're back in the P4. 5 Fears, they are set up. Have to try and make some type of play here. Fire is going to be able to back down the player. Top P1. Teammates are there for the trade. Unfortunately, you'll lose a little bit of the timing. Stun will come on in. Dylan Rex tries to play the heady. It's just not there. And it just feels like Telluride Bush, they cannot get any sort of angle on this map. They can't get any sense of pressure or presence that's here. Finally, it's a little bit of teamwork that will cut down 2 of the 5 Fierce players in the mid. You're starting to bang this one out from the front, but I don't really know if it's working. This is a lot of time for 5 Fierce here on the P4.
Again, another great job of just controlling P1. They did it for the P2, and they've done it yet again. It's just not allowing Bush to find themselves. You called it an angle, a different route anywhere to kind of spread thin and apply pressure. Proloot gets caught on the flank as well, so just complete shots out, but we will go back to P1. Bush are going to have all the presence here, and Proloot, well, he's going to have a lot of company on this outside lane to deal with.
Proloot. Not going to be able to hold. P1 will pop. Spark here. You cut down 1. You catch Rex yet again. You've done the damage that you need. Capsule there for the trade. A good swing, and I think of your cap now. If you can manage to get up in this P1, that'd be great. Or just hold the front line if you can. Unfortunately, you make that wide swing. It's 2 members of 5 Fears who will be able to get the bullets on in, cut you down. Proloot, he's going to bump, trying to fill in from the back. Almost pops a 2-piece. That would surely net you some good time onto the P1, but Telluride Bush, they're not out of this one yet. They're keeping it mixy here on this P1. They are just flying at these points, Enigma, and I'd like to see a little bit better of a setup for the Bush.
I wonder if you just invest in that rotation. You were picked apart by KB last time, so I'm glad to see White Arrows backing off. And, well, that bit of equipment will go absolutely nowhere for Bush. Five Fears get those last kills, and the problem is now on the rotation, you lack the numbers, you're 2v4, and, well, that's how the cookie crumbles. Prolude's going to try and save what he can of this, but the trades are there, and the hill will land in the favor of Five Fears. Can they control it just like they did last time?
Just playing at a little bit of disadvantage if you are the Telluride Bush. Always a 1v2, but you're starting to win these key gunfights from the front. It's Capital for 2. Spark finds Rex. That's 3 dead on the side of Five Fears. And that'll be the opening that you're looking for. Let you set up a defense here on this P2. Keep yourself right back into this game if you can. Eric Boom pops a huge 3-piece in the back as well to help just immediately flip this back into your time with only 25 seconds here on this point. Do you hit ult or do you start setting yourself up for this P3? Five Fears are coming off spawn. They realize they have the right side of the map and they're already starting to make their way on over. Eric Boom, he's set up for new.
Yeah, a little bit worried that you're setting up slightly too early and allowing Bush a route out for free, so you will be able to apply instant pressure, but tunnel control will be from Five Fears, so you've got potential to defend, and that kill will give you a lot of openings.
AB though. AB might have hit the timing. No! Gets read by Cap. You have Fire and Capsule though, playing through that tunnel side. Dark Sides and Dylan Rex are going to turn their attention. You start to see the arrows turn, but Capsule, he's being a little bit too slippery, a little bit too mixy here on that point, but a couple of members of off spawn from Five Fears will be able to help back flood on in, and you're just cleaning up some of these errant players that's here. Eric Boom's doing such a good job in the back here, watching these spawns coming in from the Telluride Bush and not letting them get anywhere close to this P3.
Eric Boom's having himself a map. I feel like he's popped like 3 or 4 different 3-pieces, all impactful kills at the right moments. Talking about 3-pieces, though, Capsule will have one of his own as the Bush break back in an important 20 seconds. Five Fears take this. That gap feels like a big one. Instead, you'll drag yourself neck and neck. Darkside will find one in the back and start to try and control these spawns in for 4. A big, important 4 kills that will now start to flip Bush out the opposite side of the map. You have a lot of space. You have control of the hill. But Bush have been able to break multiple times. Five Fears have to lock this down. It's largely come from mid-map control.
Yeah, and that's what we're going to have to see. It's fire. You have to find a little bit of timing, a little bit of patience. As all Telluride Bush will spawn on in that southern side of the map. They got to play through the ramp side if they can. KB will hold the line from the front though. M15 shooting just a little bit too hot. Drops spark, drops fire. Keeping his head on a swivel. 22 and 11 from the newest addition to this roster, and he is showing why he was picked up. Only a couple more points will let you cross the 200-point threshold, and you are just waiting. Telluride Bush, they don't really have anywhere else to go. All they can do is keep flying at this point from the front here, Enigma. But with KB shooting like this, you maybe need to kind of slow down, collect as a team, and figure out a different strategy.
It's another wonderful job from Five Fears of just controlling that line, just ensuring that Bush are left with no option but to funnel in through the front. Every attempt to flank was burning through Bush time, and Five Fears were happy to just slam the door in their face. So rotation, P1. This has largely been won by Five Fears. Last time out, broke and held cleanly. Needed a bit of Eric Boom magic. KB currently on a 6. He has a Hellstorm to invest for later on. Bush will get themselves in. There will be a TK. But right now, Bush need every single second you can get, and P1's a hard hill to hold.
Yeah, you got to play almost perfect hard point for the rest of the map. It feels like if you are the Telluride Bush, a couple back-to-back hills if you can manage to happen. So as we move on into the third set of rotations here into this map, it is absolutely crucial. The Five Fears, they're just going to keep flying at this P1. Darkside going to be the man up through the top. Brings down Prolude, continuing to look through, but the spawns have flipped towards this other side. You can hold this if maybe you are the Bush, but I'm watching that clock towards the top, and you cannot let this go for free. You still have to hit ult. You still have to at least contest this P1. Otherwise, Five Fears, they are just going to be too close for comfort to winning this game if you can. Eric Boom going to try and do his best to stay up towards the top. Dylan Rex covering it up over the top of the Telluride Bush. They are getting cut down, Enigma. They are going down too fast, and you got to make your way on over to that P2.
Big kill from Spot. That should open up the lane to hit through the front. KB's now just trying to lock down the mid. Eric Boom's got it all to do. Will you have the coverage over from Darkside as well? The answer is no. He falls. You break straight in. If you are the Bush, a desperate one. Much required. KB's going to try and fight for these back spawns, but they're being hunted.
AB at least finds one that's there, gets the reload, hasn't been found out here, is going to still just be being loose in the back, and you've ripped off the members of Telluride Bush from this P2. Those are the final kills that you need. Only 15 more points needed. It's one last hit, and you are the Bush to crack open this one. Dylan Rex, he'll at least be able to find one. You're sliding out. There's two. You have all three members flying in through the front. KB, this is a huge time to find these kills if you can. I don't know if you can, though. 3, dropping a team kill comes on in for the Telluride Bush. Dylan Rex is here, but you're not going to be able to do it. Prolu, it's a huge 2 to keep this map alive for the time being, but it's only 4 seconds needed on this new hill. You have the spawns. You're starting to see 5 Fears. They've already positioned themselves for this P3. You're holding every single time, and name it, this hill's gonna pop, and I don't know if the Bush are gonna have the opportunity to even try and get close to it. Can they? No, they can't. 5 Fears will take the map number 1, the Hardpoint exposure.
No, we said we might get a bang out starting off with a Colossus. We most certainly did. A lot of different things to talk about there, but it was the 5 Fears ability to hold that separated the two teams. Seemed that they were much better on those rotations, winning fights at important transitional moments and locking things down, particularly hills 2 and 4. If it was controlling middle of the map or just basically sitting back and saying, look, you try and play in through lobby, don't worry about it, we'll just swap that away, force you in through the front. Gotta tip my hat big time to Eric Boom. Felt like he had an incredibly impactful map. 32 and 29. That's not going to look huge on everybody's score sheet here on the docket, but 4,200 damage. Let me tell you, every single tick of that was a big part in that scoreline at the top.
I mean, look at the 19 objective kills as well. Just a lot of those kills I feel like are really impactful because you're ensuring that the Telluride Bush are not going to be able to try and take away that hill from you, or you're being that main objective player who's going to kind of slide on in and find the kills that you need. But we had some questions here about the Hardpoint, and then when we came on into this series, and it definitely felt like there was very early on, like the Bush were in it. They were keeping it close every single Hardpoint, right? We didn't see that lead get really more than like 20 points or so, which is kind of nothing in Hardpoint when you think about it. But at some point, this really starts to pull away, and it feels like it's on that second set of rotations where Eric Boom really starts to heat on up, and he is just absolutely shooting. And it's also on this P4 where KB is just unkillable, it feels like, and they soak up a lot of time.
Yeah, I think KB set the tone early. I said I wanted to see a bit more from him, particularly in Hardpoint. Well, he sure shut me up here in map 1 as we get to see some of those ridiculous statistics on the score sheet. But it was him instantly breaking in, fighting for those spawns, just trying to control so much of the map. Again, being impactful with them. But you're right in the sense if it was that P3 to P4, great double set of hills in the second set of rotations for 5 Fears. Think Eric Boom does all that work that he does over at P3, even just buying time, staying alive, let his teammates soak. But then P4, that hole, again, just talking about how they spread the line really thin, did a great job of forcing Bush to play through the front, and nobody wants to be there.
No, absolutely not. But hey, if you are the Telluride Bush, maybe take a little bit of a breather here, because it's the nice part about our series, right? We're getting right ahead on into this search and destroy. It's the exact same map that we are staying on there, right? So I'll be very curious, because let's talk about some of the Telluride Bush players, right? Let's talk about Spart just a little bit, because there are some stats here, how he lines up with KB in the search and destroy, my friend. And when we look at that opening duel percentage, Spart, he's winning it more than he's losing it. And I wonder if that'll be the key to success for Telluride Bush here in map number 2.
Yeah, and that's a big change in fortunes actually for Spar. Was struggling a hell of a lot when it came to the group stages, stepped it up big time, as the sheet shows you, when it comes to playoffs. So that's him fixing a couple of things he needs to do, and that's important because these two teams are literally 5 Fears is number 1 out of the 6 remaining teams when it comes to opening duel percentage. Bush are last, so we can tell you exactly how this might play out, but have Bush put in the time to make sure they're starting off S&D rounds correctly. If they have, this becomes a much more interesting matchup, because again, this map in particular doesn't really suit either team. They've both had a rep or two on it, sure, but there's nothing really swinging that balance either way for me. But while we try and get that loaded up and figure out what they're doing, why don't we tune into a different S&D over in the Falcons Derby on Bravo.
Okay, and actually, as we come on in, Falcons Academy White able to take that first hard point, going up 1-0 in this series. So Falcons Academy Green, they've been great at search and destroy. They've been on the lock with these map number 2s. You're starting to see a little bit why. QK is going to be playing on this outside. Snipe in hand. Do you find anybody just yet? A scene with Bomb just kind of slowly making his way through the tunnel. Very strong defensive strat right now for Falcons Academy White. They'll give up a lot of space here, but you don't really have to worry too much about it. You Yeah, a couple players, though. 3 from Falcons Academy White are trying to play on top of this bomb. Asim, he's ducking, he's diving, he's trying to stay alive. It will be a trade 1-for-1 to put you into the 3v3. As Roxas, he's going to be here, but that scuffle might be enough to kind of spook Falcons Academy White. Up towards P1. Rupert gets found, has to back on up, but clock's ticking, Enigma. I don't know if you're going to have time to get this bomb down. A site does become clear. This QK comment. Oh.
Just over the top, Roxas going to try and trade that out. We'll find Paulex on his backside and somehow doesn't win it. And his Paulex gets the next as well. It's going to be a glorious final kill cam to watch. Superb work from him. Was talking beforehand. Someone needs to help him out when it comes to S&D. 1.3 for the season. Moments like this show you why. I mean, Rupert is going to be one shot to clean that up. But unfortunate there for Falcons Green. You end up in a situation, Asim's trying to play the bomb forward. It's just as Roxas ducks away, so he doesn't have the coverage. Roxas gets there just in time to technically get the blood, but instantly traded means it's ineffective. And as such, Falcons White very then proactive to wrap the bomb. Good stuff from them.
Yeah, I really like the defensive setup that really came out of them. Said, hey, we'll give you all this space on the map. We kind of don't really care, right? They were a little bit more heavier on the A site. They get that scuffle. It's a trade 1-for-1, and they just back up, right? They don't have to scam. They don't have to kind of throw anything a little bit extra if they don't need to. And it seems like a little bit of a same situation here on the offensive side. So patience coming out from Falcons Academy White is Prisa trying to gain any amount of info with this wall hop here. Will not have anything, but I like this. They're moving as a unit, all pushing forward. And the question is, do you try and just hit this A bomb site, or are you going to wrap back through tunnel? We can see how long we're going to go there. But if you want to keep watching this round, make sure that you are checking out the streams over on youtube.com/COD Challengers. This is the Bravo stream with the Falcons Academy Green versus Falcons Academy White. But I do believe we have the S&D from that alpha matchup. Getting ready to hop back on in on over with it. So we'll maybe let this round play out.
And King of Body there will just back one down. Great work. Then give him the space to get down the bomb. And well, it's not even needed in the end because Paulex and RCTs spread themselves nice and wide. Draw up a net. Welcome the rest of their sister team into it. Great little finish. And yeah, that threw me first. I don't know where the hell is that on the map. It's
a very cinematic hold there that we see in prone.
Falcon skin very pretty as well, by the way. Great work over there.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, go ahead to Paulex leading 4-0 in the lobby. Great stuff from him.
Yeah.
Also finding those bloods right now. Falcons Green, they need to find an answer, and very quickly. You do not want Falcons White to start getting a bit of a lead. They're getting so good in game twos. They've been pretty much unstoppable here all elite long.
RCD saying, paint me like one of your French girls.
Excuse me.
Titanic reference. Say okay. Continue to holding on through. Falcons Academy White. Yet again, holding this defensive posture here, Enigma. I like it. They're forcing Falcons Academy Green to make some type of play. They don't have to force the issue right now. They say, we're comfortable playing our ankles. You got to start making your way on over here. You got our cities holding this A side. You got some players holding this top mid. Priesta's looking over B. Like, kind of have all your bases covered, and as long as you can just keep your life, that's huge. But QK, he's gonna be the one to open it with us on up. Asim is there as well, and just like that, 3 players from Falcons Academy White will drop. You're putting Preset into a 1v3. Ooh, M15 gets a little hot there. I thought he was about to pull off the 2-piece and put him in the 1v1, but snaps coming on in from Roxas.
Felt like one of those moments for Priest. You jump the fence expecting one. Suddenly your eyes light up seeing the second, and you're a little bit neither here nor there. You got it between both. You do enough to finally finish off the first. The second will trade you out just about in time. Misspoke a moment ago, by the way. It is, in fact, Falcons Green that are brilliant when it comes to game 2. So they desperately don't want to lose this. If they were to, they'd have to definitely see a map 5 in order to try and close out the series. And as we said at the top of the show, they're 0-3 there. So huge map, and Green needed that round.
Keep themselves in it. Won't let this one get away from them. Showing some signs of life here, but RCD's on the hop up. Will cut down Rupert. Immediately at the start of the round, that'll put Falcons Academy Green into the 3v4. Steam, though, he might be able to find a nice little timing. He gets shots onto one, but Priest is there for the hop up. He's gonna get dropped to low HP. Has to back on up, but will get found out by RCD's. A great timing right now. Falcons Academy White moving as a unit. QK tries to hold the line at the A bomb, but the trades are in. It's just Roxas. the lone Falcons Academy green player trying to play defense here, but you're looking at this back P2 side. You're trying to make sure that nobody's at A bomb, so you might just let them get this plant at B and then try and play some type of retake. Now, my question is, Enigma, Falcons Academy White, they've been playing really good as a unit. Do you even have an opportunity to try and take this as a series of 1v1s? Nope, you don't. You're just going to get absolutely gunned out your boots. Arcades, we know he's a shooter for a reason. Putting it on display.
We talked at the top of the show a little bit about how Arcades and Priesta improved a lot last week. They struggled big time through group stages. Not sure what was up with them, but stepped it up, particularly in playoffs. And you're seeing that Arcades is feeling himself inside this map too. A great sign for anyone who's a fan of Falcons White. But we're going to head on over to the Alpha matchup. Bush, 5 Fears, we're off underway. Staying on Colossus S&D.
You guys want to continue watching that matchup, head on over youtube.com/COD Challengers. It is on the Bravo stream, but here on Alpha, we want to watch this S&D go down because it was 5 Fears who came out shooting on this map in Hardpoint. And the Telluride Bush answered back. Capsule, smoke at his feet, doing such a good job of do-si-doing in and around there. And Telluride Bush, they take a breath after that Hardpoint, come back swinging. They're going to take the first round in the search and destroy.
I love it. This is, again, we've got to fix up those opening engagements when it comes to being the Bush. And one of the things that we really wanted to see was a collective hit off the start. It is brave, bold, and leaves 5 Fears, quite frankly, shook. They had one player playing on the outside lane. They backed off immediately, begged for help. That help did get there, and it got slaughtered. So the start that Bush Gaming need puts them one up. But, of course, now 5 Fears opportunities to dictate exactly where this bomb will go. And that has so much power. Allows you to play your strategy and force the opposing team to react.
Well, 5 Fears now on the offensive side. Gonna try and do something on their own. You're seeing a couple early nades come on out as KB will try and just slide around this backside, maybe looking for any amount of info. You got Air Boom below you. If anybody dares to throw a shoulder onto this side, they will get cut down, but Capsule will find his third yet again here. You're seeing some of these shots come on out as KB is playing this heady beautifully. Your Capsule, you don't have to expose yourself here if you don't need to, but KB will be able to find him on that P3 side. So you've opened up sort of this B bomb lane if you want. You've brought this back into a 3v3. You've opened up the map just a little bit. How do you start to move this bomb if you are 5 Fears?
I think Rex spotted Proloop, but did Proloop spot Rex? That's the question. Either way, they'll give each other just enough space for now. 5 Fears looking to move that bomb through tunnel. Does Spart see this coming? Or is he about to get overrun?
Shots. Spart tries to do his best on bomb. Prolude there for the trade, though. Telluride Bush doing a great job making sure in these engagements that they are always at least coming out with one. That's there. You throw the shoulder. Dylan Rex. The shots are a little too straight, though, but do they know where Prolude is? You only have so many seconds to get this bomb down. They're starting to move on over, and he might make this read that it's pushing. Do you find the timing? Jumps on out. He sees one. He doesn't even need to shoot. He slides on out. Dylan Rex drop. That's bomb down. You're going to have no opportunity to get there. But that's not until at the final moments you slide on out and you find Proloop. I thought he had it. I thought he did. KB.
Says no information. Look at him. You're going to shoot him in his back because Proloop isn't sure where KB slipped off to. I think Proloop actually spots KB in the back initially, decides not to engage him, so he thinks that KB is going to wrap back through the deeper side of lobby there, those P2 spawn side, and it just sells him short. That's unfortunate. Could have been a glorious clutch. Wow. It must have been 1 second in it. Either way, great plays and counter plays from both teams. Like what 5 Fears attempted to do, like how Bush responded. What do you got this time? No big hit coming out. Goes to 3 set nades and set up your early positions.
This is very different than the Colossus S&D we're seeing from Bush as we watched versus Omit Brooklyn, right? It was sort of always these bang outs in the middle of the map that we were watching them try and win somehow. Now it feels like they have a little bit better strategy of what they want to do. Arlu's going to hold this P1 side. Takes a little bit more damage than he would like. We'll back on up. Calls for some reinforcements. 2 players. Trying to hold this stair side. Capsule's here. Get any info that you want, any sound cues, anything you're looking for. But 3 mares from 5 Fears. They're going to continue to push to the back. Fire will find 1, but at least here the trades are there. You only have 3 members remaining. 3v3, bomb getting planted. That's a timer on the round. Proloop. Now trying to look up towards that P1. Look at how 5 Fears is moving around this map here, Enigma. They're playing together as a unit. They're pushing on over towards that bomb. Prolo, he's going to get the info, though. Backs on down. Do you try and play this wrap? You might have given them too much space. They might hop this bomb here if you're not careful. It's exactly what's going to go through. Eric Boom, he hops on the bomb, but Spart, the shots are too there. Can Capital find him in the back? I think you might be able to. You can. Telluride, Bush, they get the bomb. They back on off and play a beautiful retake of the site.
It's beautiful, sure, but it's heart and mouth. I was very nervous for a moment. They give up that site entirely. 5 Fears swarm it. I think the only thing is you just lose that initial engagement if you are 5 Fears and KB. He'd gone for a very intelligent late collapse. The problem is what he needs in order for that to work is his teammates to stay alive on the bomb. None of that happened, so KB gets caught nice and easy. But Bush, they, made that interesting. Probably harder than they needed to, but they get it done in the end. All 3 first blood so far as well. A significant improvement. What can you do here on the defense? Can you finally hold out?
Telluride Bush is looking a little bit more calm, it feels like, in this series. It feels like they have a little bit better idea of the strategies of how they want to play this map. Some aggression coming out here, though, in the round number 4. Fire, you got to be careful here. You might find yourself on the other side of KB's gun if you're not careful. Dylan Rex gets back down. And 5 Fears just continuing to group on this side. How do you want to maneuver through this map? You got 2 players of the Bush over on this A bomb site, but Spart with the sniper in hand finds one, and that's what you're looking for. They were trying to make this movement over towards A, but the sniper is going to create too much pressure. Now got to go back through top mid. Prolu with the hop up. Get some good shots on the Dylan Rex. We'll back him on down. Do you expect the other push here? KB not able to finish his food. Prolu and Spart doing such a good job playing together. They might be able to hit a different angle. And Capsule, he might find the timing. He's just keeping this one mixy. Timer's ticking down, Enigma. 5 Fears, they are losing their opportunity to get this rock down. Fire gets dropped, though.
Prolu's on the wrap through the backside. Spart's just trying to hold it, allow it to activate. And he gets there just about.
Nice. Nice. Eric Boom. Ooh. I had hope for like a hot second. There's like a 5% of me that thought Eric Boom was about to do something crazy. But Spart has a Jaeger and takes him down off bomb. I like it.
Spart will also keep the VS Recon in. No life given up. I was a little bit nervous again. You get that opening pick. Great work by Spart. But then I felt like you were a little bit overeager to chow in mid there, and I'm worried that Fire gives up his life a little easy, but I love the flank coming in. Prolute just wraps all the way through, very proactive on it, knows where that hit's going to be coming through for 5 Fears, sets up that pinch, and Spart just holds, just waits and says, okay, well, if anyone's going to chow me, they're going to have to walk straight in front of this scope, and I know what I'm doing with the boomstick. So good teamwork, and you said it yourself. Looks like they're in control. It certainly has that vibe to it. Obviously, we've cursed many a team before, but this is a great start.
Definitely felt like the Bush was like trying to push them over towards that A side, right? We're seeing a lot of mixy plays going on in there. So will they continue to ride that momentum? Capsule will claim first blood in this round, taking down Eric Boom. That's a huge kill very early on, and well, you're gonna get the flak notification there, so you know that your nade tagged somebody in that back, and it's just a full wrap back to B. I love this. You get your pick over on A side, you get the confirmation there are players on over here, and now you just gotta wait for this Dylan Rex. He's got to make his way on out. Somehow he's able to stay alive, and you see the rest of those arrows from 5 Fears. They turn on over towards this bomb site. I'm not going down just yet. You are waiting for them to slide on out, but you line up for him. Fire, Prolute, they get dropped, and it's just down all to Spartan Cap. You had the positioning, you had everything you wanted, but just like that, it's maybe a little bit too aggressive of a chow. Thankfully, Spart will find Dylan Rex, even this one back up on into a 2v2. Bomb has been picked up. Do you try and plant to B, or do you wrap back to A? And we're seeing Telluride Bush on the move.
They're going to meet. They're going to meet. Oh, no. The one goes over, one goes under. Do you hear each other, though? That's the question. Looks like the answer is no, but that should be the heads up. Bomb's going towards A. Or is it? Bush might shift this yet again. A bit of a bluff. And Cap should get it down.
This is one of those second guess on second guess on second guess. Bomb gets down, but Spart is immediately traded on out, and you can't manage to hold the line. Telluride Bush do everything right up until this point where they basically just let 5 Fears take this whole backside of the spawn.
I think, honestly, 5 Fears, they do a very good job there of just triple challenging. They swing wide. They commit to it. They understand that what we need to do right now is drag a body down. We let them plant with the numbers advantage. This is going to be a very difficult round to turn, so let's figure this out right now. Swing, not only find one, but find a second who's trapped by the container here. Spart does very well, though. to find the second trade in Dylan Rex, leaves him trapped outside. But then again, just very proactive stuff from 5 Fears. You can see why they're strong in S&D. Very much so on the move. And despite Bush's best efforts to discombobulate, they get there just in the nick of time. They read what's going on around the map.
Yeah, I like how you see Dylan Rex. He takes a couple of those early shots, and he gets out with his life, and you watch the arrows of 5 Fears. It's just the immediately turn from the other two teammates to come on over and help out with that side. Some really decisive movements there from 5 Fears. That's, I think, helping them win some of these rounds that maybe otherwise should be going the Telluride Bush way. Keeps them into this game. And you're making that happen even so on the attack even more with a nice early first blood. But it's a pinstripe kill feed all the way down into a 1v2 here for Fire. And he has no opportunity to try and shoot back. It's a hop up through the P1. 5 Fears hot off that last round. It's a quick answer back, and they tie up 3-3.
Yeah, I might put out a call to apologize to Jersey Jerry and the Unshaven, because I spoke 2 rounds ago about how it felt like Bush had a plan and were in complete control. That is suddenly turned on its head. 3-3. 5 Fears looking glorious, and also you've just removed Spart's sniper off the map twice. So that shouldn't be making another appearance. As such, now all hangs in the balance, but momentum with the boys in blue. They are a team that have had no issues with S&D, especially off the back of Eric Boom and KB, who are delivering here.
Have we seen KB pull out the snipe yet? Is my question. I don't think we have. So we'll have to see if maybe that's in the back pocket for any of these rounds to help you hold it in. And well, speak of the devil, it's KB with a VS Recon in hand, holding the B-bomb lane. He's going to get at least one shot off. Will manage to play his life. Gets back on down. He's forced this push on over to A, but Eric Boom will hop on up. Is good for one. Trades are there. Dark side through tunnel will get dropped by Capsule. Blink of an eye. It's now just KB against Cap and Fire. Has a recon, but we'll pick up an M15 off the ground as well. If he can manage to somehow pull this out, this would be a huge swing round in their favor, but bomb is down on this side. You see both players from Telluride Bush. They got to work here together, Enigma.
At least they are hand in hand.
See though, I'm picking Capsule is here. You get the shots. Is the wall bang enough? No, but I like it. You're playing 2x2, and you'll sneak him on out. You'll smell him. The blood in the water. Telluride Bush after 2 quick round wins from 5 Fears. All right, they level set. Feels like they brought it back. The pendulum is swinging in this battle right now.
It's all over the place. But you restabilize, cauterize the wound, and that will now give you the advantage yet again as we enter the back half of this search and destroy. 1 sniper removed from 5 Fears. KB, are you bringing it to the table for potentially one last time? The answer is no. I'm going to save it for a different play. I wonder if there's a quicker hit coming through here. Bush leading 6-1, by the way, in first bloods. Very much so taking command early.
Maybe saving it for that next defensive round, just in case. But I don't know how much more you have of those. Pro's going to pop his head on up. KB, M15 will shoot you on back. As you've taken control of this A site, if you are 5 Fears right now. So you have to manage to wake your way back on over. You drop Capsule in the meantime as well. It's a 3v4 until Prolu answers on back. Very good timing on that elimination. 2 members of Telluride Bush, though, they are watching this A bomb site. They're not going to give this up for free. And Prolu, he might be able to find a little bit of a timing here. Shots coming out from dark side. They know that he's lurking in the back here. Still, trades going on. It's a 2v2. Bomb going to start to go down. Fire here. Just trying to throw a little bit of a shoulder, gain any semblance. KB is going to have to back on up, play through this P1 side. You got 1 high, 1 low. You've gained control of this A bomb site. You could hop this right now if you wanted to, if you're Telluride Bush, but you're going to lay in wait. You don't have to do it immediately. Maybe you're looking for 1. Get any sense of info of where they're trying to play through. Darkside's made this wrap, though. The Telluride Bush, they play together. Spart, he's able to find KB. Now puts you into the 2v1. You're going to hop on, but if you're not careful, Darkside, he might be able to get angles here. He does. He finds Spart and gets out with his life. 13 seconds left on the clock. You're hunting right now. If you are Fire, and you cannot win the gunfight. 5 Fears will answer on back. This is screaming around 11 to me.
It stinks of it, but KB, by the way, going huge in the 1v2. Just bought the time. Ensured that there was no information given out. You have players coming looking for you. That gives you the opportunity for one-on-one fights. Now, well, he hasn't lost many of them in early evidence so far today. Great stuff from him to tie us all back up. I believe that's as well. Still sniper in play because he didn't pull it out of that round. Didn't die anyway, so it doesn't bloody matter. What does it look like? Last time set nade from 5 Fears. Have they started to figure out exactly where Bush are playing early?
All 3 members of 5 Fears making their way towards this B bomb site. You got KB holding this inner angle cut. So you push on up. You're going to hold a nice early line here to our 5 Fears, but a attack will come out, will connect, and it was going to back down some of those members, and that's going to allow Fire to swing on out. Bring down Eric Boom, and Cap is there for the trade as well. Good shots coming out of him. You find Dylan Rex mid-grenade throw. KB at least doesn't let that one go easy, but it's a nice last-second wrap coming on in. Telluride Bush, they go up 5-4, put us on map point.
You just got the feeling that all of a sudden 5 Fears weren't comfortable. Sent 3 players on that outer lane, but just didn't know what to really do with all the bodies in front of them. Get the door slam shot, quite frankly, by Capsule. Great stuff from him. Very heads up by Spot on the flank. And Fire with the first blood as well. Just great stuff to put yourself on map point. But what the watch party would do for it to end here and not move to another very nervy round 11. It wasn't long ago we were saying Bush couldn't lose those. That clutch factor has long gone. 5 Fears, what's your answer here?
You're here on the attack for Bush. Go ahead, you'll play back a little bit. I definitely like this play. You don't have to play aggressive here. Let 5 Fears make some of these moves. It's already some movement over towards that A side. You can see Telluride Bush, they're starting to stack it. All 3 members are here on this A bomb site. Capital's going to be the front man. In through the front, and it's just trades all the way on through. Brings you down into a 1v2. Well, that's until you got players flying from the bush on forward. They'll clutch that one on up. They don't need to go to a round 11. They'll answer back from that hard point, and they'll take the search and destroy here on Colossus.
Certainly will. And it done in a style that you desperately wanted it to be if you were the Bush Gaming. Dominate, quite frankly, in the first bloods here, which is something that they've wavered in so much through the Elite season. It's largely been their undoing in the mode, always having to play a man down, it seemed, but also Prolute stepping up here and going really big. It just feels like he's had a tough Elite season. So to see him 10-5, a big part of drawing your series back up here. Keep your team in the Elite and on this Cinderella run is a huge moment for sure. Continuing to look at that scoreboard, you can just see it. That first bloods column, 1-1, 4 and 2, pretty much all went Bush's way. 5 Fears, you do find 2. One of them's a set nade, so you basically found 1 from open play.
Yeah, really like a lot of the stat line that we are seeing out of the Telluride Bush there, right? 3 members just absolutely shooting. Fire a little bit left behind, but I also wonder, you know, that was kind of Fire. I think a lot of times was really the front man in a lot of those plays, and I think it was just the first player dying in a lot of those engagements. But, you know, the Telluride Bush got a little bit mixy in that map, Enigma, but I like what we saw because we'd see a huge round out of 5 Fears, and then next round, Telluride Bush, they did not get shaken by it. They are able to have some strategy, hold the line, be able to come on in, and especially in that last final round, right? Very easy when you're on that point. You say, we don't want to let this go to around 11. What you do is you maybe try and catch them off guard with a really aggressive push. That's not what the Telluride Bush do. They just hold up in a very good defensive posture. It's 3 players on that A bomb. They swing it beautifully at the right time, and they just make sure they have the players ready to activate when they need to.
I love that you're talking about it. That mental game, very important for the Bush. We know how much they can sway back and forth, hot and cold. And they'll need to be very hot throughout the rest of this series, of course. This is your last dance. Lose through this one and you are out. But Exposure Overloads, where we head to in map 3. For Overload, it has been a 2-5 for Bush. And honestly, I'm surprised there's 2. I can't remember at any point through this season where they've looked good in this mode. I mean, it's on Scar where they've won the 2, so pretty much everything else sucks. When it comes to Overload, however, for 5 Fears, they are 6-1. This isn't their strong map. It's usually Den. However, just looking at those numbers, I think I can tell you which way I'm leaning going into map 3.
Yeah, I hope that they have hit the VOD. They've hit the books and trying to figure out this game mode. Heard Coach Temp talking on a watch party last week when we were watching, and he just says, you know, we haven't really figured out this game mode. We haven't played it a ton. And so it feels like they were lacking maybe some fundamentals that other teams have figured out. I hope that they've maybe done some research and have an actual strategy about how they want to play some of these maps. Exposure definitely could be one of those. For the Bush, sometimes it feels like they're kind of just floating in one by one. They don't really have some of these strategies of like, hey, let our bomb carrier be the sort of the third man in, right? Let's try and wait and have him fly on through, right? But we'll have to wait and see. It's going to be very, very interesting. While we get that game, though, ready to load on up, let's go check in with Bravo, my friend, to see how the Battle of the Birds is breaking on down. because we're going to head on into the overload over there. It seems like we're on a very similar map pool between these two teams going on right now as well. It's still an exposure overload.
Certainly seems it. We get confirmation, by the way, that Falcons White actually managed to take the S&D in around 11. So
I think it was
Falcons
green, actually.
Wait. Oh, green. Sorry, take it in around 11. Okay, so last time out when the scores must have been wrong at the top. Okay, it's all right. We get Falcons green and set the series up. We have possession currently, but Paul X will do a great job. And on bit of pinstripe feed. Device gets dropped. It's in the middle of no man's land. Who can retrieve it first?
It's good fights going out early. Already you have an EMP. It's a little bit in the Falcons Academy white territory. We'll get reset into that middle though, but 3 dead on the side of Falcons Academy green. So you are trying to fly on forward. Rista, good shots.
Just doesn't feel like anyone's taking control right now. A couple of check boxes need ticking off. QK getting advanced here will be a welcome sight for his teammates, but it seems found out. When QK decides to activate, well, you just don't. Turn your back at the wrong time. Paul X finds his 3rd in a row. Make it 4. And, well, unfortunately, no teammate able to scoop that device quick enough. And surely not a 5th with a pistol. Good lord. Shot down. Device will reset straight into the middle. For 3 minutes 20, we're basically at square one.
Roxas trying to play through the middle. QK is at least able to find 2. You have a little bit of an aggressive posture right now if you are Falcons Academy white, but you're going to get clear out of the base of green. So now you're just slowly making your way up through the middle of this map. Rupert doing a great job. We'll stop Kingabody in his tracks. It's getting a little bit mixy. You're getting lost over here in Zig. Trying to maybe find Priesta as QK. He starts to fly on forward. You're basically just waiting for 2 or 3 dead in the feed to sort of grab this EMP and start flying at one of these sites. But it's just trade city right now. I feel like I'm looking at the New York Stock Exchange with how many trades are going on here, right? Just nobody's getting anything of value out of this at all. Finally, 2 will drop, but you're answering on back. I mean, this is just... I feel like we're watching TDM right now, my man.
It doesn't feel like a lot of the play is actually around the device. And to be honest, we've seen very much so that this kind of strategy can work. It can be a case of just building yourself a bit of a blanket, a buffer forward line. But we've also seen moments where simply just diving and rushing forward for something as a squad will pay dividends as a body finds a drop in the middle. And yet again, you will see Alex in the middle. He eventually drops. It's just a mess right now. No one really able to lay a glove on the device decisively. 2 minutes to go. Neither team willing to give an inch.
So you're starting to see some of these overloads are ending with a, 1-0 or to like a 2-1, like you're not gonna really have the score going your way. You will be able to pick up the EMP if you are Falcons Academy green. Rupert's gonna have it in hand, starting to slide on forward. You're just kind of holding it for the time being, floating through the mid as you are just trying to get your way on through. But as we get ready to head back on over towards the Alpha stream, reminder, folks, if you want to watch all the action, head on over to youtube.com/COD Challengers. You can watch the Alpha stream. You can watch this game on the Bravo stream. But we're going to go ahead and in a quick second here, hop on over. And here we go. It is the overload. Telluride Bush versus 5 Fears. The series is tied 1-1. We saw how it was playing for one side of the bracket, Enigma. Let's see how it plays for the other.
Well, Prolu will find himself getting absolutely smoked by Eric Boom and sent into the Matrix. But Fire's just going to stay alive up on the top. Looks like Bush just looking set up through the middle here. 5 Fears lacking intel, but most certainly not lacking in gun skill as Rex slams the door shut on Capsule. And the same tentative feeling early, but of course this is much earlier than where the Falcons Derby is currently situated.
Ooh.
All of these next string of kills, and that will be a big set for 5 Fears. How far can you push forward?
Yeah, I mean, that team nade is going to kind of bite you. You're not going to have the full forces that you want. It's going to be 3 members instead of 4, but Darkside, he's been able to find Spart off the spawn, and you're trying to be able to get on over towards this goalpost. Can you manage to get there? No, Capsule. It's a huge 2 to hold the line. You get it all the way just to the very edge, and you You are not going to be able to get that score. Cap will get found on out, but it doesn't really matter because your team, they're playing up towards that B side, towards the solar panels, and I like this. Have Prolu just play ahead of you. Try and carve a direction, carve away over towards this B bomb. Let the rest of your team come off spawn and try and filter on over. But it's hard when 5 fears. They're going to make this read. They're posturing for a heavy B defense as they are looking to hold on to the fire. He's got the EMP in hand, tries to slide around the corner, almost halves it. But Dark Side, it's a huge 2-piece on a fire, and Capsule will stop that score from going in.
Yeah, Dark Side with a great answer there. Just reads it in the nick of time. Merrick Boom will find 2 with the pistol. Surely shouldn't be allowed to happen. Fire's going to be the last line of defense at this B point. You don't read this if you're 5 fears. You can tell because the energy isn't there on the push. And it will allow reinforcements to get themselves over. Capsule now finding a kill through middle as well. Can potentially set up a pinch. And Capsule finds one with a stun grenade of all things. And the device nearly got there. Falls just short. And it will actually reset back to where your feet last touch. The Spar finally realizes that's on top of the panels. Will scoop and will again send this device back towards the middle of the map.
Much more aggressive map on this side between these two teams, what we were watching with the Falcons. Almost near scores happening for both teams that's there, but with a couple of kills, you're gonna be able to fly at this. Spark, can you slide your way on in? You can, and the Telluride Bush, they'll make the first score of this overload go up 1-0.
Great work there. Lost a tiny gap, and that's all you need. That can be the difference maker because now it's all on 5 fears. They've got a lot of time, technically. 2:15 in this half, plus a whole one after, but when teams go one down, it's a mental thing. They start to feel like they have to chase. And so you often see teams overcommit, oversend. And well, right now, Eric Boom's just doing... honestly, no, don't head back in this direction. I thought you'd made the correct play. Your teammates do spawn here, but I was a little bit worried you'd land in the lap of Prolu. He will be there for the trade instead. Does a great job, and then dives in the middle with Darkside leading the route.
I like this. You're playing as 2. KB, he's also here as well. Can you cut these players down from the back? You'll do a decent job while you're able to make it happen. EMP has been dropped in this little bit of a cut. Darkside not too worried about it yet. Gonna play the front man. Let some of your teammates come on through. You will pick it up. Make sure it doesn't reset. That's here. You fly back towards the B side. The Telluride Bush trying to bring it into the offensive zone. You will get cut down by fire, and well, fire. They'll be able to find a huge 2-piece. Some strong defense coming out of the Telluride Bush. I know they'd love to end this first half at least with 1 more in their back pocket. Even if you end it with 1-0, that's definitely not too shabby, just given how this has gone. The Spark, he's cutting down the rest of 5 fears in the back. He's starting to surge on forward. Can you find these players coming off spawn? You cut down Dylan Rex. Unfortunately, is it enough? It is. KB, he's good for a huge 2, but that's not before you get the dunk on in. Another point on the board from the Telluride Bush.
Spart just punches his own hole through the entire heart of the 5 fears. Incredible stuff. 2 in the back line, 1 to then cover over the score. That guy had himself a hell of a week last week, and we came into this one saying, look, someone's got to support him in the respawns. And even if they do, he still has his moments where he takes over 4 in a row and enough damage onto Rex to slow him down. I'm trying to squeeze up towards Capsule. 30 seconds left in this one. And for the first time in a very long time, the Bush are having themselves a hell of a half an overload.
Yeah, I really like what we're seeing. This is a very hard-fought overload so far here in the first half, and Bush seems like they have a good idea of what's happening. They get that EMP so close, and they'll be able to do it. It's all 4 dead for the Bush, but it doesn't matter because they're doing such a good job of finding these timings where they can just pick up this EMP, slide it on in. It's a 3-0 on the overload. Well, that's until we pick up 1 more. Do we find the timing here, Prolu? Can we get a 4-0 on the first half? They're moving. Spart, he's shooting. He's trying to make it happen. Time's a ticking, though. You got to move forward if you can. Can you manage to make it happen? I don't think you can. The rest of your team's going to get cut on down, and that's until Capsule goes a little huge in the back. Is this the opportunity you need? No, it's not. I had some hope, man. I had some hope that the Bush were about to go up 4-0. But, hey, they're going to take a 3-0. That's for damn sure.
It's impressive. There's something that you called out there that is entirely right, and that is that Bush Gaming are just spotting those little moments, those little things that intrinsically, naturally, some teams have picked up far better than others. There's a slight gap here. There's a spawn timing situation. We can dive this point. We don't need to set up the perfect capture, something that we were showing going on in the Falcons Derby match there. They're both trying to set up the trenches, if you will, and where they play out from. Bush just thought, okay, we'll get a kill or 2, and then we're just going to dive this, and it's worked out great for them. Up 3-0, but again, that man Spar leading the way, 16 and 12, and how impactful he's being, not just because he picked up 2 of the overloads, but Guided capsule in. Cradled him like a baby. Beautiful stuff. Resets. 5 Fears. Gotta come out hot here. Otherwise, this disappears it right in front of your eyes.
I mean, 5 Fears, they are on the more quote-unquote favored side, so it is an opportunity to answer on back if they can. Some good shots going on now, but that is going to be a majority dead on the 5 Fears side, so you'll be able to stem the bleeding for now if you are Telluride Bush. Do not let them gain any ground on this map through the middle. Trying to find these trades. Source a side cut. Proloot stunned up. Doesn't even matter. He's at least able to find one. It'll force KB back on down, and they've already managed to pick up the EMP. Capsule in hand. You got Proloot sitting top tank looking over you, and you find some of these early picks onto 5 Fears. It's a heavy defense on the B side. You could wrap this back on over to A if you are able to, and that looks like what they're going to do. Through mid, you found the opening. You get the kill, and you are flying right now. Is there going to be any opportunity to hold on into this if you are 5 Fears? One player is able to make their way on over. It's all 4 members. They've flown towards the A site. It's just Capsule, pistol in hand, tries to be able to hold the line. Not going to be able to for the time being, but you got some teammates flooding on in through the back. They'll be able to pick up that EMP here soon and hopefully be able to stop this from resetting.
Everything's done very well there. Backs Capsule down in the initial engagement and is there for a couple of important kills. That being said, Capsule does very well. Had to back off. Finds a position for his teammates to cover. Unfortunately, the coverage is a little bit too close for comfort. Danger fire will land straight on his head from a Proloot grenade. But it is going to be back to square one if you are 5 Fears. What's the hit looking like here? Well, non-existent as Proloot finds 2. And just leaves Darkside hung out to dry and smothered in the middle.
Really good defense out of the Telluride Bush right now, right? They don't have to do anything crazy in this half, Enigma, right? They've gone up 3-0. They can really just focus on this defensive side, play where they need to, do some things like Capital's doing right now, right? Just play a little bit of a creddy angle, catch one on rotation, even if you get traded. You stopped a little bit of the push from 5 Fears. You've made your way on over. You're getting close to this side here. Fire, pistol in hand. He's just trying to play behind the barrels that's there. He's forcing 5 Fears to move on over to this side. You'll pull all members over to this northern point, but they haven't even picked up the EMP yet. You might just be waiting for this to reset back to the middle, gain some semblance if you can there, but it looks like for Telluride Bush, they're just doing such a good job of holding the line.
Yeah, the reset does come through actually, and Eric Boom afforded himself the space. I just don't think you have the timings. The stun's going to go out and let you know that actually rounding that corner would be a bloody bad idea. She's going to buy time, allow Dylan Rex to arrive in support, who finds fire. Is that the opening? And look at the numbers flooding through mid. They could be the difference.
Oh, Darkside had an opportunity for a huge kill there, but unfortunately the wall jumps is a little bit too much, but that's the opening that you need. Eric Boom, he's going to be able to scoop the EMP, get on in, find fire off of the kill. So some signs of life from 5 Fears. They won't get completely shut on out, but that's a lot of time burned onto this half already. If you want to try and play catch up here, you got to ride this momentum. EMP's going to spawn over towards this tank side, and 5 Fears managed to pick this one on up, drive it on home.
Capsule tries to get a little bit of sexy with it, heads out of the map back in, but it is caught with his pants down, and well, that's an easy.
This could be another quick score.
P2, it certainly could. Dylan Rex finds the first, and Eric Boom will get the next. What's the answer? Straight in, 3-2, and all of a sudden, it becomes very nervous for Bush Gaming. We talked about the resiliency through this series thus far, especially in map 2. What does it look like here in 3? No doubt, shaky leg all over the place. The Darkside gets himself pushed up into P3.
Wow.
And the device is retrieved again, and everyone's dead.
I was hearing the Hellstorm come on in, Enigma, and I was like, where is it? Who's calling it in? Which team? It's Eric Boom. He's able to find 2, and as we look towards the A side, nobody is there. Picks up the device, just does a full-on sprint. It's almost like it's a pick 6 happening, flying at that point. We'll tie it on up into a 3v3. 1 minute remaining in this half. 5 Fears, they've gained control of this device. They have woken up here. Telluride Bush, they need to stop this push from happening. They have to pick up the device. They need to answer back in kind. KB doing a great job, though, throwing the shoulders, trying to cut down fire, who's the last line of defense for Telluride Bush. You can see the Pleams have come on over. Everybody flying towards this B side, but that's a 2-piece for Capsule. Can you manage to make it happen? You do. You get the score. You go on up. It's only 20 seconds.
You gotta send kitchen sink. The whole damn job has got to be straight at this, and Fire loses the opening engagement. Coverage for 5 Fears, 10 seconds. Bush has got to go.
You've got to go. You've got to fly at this. You're finding some of these early opening engagements, but as long as you make the trades, you're probably good. Up at the top, Dylan Rex. All he has is a pistol and a dream.
Oh, he got it.
But it's going to go into the way. Capsule, it's a huge 3-piece. But you're going to have 5 fears. They're spawning close. They're here. You've managed to pick up the overload, though. You're going to be holding it on. They know exactly where you are, and it's a big hit over towards that A site, but do they realize the Capsule, he slipped away? He's coming on over here. Prolu, he might have done the damage that he needs. Capsule gets the wall bounce, but is not going to be able to get the slide in that he wanted. The timing for 5 fears is just a little bit too good, as they will come back from being down in that game mode. It was looking way better for Telluride Bush and Enigma. I thought they had figured it out. It was great, but it gets a little bit too mixy for them.
I think that's what it is. There's a moment where suddenly you can see it, you can feel it. We're not inside the map. You recognize the panic stations. The buttons certainly hit. There's alarm bells ringing, and Bush just do a poor job of really just stabilizing, drawing that line in the sand and holding. It's unfortunate because they looked good until they just didn't, and that's going to be a real sickener for that Bush lineup because they've clearly worked a lot on their overload coming into today, but just not enough. A quick look at the scoreboard, and unfortunately, we hate to do this. KD isn't everything, but 19 and 29, 18 and 23. Unfortunately, that's just not going to be enough when we're looking at the opposite side, and everyone is pretty much even.
Yeah, a lot of assists coming out of the Telluride Bush, but when you just compare the kills there, 5 fears, a little bit heavier in that slaying department. So we're going to go to that hard point with 5 fears, just needing to win it to close out that series. But let's go on over, speaking of hard point, to our Bravo stream as we come on over, and it looks like it's Falcons Academy White are going to be the one that take the overload. So they come out swinging on that first hard point. They win the overload, and now we're here in this hard point yet again. Enigma, Falcons Academy White have a chance to keep their playoff dreams alive and make it a little bit deeper into the bracket.
Rupert going to play out this backside, and well, no one turns their head, so he gets straight in for free. Great work by him. 10 and 5. I say for 3. It's a hell of a lot of blood and bodies that he's left scattered around. What's the hold looking like, though? 45 seconds on this. White hitting from the front.
King of body, throwing some shoulders here. Trying to find one in the back. Not going to be able to, but you'll manage to hold on to this P4 if you are Falcons Academy White. Doing a great job here. White's trying to get back into the mix here. Green's kind of created a little bit of a lead for themselves, but with a nice solid hold here, Falcons Academy White will start bringing it back into their favor. Paulette holding the front line. M15 rip it. Cut down Roxas in the meantime, as Priest is looking to be the front man. Traffic in hand will just be trying to cause some chaos as Rupert is looking to just hold down this top P1, but will get ripped. And just like that, Falcons Academy White, they find themselves back into the hard point.
Shall indeed. Staunch defense on that 4. Paulex will find the kill statue side, gets up tall, finds a second. Arsentees with the third, and a beautiful break from a team that has struggled so much in hardpoint through this season. Rattling Falcons Academy green. Then again, QK will land one at the feet, and all the bodies will start to flood again.
Yeah, this is going to be a mixy P1, but it's all about who can manage to sort of win out here and then make it on into the P2 if they can. Varsities playing this backside, will drop, find one, and drop it in hand. Okay, it's a nice little 180 kickflip onto the brain of Asim. And he is just continuing to shoot here. Finding his way back on into this game. 10 and 13, not the best stat line, but when you're putting out moves like that, you're finding the impactful kills that you need. P1 for the last moments of scrap time will go to Falcons Academy Green, but as P2 looks to come online, Falcons Academy White, they are set up.
QK in the back line. Arsentees reads a great find, very important one. Then also recognize the child coming on the outside. Buys time, lets his health reset. Just squaring up here against Roxas. Happy to continue to just hold this where it is. Paulex will arrive in support. Unfortunately, that pulls him away just enough for Asim to activate through the middle. And Priesta, well, good luck with that. You break through the front of the green.
A little bit too much hesitation from Falcons Academy White there. You had 4 members from Green just flying at the front of this P2, and you only had 1 member on the point just trying to hold the line. Will get overrun, and with a huge 2-piece by Roxas, you'll manage to hold on to this point for the time being. Now finally getting some reinforcements coming in off the spawn. Rupert's here. As well as a scene, they'll be able to find some huge one. And you're going to leave QK on the point while the rest of the 3 of you start flying at P3 onto this outside moment. And you hold the line for the time being. You've actually flipped the spawns while you're at it. You start to see the spawning in the back now is Falcons Academy White. Can they make this happen?
This team does well, but then all the kills will go the way of Falcons white, including Roxas in the end. You read the spawns, though. It looks like you've got splits, actually. Rupert going to play this through the middle, and that kill onto Priesta. Where'd you go from here? Do you set up a bench, or is he coming in through tunnel? Looks like Green have their hit. Set up. Paulek's got a lot to do.
Alex, he's snapping, though, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn!
Oh, my God. Snap, crackle, pop, 4 dead in the feed. Oh, Falcons Academy Green, they thought they had a good little hit, sent back to the spawn. I gotta figure out what they're doing here. Arcades and Priest still ripping, still finding these kills where they need to. Falcons Academy White will take the lead on this P3. And how do they push on over towards this P4? And I like it. They spread it open. They go a little bit wide. And they're already getting the spawns to kind of move their way on over as well. So Falcons Academy Green, they gotta cut their way through this P3 side if they can. You get a couple of clutch kills, but it's not going to be enough. Priesta in the back. He's going to look to hold the line while the rest of his team will spawn on new.
Priesta falling there. Where's the next set of spawns come in? Where's that white play going to be? It's out. It's P2 side, so you've definitely lost control of spawns. Can you hold from the front then? As Green, they find 2 lobby, 2 through the back, and they're coming.
Hang on, Paul X. 21 and 15. A huge map from him, as well as his teammate Priesta. Just trying to get the damage in where he can. Can you get the trades on through? Arcades gonna push on up a little bit. Can you find this timing? A little bit of a hop up, but unfortunately the shots go a little bit wide. Roxas will be able to cut you on down. Priesta holding the corner. He'll get found on out. 3 members of Falcons Academy White are dropped, and it's just Arcades coming off spawn up here towards the back. Falcons Academy Green looking to stay into this one. This could be the last map of the series, or we could be going to a game 5, ladies and gentlemen. You want to keep up to the action here, head on over to youtube.com/COD Challengers. Check out that Bravo stream as Paul X calls in that Hellstorm. We got to head on over, I believe, back to our A stream for our own Hardpoint in that game 4 to see how that one's rocking on out. And we're staying on exposure over here, not going back to Colossus. As we have Telluride Bush trying to keep their playoff hopes alive.
What does the response look like after giving up what felt like a gimme in map 3? Felt like it was yours to lose, and lose it you did. Well, the initial engagements, they'll go the way of Bush. You'll get a surprise from Dark Side, but Capsula's there to answer with his 3rd. Of course, it's all about setting yourself up for P2. There's going to be a spawn out, actually a route here from KB that could be a problem. Timing, and no, loses that to Prolu. So you will hold on for just a moment. Again, it's all about when you decide to rotate over towards the tank, that northern side of the map. And with mid-map control, it's on Bush to decide, well, very much on when they want to do it.
Yeah, it's a little scrappy here on the P1, but Bush, they'll get a little bit of time on board. But like you mentioned, they do a great job. They are holding these spawns for P2. Spart, he's already made his way on over, looking to be the front man of defense here on the tank. And he managed to hold and get some early points on for Telluride Bush.
It's good shots by Rex. Bush Gaming just trying to figure out the spawn situation, but you lose 3. Capsule will be 4. Great break from 5 Fears then. Knew what they wanted to do and smothered the team in white out of the hill. The Spart with the opener will give you the opportunity, but Dark dives in through the back.
Nice, huge opener there. Looking to go on a little bit of a raffle. Eric Boom through the front. You yet again on this P2 will cut down the members of Telluride Bush. You do not let them get close on over here. And I like this. Darkside, he's taking a little bit of a wrap right now. Do they read this? They do. ProLoot will not let that happen again, but he looks like you're doing such a fine job holding from the front as well. KB, he's just trying to play with some of that verticality. But Telluride Bush, they won't be joked just yet. Be able to do a great job find some of those kills, but it's on that P3. It's a quick little fight between ProLoot and Eric Boom. ProLoot will come out on top. Telluride Bush, they've already set themselves up for new.
KB's in the back, so that's going to cause problems. It's going to leave a 1v1 on the point. ProLoot will be shot out. Spart then, welcome to the panic room, and well, everybody's going to be flooding that front window. Trades all over the place. Capsule there next. Following up, Fire's going to try and give you a semblance of protection from the front, and gets there enough. So an opportunity then for Bush to lock this down and extend themselves a solid lead.
It's a great little passage of play there from the Telluride Bush. Not only are they holding down the line onto the point, you got Fire pushing on forward, making sure that through that P1 side, 5 Fierce is not going to be able to cut their way on through, but it's a pinstripe kill feed. It's coming on in. Caps are looking to hold this top side, cut down anybody pushing in through that window. Fire's going to hold the side room. Dark side's going to be the first to fall. Capsule still just trying to play his life that's there. It's a 2-for-2 trade. You're still battling on this point, but at the end of the day, it's still the Telluride Bush. It's only 15 seconds left on this hill. Sure, you want a little bit of scratch time if you're 5 fears, go for it, but we got to look towards P4. If you are 5 fears, you're going to set yourselves up in this defensive position, and maybe this is the money hill that you're looking for to get back into the game.
The problem for 5 fears here, yes, you are very far pushed over, but because Dylan Rex spawns out, you have to drop very deep, thinking you might have someone in your spawn. So that then means you're basically fighting the front line, and a couple of clean kills here will let you hit this hill immediately.
Fire, trying to play on that backside, but KB's going to look to anchor and hold these spawns. Eric Boom on the point is just going to be annoying and be the hardest kill possible on this map. And looking to continue that success. You got Dylan Rex holding that outside. You get Darkside holding this ring silo side. You're just going to look to fly through the front if you are the Telluride Bush, but not really any success. So while it's been some immaculate play up until this P4, Andrew, it's you come on in here, and now all of a sudden, blink of an eye, 5 fears, they found themselves right back on into this game.
Yeah, it feels a little bit like map 3. Great until suddenly it wasn't. It's a solid hold out of 5 fears. Bush just needs to respect that. Back off, play in for 5. Kills in moments like that, in transition seconds, are important for 5 fears. And, well, Eric Boom dropping in a Hellstorm. Even more important. Everyone run for cover. This thing just forces everybody inside and affords all the space and a kill to his teammates.
Yeah, well, while he finds Capsule, though, Fire at least will bring down 2, so it's just going to be Darkside. He's the only player on over here. Will not get into the point immediately, but a couple of members of the Telluride Bush, they'll start to surge on forward, but the trades are there as they look to get aggressive. They're cut down in rotation. Fire on the point. It's contested for the time being. 5 fears. Can you manage to play your life? Can you stay alive here? You find a huge kill, though, onto Dylan Rex in the middle from Prolu. That's going to open up the middle side of the map and let Telluride Bush flood on in from the back. They'll get set up onto this point, and they'll start to push on forward.
Eric Boom went 9 in a row there, by the way. Starts himself 4 and 8 and goes on a tear, including the Hellstorm that allowed you to at least be a bit more competitive on rotation. But Bush breaking back in and mopping up what's left of this scrap time will give them a healthier lead, just over 40 points. It's all about just transition to 1. And it's moments like this, just in those final couple of seconds, when you're looking to see who's got the setup, it's Bush on top in the kill feed, and it means 5 fears will have to figure a way to break back in.
Well, we saw there's only a couple of points that went to the Telluride Bush on that first P1, but here on the second set of rotations, feels like they're finding a lot more hill time as Prolu surges on forward. Finding some good kills here, just keeping it mixy. Fire on the point, pops on up. He's dropped to about half HP, and, well, at least he almost finds one on the exit. A couple more bullets on the KB will seal the deal, but health regen will kick on in, and both 5 fears, they've done a good job of at least keeping Telluride Bush off the point for the time being. Keeping our eyes on this P2 setup. You'll get the wave of kills that you're looking for, and you're immediately moving your way on over to tank. At Telluride Bush, they're getting those deep bottom spawns, and that is not where you want to be on this map.
I like what Darkside does here as well. He pushes out one side, trying to control one set of spawns. Let the rest of your boys know what they should be focusing. And that kill there should, oh, I was going to say open them up, but the stun's perfect. Catches Prolu. You recognize the tack mask. So Prolu will be able to fight this straight up, but it's an important fight to make sure you just got spawns locked down, and you do it. 5 in a row for Darkside, but your teammates lose the fight on the hill.
God, I feel like that's what the problem is. You're just not playing with your team if you can. Telluride Bush will have some great trades going their way. Halfway through this P3. P2, rather. Dylan Rex looking to hold up over the top, but you're not really able to find an angle on any of these Bush players. Thankfully, your teammates do. And you might be able to make this a little bit of a cut through the middle of the map. A huge fight here against Prolu. You'll be able to win it. Gain some control through that middle of the side, but you loop back on through trying to help your team at the end of this hill. Only 10 more seconds remaining. You gotta start thinking about this P3. This is where Telluride Bush really ran away with it on that last rotation, but 5 fears, they're coming off the spawns. They're close to this hill right now. This is a complete opposite of what we saw in that first rotation.
Certainly is. Look at that hit. 2 through the front, 2 round through the back. You look like you've read it for your 5 fears. How's Johnny?
Good shots. 5 fears. Really looking to stabilize this game. At the time. AB through the side. I'll at least be able to find one. Dylan Rex will get cut on down. Capsule has a huge 2 that's there. Eric Boom answers in kind, though, and it is just trade after trade between these two teams. Still be 5 Fears coming out on top, so they'll cut this lead down to less than a 30-point lead, put them right back on into the game at the end of this P3. So Telluride Bush, I think they're starting to realize we have to play straight up. We cannot try and get away with anything a little bit too crazy here. We have to play very good fundamental COD if we want to beat this team and try and push us to a map number 5.
Well, ProLuke makes the route actually through Zig, in round the back, gets the spawns in, allows the central pinch and break. The thing is, it's too late. Not only was it only for scrap time, you've had it the rotations P4 for 5 Fears, and they were so good here last time. At least this time, Bush have managed to overwhelm with brute force through the front, and will at least hold the early exchanges here. Big 2-piece to continue to keep a grip on this, but KB is going to be there to answer.
And through that entire thing, you don't find Darkside in the back, who's just the man holding the spawns. So while you're doing such a good job on the point, you're ripping these 5 Fear players off of it. You're not taking the spawn. So yes, you are winning the hill where you can, but you need to have the players push on through, try and find this spawn if you can. Looking at ProLuke playing a little bit too far away from the team as Eric Boom finds 2. Will back Capsule on down, and that's 4 dead from the Telluride Bush. And you still have these back deep spawns if you are coming on in. So a P3 will let you hold on to the time being. It's still 30 points lead for the Bush for the time being as we look towards this P5. But 5 Fears are doing a great job of keeping themselves into this one.
Get me by Capsule, by the way. Heads up to set ProLuke up for the trade, and ProLuke will get yet another. KB tries to arrive. What have you got? Spot's going to slip and slide in front. Just everyone's trying to provide a little bit of protection for the teammates to dive the hill. It's not going to be easy, though, because Darkside have now got top control. Stun will go out, doesn't read the Zig with the right timing, and Bush will set foot in the point, and with ProLuke holding middle, it should give you a second to set up, and you find yourself to 20. You can hold and win from here.
Huge 2-piece from Fire there. Will stop the push coming in from 5 Fears, and even up towards that mid-side ProLuke, he's going to also be able to find even more. So they're looking for ProLuke. They say we need to have this, but look at number 6 will spawn in the back. They're not going to be able to read this. Capsule playing from the front here, has to slide out, has to win. He's able to make it happen, and now you just need to stay mixing, but from the top side, your teammates are there. 4 dead from 5 Fears. That's going to almost be the nail in the coffin, but we got to go to new. You just need 2 more seconds. But 5 Fears isn't there. Telluride Bush on the last P1. It's the final moments. They'll hang on to it, and they will put us to a map number 5. Through that second set, man, it got a little bit dicey for the Telluride Bush, but it feels like they hold on, they take a breath, they reset as a team. They play beautifully through those last couple hills in order to take that map.
Yeah, I was very worried for them when it came to that P3. Felt like they hit it over and over again, couldn't find a way to break that barrier down. And ProLuke makes the right play, it's just at the wrong time. If he'd done that on the first wave, in through Zig, out through the back, flip the spawns, glorious, that breaks perfect for you. Instead, you're fighting for the last bit of scrap time. Rotation's been handed to 5 Fears, who locked P4 out in its entirety in the first set. I'm suddenly very, very concerned about watching this spiral, but you're smashing through the front door and do enough from there to get yourself what is actually quite a comfortable victory in the end. Certainly didn't feel like it. Hearts in mouths, no doubt, for Jersey Jerry and the crew. Look at the scoreboard here. Not surprised to see Spark 25 and 20 and leading the way when it comes to damage. Feels like right now he's in a real purple patch of form. 1 minute 19 in the hill too. That guy's doing it all.
20 non-traded kills from Spart in that game of his 25. So obviously finding the kills where it mattered, hitting some nice little routes that was going on as well. But it was really just nice to see, I think, the resilience come out of the Telluride Bush, because that was our question, right? It felt like they could easily come out and 3-0 this and feel like they have everything figured on out and then, you know, go down to a team later on in the bracket. But this feels like a nice little heat up moment for them, because their night is not finished, Enigma. They will have some more matches to play, and I like that 5 Fears, I think, was a very formidable opponent to them. They're starting to try and heat it on up, right? They have to go to this map 5. They have to try and win it. And there's anything we know about the Telluride Bush is that they feel great in map 5s.
They certainly do. And for 5 Fears, it's a little bit of a different story. Destiny, run from it, all the same. It is a case for them of making yet another game 5. This is going to be the 5th in their last 6 matchups, which is pretty insane to think about it. They're currently 2-2. That's 2 wins, 2 losses. So last time out, they're losing around 11 to 4 Fun Esports. They come out on top there. They're sitting in winners final. So that goes to show just how close this team are running it right now. Very much so living on the edge. But, well, game 5s, we also know that the Bush, they've been hit and miss recently. So plenty still to settle.
It's going to be a fantastic round of Search and Destroy. Winner will move on to face Falcons Academy White on that lower bracket. Loser will be eliminated from the Elite. We're going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to be jumping on into that Den Search and Destroy here as part of the Challenges Elite Season 1. Welcome back, everybody, to Challengers Elite Season 1. We are making our way through our bracket. We are here in the elimination round number 2. We already have one side of the bracket make their way on through. That's Falcons Academy White, but we got to figure out who their opponent's going to be in this matchup between 5 Fears and Telluride Bush. We're all the way in here in map 5 in EMEA. It's going to be a Den, Search and Destroy.
Certainly will, and I honestly don't know which way to call this one. For 5 Fears, this is your preferred S&D map. You're 3-1 here through the season. However, game 5s, they are 2-2. They've won 2, lost 2, and have sinned. This will be their 5th in 6 series. For the Bush side, it used to be a case of when we talked game 5s, when we talked S&Ds, they had the clutch factor, but that's evaporated through this season. The only 2 that they've seen, they have lost. So, where does the balance lie? Well, let's find out. Last time, Bush had all the answers in the SD, especially in those opening engagements. Can they do it again?
Den's a little bit of a different map than Colossus, though. A lot bigger. A lot more opportunity to make some of these plays, and that'll be sort of my question. Who can use that space to the best of their ability? We're already starting to see some movement from Telluride Bush, and Eric Boom just gets lost on this broken side. And you can start to see a little bit of the panic set on in. Just laying in wait, and you are just watching the rest of the members of the Bush get dropped. Fire now. Wasn't a 1v3 with a quick kill on Eric Boom. We'll put it into a 1v2. Bomb going to be down on this awning. We'll get picked on up, and Fire, he might be able to find a little bit of timing. Early shots, though. We'll let them know exactly where Fire is, and you throw a shoulder, and you got the scope of KB looking at you on the other side. Great, fantastic timings from 5 Fears here in round number 1.
I love their reaction to the information at hand. They understand that Bush have sent a lot of numbers out on that outer lane. So what they do is they start to set up a bit of a control through the middle. Do we have to set up a bit of a pinch situation? And they do a wonderful job of locking things down from there. Also, Fire finds out that KB invests the sniper very early because that 50 cal bullet went straight through his chest. So great start from 5 Fears, but their defense. Now, what do you have as an answer for your offense?
What's the setup going to be? KB still with this sniper alive. Going to be just holding down, applying pressure to that mid lane. Make sure that none of Telluride Bush get an opportunity to play through here. I like where ProLoot's sitting, though. He's playing a little bit up on this B side to get you the information that you're looking for. Fires come here to join them, but KB, he's also wrapped on back. You're going to see the cross. Shot will go out. They know the boomstick's on this side. KB not able to land a shot, but at least will create the presence that you're looking for. Bomb will start to go down, and it's the third one that will ring true. Fire will get caught on the slide across yet again. It's ProLoot. He's just looking to get mixing, and KB putting a little bit of a highlight tape on right now. Smoke will go in on the B bomb. Dylan Rex there to also play some of the trades. Cap's going to be the last one alive, trying to play through hop up. Just not enough. KB, he's putting that sniper to work, man, in round number 2. I can't lie.
Y'all got to watch exactly what KB did, so I'll focus on something that happened off screen. It won't look good on the scoreboard, but Darkside actually goes huge here. Recognizes that there's no mid-map control for anybody. Decides to play out through the roof's lane, collapsing through the back of the Bush setup. He then gets himself top blue, which lets him tell everyone that actually a Bush player is arriving in mid-cut, and that's when you see KB and Dylan Rex spin. Without that, I don't know if the timings work completely against you and put you in a very difficult spot. So he goes big there. It might say 0-1 on the board. He's certainly doing his part to help you lift 2-0 on the map.
Ooh. Spart tries to answer on back. We've seen him be incredible with the sniper in hand, but KB is just shooting a little too straight with the recon right now. Good for another 2. Does he get that third one there as well? Like, oh, there's just no answer right now from the Bush, dude. Like, KB hasn't died with the sniper yet. He's going to ride this thing till the wheels come off.
So we should, leading the way, 2 of the 3 first bloods thus far. Doing a great job. Also found the final kill in the first round. So being the impactful player that we wanted him to be, comes into today way behind where his teammates are sitting in terms of S&D performance.
Dude.
It won't matter. 5-0.
Yeah. I was waiting for you to realize. Hey, Dylan's also 4-0 himself as well. Chance for 2 Hellstorms, at least 1 maybe in this round. What's the Bush's answer? 5 Fears on the attack now. A little bit of a slower pace of play. See ProLoot's lurked his way on up at a B. We'll fall back to Dojo while you got 3 other members of the Bush. Kind of playing for that A side, but information will come on through. ProLoot with a huge nade onto KB. That's the opening that you're looking for if you are the Bush. You've taken down the sniper. You've taken down a player heating on up. You've also, more importantly, stopped that streak from coming on through. So 5 Fears now. They have to play a little bit more cautious as they're in the 3v4. Couple players through Dojo. Shots coming out from Eric Boom. That's going to let ProLoot slide on out. And when you're actually the last player to rotate, your other 2 teammates are already starting to push over towards this A site, looking to cut on through, looking to gain some ground. Can you find any members of the Bush as they start to rotate on over towards this bomb site?
Darkside's going to get hit through the front here. Sees the stun. Do you see the player on the heady? Finds one. That's just the trade, though, for Dylan. Bomb goes down. 3v2. What's your post plan? You've got time to set up a hit here if you're Bush, but it looks like it's going to be relatively one-dimensional through the back, maybe one in guns.
Yeah, Spar trying to throw a little bit of a shimmy there on this outside, but the trades are coming on in. Eric Boom is good for 2, but Capsule will have the last laugh. Gets that final kill, slides on into bomb, will get the defuse. A huge, huge round for the Bush. I don't think we can state how huge of a round that was, from stopping 2 players from getting on streaks, but also getting your first round win on the board.
Yeah, I'd certainly say a huge one. It's a great nade from ProLuke, quite frankly. That guy's been doing his set nades. He knew exactly where he wanted to place that. Recognized KB took control over that side of the map on their last defensive round. So he just puts it on a penny, straight to his feet, rips him. And then, as you mentioned, that's the sniper out once. That's the streak cut short. And that's the momentum kill on the 5 Fears lead. So Bush now got to do what 5 Fears did last time and suddenly assemble themselves a couple of quick rounds, but it's not looking good as Eric Boom lands a beauty.
What's heartbreaking about that too, there's a trophy going down right at the same time. A second earlier, that trophy's down. You still have 2 up, and you realize that there's some players from 5 Fears on that side. But a heartbreak for the Bush as they finally come alive in that round number 4. But here in round 5 Fears, they will answer in kind. A little bit of a miracle that needs to happen. Spart through that mid will take a little bit of damage, manages to play his life. Darkside slides on out. Your teammate gets found on the other side of the map. 5 Fears will go up 4-1 in this game number 5 here on Den. Enigma, 5 Fears feel like they are maybe playing with a little bit too much intelligence right now.
Feels like one of those moments being exemplified right in front of us. If you're getting ready for...
Oh, yeah, look at this.
Oh, that made...
I think it hits. Oh, it hits in the back. The trophy doesn't even intercept it. Oh, that's dirty.
I wonder if the trophy's out half a second earlier, whether it does pluck it from the sky, but by the time the trophy's active, it's too far out of radius. That's insane. That's by millimeters, inches. Bush will want to watch that one back.
Oh,
you got to just
that's a mental chalk. That's what that is. We literally couldn't do anything against that, and you're already down. This is where the resiliency will come in clutch. But Darkside, he's lurking on this other side. Spart's gonna claim first blood. Takes down Dylan Rex. Darkside gets dropped on this broken side as well. So just like that, Telluride Bush might not be a nade from the sky, but it's just a little bit of timing going their way. They'll put themselves into the 4v2.
Go back off here. You got 50 seconds. If you are 5 Fears, you can figure out a strategy for this. Looking for picks, really, and I don't mind what Bush are doing. They've backed off. They've said, you plant the bomb. We'll happily retake it with our numbers.
Yeah.
5 Fears said, bet. Actually, what we're going to do is find the body. And, well, I was about to say get in for free, but KB overstays his welcome through mid.
Yeah, you see Eric Boom kind of slides on in, and you are just now stuck in between a rock and a hard place. The Bush will not be phased by that round. They'll put up their second round on the board. Still playing from behind, but these are the rounds that are obviously very crucial. Starting to swing back into your way.
Absolutely nowhere for him to go there. It's interesting to see that 5 Fears have continued to play very spread in their setups. A couple of 3-man hits, down 1 lane, but it's Bush who are trying to full send at times. For better or for worse. I'd say honestly, in the rounds where they have done, largely for worse, when nades are landing basically on the 4 of you, but this time a bit more of a 2-2 split from the Bush. And you got...
You can see the hesitation.
Yeah,
they don't push up. They wait just a hot second before they move on up. It's just KB, though, that's going to be on this B side, and, well, Sniper's back on out. KB went absolutely crazy with this in the earlier rounds. It's a large reason why they're up 4-2 right now, but not going to find the same success just here. Gets a hit marker on that first shot. Gets back on down. Sees Prolu on the bomb. Shot going out. Won't manage to connect, but on the other side, you've managed to bring down Dylan Rex as well. So 5 Fears, they'll be playing into the 3v4 from behind. Nades going on out, and just KB, he's back on down to this dojo side. No opportunity to put this sniper to work just yet, and Telluride Bush doing such a great job of not allowing themselves to find themselves at the other end of the scope. Just Darkside, just Eric Boom. Can they make anything happen here? A couple shoulders getting thrown. You find Darkside on the end. It's just Eric Boom. He's got to go huge. Fire makes the read, cuts you on down. Telluride Bush are starting to stabilize.
I gotta say, I know what Eric Boom wants to do there. He's gonna go on this wrap, but it takes him far too long to get there. And by the time he's arrived, Darkside and KB have been hung out to dry well and truly. Also, I think KB will want that round back. You'll have no more opportunities now with the boomstick. And it looked like 1 or 2 were there for him. I know it's easier said than done, especially when we get the X-ray, but It felt like he could have had some impactful moments. Either way, Bush, 2 rounds on the bounce now. So that's momentum. Can you seize it? Can you drive something forward here? An important offensive round. Can you marry it up with a good, strong defense here?
It's all 4 players for 5 years. They're making their way over towards this B side. Try to answer back on that same nade. I think it won't manage to kill, but it'll deal the damage that you need as Capsule claims first blood, but trades are there in kind. Dylan Rex just trying to play this stone hop up. Looking for anybody to push on through. You got fire in the mid, though, and I like this crossfire that you've managed to create here. ProLoot looking kind of from that dojo side. Fire's on the hop up, and it's just map has come to a standstill for the time being. Darkside just looking in this back side, just trying to see is anybody pushing on through. A couple of shoulders getting thrown now. And if you're Telluride Bush, you don't really need to get aggressive here on defense. You can wait for 5 years to have to make some type of play. Pro's gonna have to be able to gain some space and push on up. Fire through the mid, though. It's a huge 2-piece. Dylan Rex will finally activate, find ProLoot, but he is the last alive for 5 fears. It's Spartan fire up, and he comes right into both of their sights. Telluride Bush, a little bit of patience goes a long way. They'll tie up 4-4.
Yeah, you said it best. A little bit of patience. That's all it took. You guys recognizing you're on the defensive side. I was nervous for a second that fire would overextended through middle and he was going to be picked up, but big 2-piece ensures that never happens. And you tie up the map. And that felt like a round of desperation a little bit from 5 fears. Sent 4 full bodies towards 1 bomb site. We haven't seen them do that thus far. Felt like a big swing, and it's a miss. So Bush, with fire on 5 in a row, an opportunity to finally take the lead here.
Bit of a split. Some movement through the mid here. I think if you could gain control of this mid and kind of look up over to B, you might get some of the space that you're looking for. But KB, sniper back on out, will be able to tag onto ProLoot. I was just trying.
First.
I mean, what do you do here? Oh, I like that. Fire up over the top, pulls the scope at KB, lets the rest of the players slide in underneath, but Eric, boom. He's managed to find himself in a position here. Gets backed on down, but Dylan Rex will slide on forward, take down Capsule. Continuing to try and land some of these shots. Spartan fire at a 2v3. All you need is a couple more going your way. Still have plenty of time on the clock. You don't have to force anything just yet. And I like this. Look at this. Fire is just making it mixy on B. And where's Spart gone? He's gone for the full wrap. Unfortunately for you, though, you have been dropped. Early shots coming out from Spart, though. That'll let him know exactly where he is. I thought the wrap back to the other bomb site was coming on in, but tries to help out his teammate. It's just not gonna work.
Yeah, not sure if that's a miscom. I think Spart's got one idea, whether that's getting around the back and trying to set up a pinch. If so, then Fire needs to back off, or are we rotating? Either way, Fire just gets trapped, can't escape. And, well, 5 fears will put themselves on to series point and keeping themselves alive in the elite. It's stunk of it for some time. Is this another dreaded round 11? A reminder that 5 fears lost their last series in a game 5, round 11. And once upon a time, it was Bush's haven.
Some quick movement. The Telluride Bush immediately off spawn, trying to take some of this northern side of the map. KB still has the sniper in hand. Trying to pull back some of the magic from those earlier opening rounds. A lot of attacks and nades going on out. Gain control of the bomb site for the time being. Darkside just looking to dojo. Looking through the hop up. Trying to catch any members of the Bush who are trying to make their way on over, but you're starting to see it gets a little bit mixy. Shots are going on in. Spart will be there to take down Darkside. Eric Boom answers. The trades come on through, though. You line on up. 5 fears. They're getting decimated. It's now just Dylan Rex. He's the last alive. ProLoot, he's on bomb. And guess what? You can't see it from mid. ProLoot will get the defuse, and they see where Dylan Rex is, but it doesn't matter. It's just a nice, solid, classic S&D retake defense there from the Telluride Bush that will put them into round 11.
Yeah, great pick by Spart. Feel how nervy Bush were to approach that, but the man who was stud tall last week and today gets them to find the opening and then forces the numbers through. The trades are over the top. We go to a round 11. it will be Bush on offense, and they're sending it through mid.
This is a lot of aggression. Does Five Fears make any type of read here? Do they get any of the information? You can see them moving on back. You still have 2 players over on that Dojo side, and look where Cap is. He's already through their top mid. He can just lay in wait. 3 members back on over towards B. If Capsule can find the timing here, this is huge, but otherwise he's on an island right now. What's the play going to be? Taxinades coming on out. Smoke will obstruct the vision here. On the side room. Proloot just waiting to come alive. 1 in 7. Hasn't really been his map here, but it could be his round. Good shots, and you rip KB with the wall bang. Spark finds Dylan Rex as well, just like that. It's Eric Boom and Darkside in a 2v4. He'll answer on back, though. But Capsule, he's hit the route that he was waiting to get there. Fire picks up the bomb, moving on through. It's just Eric Boom. Can he do it? No, he can't. Tell you, Ride Bush. It's a round 11 play coming out of the book, and that'll help them take the game 5. They remain unshaven, Enigma, and they'll move on to face Falcons Academy White.
Yeah, of course, commiserations to Five Fears. That is back-to-back Game 5, Round 11 losses. The team that surprised many through this season will fall just short, and very much so, just short twice in a row. Quick look at the scoreboard. You're going to get to see how it goes down. And honestly, Bush, again, coming into this week, it was so much about your opening duels were the worst of anybody still existing in this tournament, winning only 49% of them. Real struggle, meaning you were consistently, more consistently a man down than you were a man up after the opening fight inside S&D. They've really stepped that up today, managing to get themselves the lion's share of the first bloods in both S&Ds and taking them. If we'd have asked anyone before this series whether or not Bush were going to take both of the searches against Five Fears, I think they've been laughing at you, but they stand tall, they get it done. And I go back to that man's Spark, that round 10, it felt like he was the person that had to stand tall and deliver, carve open the defensive setup on that post plant. 4 men around a bomb, never easy to swing back at, and he found a way.
Yeah, really good stuff. And, I know we had called out in the last round, Proloot, not a great game, actually has the same amount of damage as his teammate. So it just feels like maybe Proloot getting the, maybe being some of those first players to die for the Telluride Bush, but not before getting some of that damage out there. Really good stuff. And we kind of questioned in that last round, right? Capsule makes this play up through top mid. He's hanging on, and he's able to hit the route at the perfect time to help ensure the round. Really good stuff. Telluride Bush, I said it. I needed them to have this sort of, heat up game. I was worried that they would come into a 3-0 and just kind of, be saying, hey, all right, we got what it takes. I think having a grueler map like this sets them up beautifully for the rest of this bracket. Should definitely give them the confidence they need.
100%. You said it best there. It's working your way through. It's one thing to overcome people 3-0. It's one thing to kind of see them off. It's a total different situation to have run the gauntlet and come out victorious. Scarred a little bit, sure, but you've taken the scalp of your opponents. Could that be just one more of many on this road to a grand final? Remember, they started in lower round 1 after a very disappointing round 1 up in winners. So they're putting it together, my friend. You talked it into existence.
Hey, I maybe did that. Sometimes we get the broadcaster's blessing instead of the caster's curse, but we'll have to wait and see if they can manage to ride that momentum, because they do have a Falcons Academy White opponent to go up against in this next round. It is going to be a doozy. Both teams looking fantastic right now. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't worry, when we come back, we're going to be checking out more of these games here as part of Challengers Elite Season 1. Welcome back, everybody, to the Challengers Elite Season 1. We just watched an epic battle between the Telluride Bush and 5 Fears that went all the way to a Game 5. The Telluride Bush able to ice on up and make it one more game deeper in the bracket. They'll be facing the Falcons Academy White later, but let's go a little bit to our upper side here. We'll take a little bit of a look at what happened over on EMEA earlier in the day. We had some matchups go on. It kind of was a little bit surprising watching this today because it was just 3-0 Central up until we got to the winners finals, which went to a Game 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and if you'd have asked as well if who was going to be top 3 teams, Clutch, Rayn, Rock, P7, I think we'd all have nailed that one. Those two continue to just battle it out towards the top in a war for season-long glory. But North American playoffs, of course, showing us, as you said, Telluride Bush will move forward to play Falcons Academy White in Elimination Round 3. They bounced through 2 different teams thus far, as close as you can call it, against 5 Fears. But now we'll be waiting on 4 Fun Esports and Project Notorious to find out who they'll be playing if they can make it through White. And let's talk about that matchup. In front of us, my friend, Project Notorious, Yuli, 2 Real Awakening, Geo. These, for me, the favorites. They've been the team to beat. Absolutely phenomenal across pretty much everything that they've touched. Seemingly no weaknesses. 7-0 in Overload. They've only dropped 5 maps the entirety of the season. What a squad.
Very, very good squad. I mean, these are 4 players that we could see in the league at any moment, it feels like, right? All 4 players have been in the league before, right? So it's a little bit no surprise to see that when you have 4 players of this caliber join forces here in Challengers, that they are going to be running worlds seemingly like they are. Very fantastic stuff all the way through. I love the camaraderie shift that we see from a lot of those players, but I think the player we really have to keep our eyes on is one of my favorites of all time, because you know me, I'm a diehard Boston Breach fan, and that is none other than Gigawake. Let's take a look at some of the stats from Awakening, who has awoken, and we can see here leading the line through playoffs when it comes through KD, damage rating, respawn KD, all of these stats going the side of Project Notorious. They are looking very good.
They are indeed. I know there's always a little bit of a pinch of salt taken with stats put up by Wake, but I don't think you get to put up these kind of numbers and your team be looking like favorites, looking as good as they are without them being impactful. He's having himself a hell of a time here in Challengers. Maybe he's showing a couple of people, I shouldn't have been here in the first place, but he's not the only one who's been stepping up and looking absolutely fantastic through this tournament. This 4 Fun roster stunned everyone just to get here. This is Phantoms, Peel, Proda, and Vic. Now, for Phantoms, this is a case of a veteran leading a considerably less experienced lineup. I feel like he's been having himself a hell of a way. Proda, it honestly feels like this is a man we got to keep our eye on right now, stepping up and delivering. The one thing across this entire team is they aren't going to bother you too much when it comes to Hardpoint. 4 and 8 right there. It's everywhere else. They heard the phrase, the S&D wins championships. They said, we bet your ass it does. 9 and 2 there, looking glorious, and they'll Neslo the hell out of anybody.
Really, really good stuff coming out of 4 Fun. Going to be a battle. Let's talk about our maps and modes. We're kicking it off with a Black Heart Hardpoint potential to set the tone for this series. We know that this map is a bang out. It's fast paced. Well, I think this is a good heat up for both of these rosters. Then we move in to what I like to call El Clasico. It's a raid, search, and destroy coming on in. It's a map we know and love on a mode that's been here since the dawn of Call of Duty. And then that's all the fun we get to have because it's triple scar on the back half here, Enigma. So feels like if you can make it through these first 2, if you're feeling good about Scar as a map, maybe we could see a reverse sweep potentially in this series from either team.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I mean, with Project Notorious, I feel like that reverse sweep potential is always there, mostly because you're so good at Overload. If you go down 2-0, you're certainly picking one map up through this series, and it all begins with 1. So for 4 Fun, though, it just feels like they're also a squad that never goes away. They're not great at Hardpoint, sure, but we've seen them nick a couple of important ones along the way, and as such, I'm expecting this series to be a grueler just like its predecessor. The fact that we end up on Scar across the last 3, that's where Project Notorious have been best on Overload other than Den. So that's a very strong one for them. Blackheart Hardpoint, they're also 5-0 there. So that could be a real comfort spot for sure.
It could be very, very good. I think if you are getting ready to move onto that Scar, right, you are probably feeling good, right? You just got to make it through those first 2 games. And then you're going to be a little bit comfortable. But I think the problem is, at EMEA, what we've seen from at least Project Notorious is they look comfortable everywhere on any map, any mode. And so it's maybe not a sure thing. But here we go, getting ready to kick off map number 1 on this Blackheart. I fully expect both teams to come out swinging.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. High engagement, high numbers. Again, for fun, their backs are very much against the wall, and actually in my notes, it's very much written out as bad at Blackheart, whereas for Project Notorious, it's 5-0, but there's no way to really rattle your opposition than going into their backyard, their home turf, and ripping it from them. For fun on the Hardpoint side. Proda, he's been putting up a 1.1. He's been pretty solid. Everyone else, we got to see a little bit more. That's what we're asking for here. Honestly, for Project Notorious, it's just keep doing what you're doing. You're disgusting at it.
No, they are looking very, very good right now. A little bit of false start there, folks. We'll get right back into the map. Don't worry. Let's talk a little bit more about some of these teams, what they have going on there, right? I feel like with this Project Notorious roster, this is really the marrying of some of these duos that we have kind of been waiting to see, right? I'm looking at players like Yuli and Geo and Two Real and a lot of these players who have kind of played with each other through both the league and challengers a number of times. And it feels like there's like a real special level of comfort across there, right? And that's what I'm most excited about. Every single series, any one of these players can have one of those pop-off X-Factor moments that we like to see. I think that's a little bit of that sort of secret sauce for this squad, is that anybody can have those takeover modes.
100%. Literally, any of these 4 players could go and drop themselves a 1.3 series, and you wouldn't really bat your eye at it right now with how they've been performing. Yuli and Two Real, a dynamic duo, if ever there was one. Feels like they are the yin and yang to each other. They level each other up anytime they're alongside each other on a roster. Awake and Geo putting out serious damage. Figures, and as such, leading the line, really, when it comes to this tournament. It feels like we've got a winners finals here. One team that have comfortably cruised. Now, I will say comfortably with a hint of respect to Falcons Green, because Project Notorious had to reverse sweep them last time. But other than that, it's been pretty smooth sailing. 5-0 in their group. And then you also get to see here a look at that bracket. 3-1 against Brooklyn. So it's been pretty smooth. Some really dominant matchups for fun. I mean, they've already run the damn gauntlet, baby.
Yeah.
The fact that they get here, the fact that they then get through the group, and then 3-2 against Huntsman, 3-2 against 5 Fears. So what do you have left in the tank?
I think that's like really the thing I'm looking at. Is like For Fun has gone all the way to around number 5 twice, or game 5 rather, right? And they are just looking to hold on through those first 2 games. It comes down to that search and destroy. It's just you're having to go the distance that are there. But for Project Notorious, they've had a little bit more signs of greatness. Like you said, it's a 3-0 in that first round. You get brought to a game 5 against Falcons Academy Green. Great. I can only see this going one of 2 ways, my friend. I think this is either a 3-0 or this is a round 5, you know, all the way. That's
pretty
there.
much.
I don't think this ends in 4. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know if I see it happening.
No, I agree with you 100%. It's a weird one where I think you call it spot on. It's a 3-0 or it is a game 5. I will say, if it gets to a game 5, For Fun or 4-0 there. They're also 3-0 when it comes to round 11. So these guys, I mean, I said, what have you got left in the tank? Turns out these guys have stamina in spades, but they'll need it to kick themselves off on their worst map against their opposition's best map. Blackheart Hardpoint kicks off, and Vic says, well, map of death for bloody who, and drops 3 instantly.
Okay, hey, that's a hell of a way to kickstart your map. But you want a 3 streak immediately. Slides on out, but it's a double chow from Awakening and Geo. And Awakening says, anything you can do, bud, I built the 3-piece. Comes on back, answers with his own. So great work there. Very quick stabilization from Project Notorious. Doesn't let it get too out of hand. You're managing to hold this P1 as Wake. He looks to push this back P2 side. Wants to be able to push on through. A huge kill here. Can you hold the spawn? You can. Phantom's getting dropped in the back. You've gained the spawns that you need. You flipped the map here. You'll contain this P1 the entire step of the way, and you set yourself up for a beautiful P2 hold.
Certainly have. Then he ends up to go. Geo with 3. Good lord. Breaks in. Wake finds another. That's all 4 dead. Spawn 4. 2 Real is going to be down the bottom right corner. So that's going to push 4 Fun all the way up to that north side. Literally the opposite side of the map. So much space here for Project Notorious early.
Geo through the mid. Just playing through the spinner, as I call it. Just getting lost. We'll at least be able to find Phantoms. We're getting cut down by Zvik. Meanwhile, Yuli's just been hanging on this entire time. Two Real holding that back spawn, doing a beautiful job, but Proto might has been able to find the slide on out, but the chow is there from the teammate. Will get cleaned on up by Awakening, who, by the way, is on a 9 streak right now. Hellstorm in hand. Can you just hold on for the time being, and is just begging any of these players. He's just looking down the lanes and snapping right now.
Well, I'm starting to understand why Awakening is leading the line when it comes to KD. 11-1 to kick things off here, and you can't say it's not impactful because he's also found himself pretty much all the hill time. Hellstorm's going to come in now.
Like this.
And I'll watch his teammates activate off the back of it. Forfun do the right thing, try and counter punch to at least find themselves a couple of kills. You'll get one. Any left in the tank? Actually, Vic goes huge here with a whole bunch of kills that mean the team stay in the back spawn.
It's kind of a 2-for-2 trade there between Vic and Turiel, both finding 2 kills. Still just trades going on through, but I like the idea to just immediately call in that Hellstorm onto this P3. You know that it's nice and wide open. If they're set up early, you're going to force them off it. You're going to try and break this setup if you can. You at least create a little bit of a mix here. You've managed to rip the players that you need to off the point. Do you manage to hold on to these spawns? You do. Project Notorious, a great little setup here. You've burned a lot of time on this P3, and now even the little bit of time remaining, you are looking to hold on to it. 13-2 from Awakening off this start, 11-5 from Geo. You are just cutting down all of the members here of For Fun, and you are sprinting away with an early lead.
Spawn's going to be behind Wake in the end, and Vic will eventually call his reign of terror. Turiel lose the fight to Phantoms in the backline, but that should allow Yuli to trade. Certainly does. We'll have the fight in for the spawns locked down then, and another kill from Geo to give you better control. But you're going to try and arrive in numbers if you're For Fun. There's one. Second one going to be here. Does get at least a body. Makes it more interesting. Actually, 3 in the feet. You want to hit hits from For Fun.
All right, you've done a great job. It's just a bang out straight through the front. A little bit of teamwork goes a long way. You'll cut down the members of Project Notorious. You'll manage to find some good time here. On the P4, as you are now just looking to try and hold on. Geo through the back. Won't be able to find the kills that you need, but Turiel, he actually finds one and almost slips out with his life, but it might have been the timing you needed for Yuli to hit from a different side here. It's just going to be Zvik on the point, gets cut down yet again. And just like that, you have flipped the map. If you are Project Notorious, you'll clean up the rest of the members of For Fun. You're there. And while the spawns come on through, look who's already set up on this new side. It's Turiel. He's trying to cut down the rest of the members of For Fun. Teammates flying on in this rotation. It is trades all the way through, but Prota's going to have the last lap. A nice little 2-piece will let them get on to new.
Very well on rotation if you are For Fun. For all Project Notorious's work, a good strong hold will tie this game much closer. And you're doing a good job of holding it down for now. That being said, suddenly lose a couple, Peel on his own, and doesn't find Geo in the back, so you instantly push back in. If you are the boys in goal, Phantom's going to try and hit the front. Won't do much, so it's mid-nil fight now for Fun. Got to control it, push your way out, and, well, you continue to hit Grinder's side. Project Notorious will welcome you there all day long.
I mean, buddy, I'm going to ask you. You're my big brain analyst friend. If you're For Fun right now, it kind of just feels like you're getting outslain. You're getting out-rotated. What do you do in this moment to try to get yourself back into the game?
I don't think I've actually seen them pull together a successful rotation. I feel like every single time they're trying to hit from the front against the squad in the Elite, that's never going to go well. Against Project Notorious, the best hardpoint team right now, it just goes from bad to worse. So we got to see them set themselves up. We're going to go to the second set of rotations. P1, of course, typically very 50-50. They'll have the bodies in there initially. It's all about what they do at the end of it. Do you get yourself locked in for P2?
Well, we saw how good of a job Project Notorious did on this first set of rotations. For Fun, need to take a page out of their book and make something happen. Zvik looks like he's going to be the man to do it. Finds a huge pick onto Yuli. Now going to try and push their way towards his back spawn, but Turiel with 3 in the middle of the map. And, well, For Fun, it was looking good. They had the route. They had the spawns there, my friend, and they kind of just drop all of it. Project Notorious cut their way back on through, and you called it out. It's just For Fun trying to bang through the front here, and they're going in like lemmings one at a time. Semtex will bring Peeled pretty low, gets cut down by Geo, and you are just keeping this P1 Mixie. You'll take a lot of that time, and you're already starting to look to where that P2 is starting to come on up. Project Notorious, they'll hang on to these spawns. You're going to have Awakening immediately spawn on in. Now you got to have somebody come on over, hold that back spawn, and while that's all going on, well, you got Yuli just cutting down the rest of For Fun at the front.
Yeah, Yuli and Geo just going to control from the middle here. Peel's flank for spawns is red completely, and this is just how Project Notorious have set themselves up. Lock in that P2 side, force For Fun to try and hit you. It's giving you over 100-point lead, cruising. You are, what is the goal? Hellstorm over the top. Vic has earned that. Not sure exactly when, but he won't care. Calls it in. The 2 remaining Project Notorious players took inside the hill, but you got to move quickly before the reinforcements arrive.
They're pushed on in. It's going to be Geo. Will get found by Peel. So you've managed to hold on through. No, I say that's until Turiel is starting to make his way on into the point. Will get cut on out, but not going to be too big of a deal as you are just continuing to fly and get some of these back into your way. I mean, at 200 to 80, this is just all Project Notorious. I was kind of hoping For Fun was going to, make this mixy, put up a hell of a fight here in the Hardpoint. But if this is how Project Notorious is shooting in these respawns, my friend, I don't know if the S&Ds matter.
It is a tough look early in this winners finals, but For Fun have been on the end of these beatings before. Proto being 8 and 21 is uncharacteristically poor from him. He's had himself a great elite. But otherwise, this is almost not a flip of the script for either of these teams. And for For Fun, they've built their way back into the series many a time. Certainly looks like they're going to have to do that. When Geo is cutting you apart like that, 4 dead, lock this in, clean this up, call it early.
Yeah. 10 more seconds on this hill. I mean, you got one last hit if you are For Fun. Too Real is going to try and be the front man, but Yuli just snaps for 2 from control. And Geo will look to hold the front line. Project Notorious, man. We said these teams are going to have to come out swinging. And, well, I don't know if they got lead in their what, but Project Notorious looked a little bit better in the ring there on that Blackheart hardpoint, my friend. Honestly, not even close.
Yeah, I certainly seemed a weight class above in that one. And again, we said that this was going to be For Fun's map that they don't like. They're bad at Blackheart. It's just not where they like to be at all. If they're going to play a hardpoint map and hope to take something away, they want to be able to slow it down. And you're seeing why. When it comes to controlling the rotations amongst the chaos, they just can't get there, quite frankly. Again, Proto 923, very uncharacteristic of him. He's been their only positive player in hardpoint through this elite, so that speaks volumes. But for Project Notorious, it's another day in the office. That will now put them at 6-0 on Blackheart hardpoint. It will now put them 8-3 overall. And they're just bloody good when it comes to the respawns, man. You can see why when Wake's starting 11-1.
Yeah, I mean, it was that basically Zvick 3-piece into the immediate answer back from Awakening 3-piece that I feel like was really the moment that we realized how much of a bang out this one could be. And while Awakening does slow down a little bit, we start to see the rest of the teammates heat on up as well. And it's just, I think, just some beautiful holds, honestly, on a lot of these hills. It's not anything crazy. It's not this super insane route that cracks open the hill from them. Nope, they're just holding it on down. And For Fun, they're kind of just running at these hills. No real strategy, no real timing. It feels like maybe they just got a little bit lost. Once you realize you're down from that score, you get a little bit antsy, right? You have a little bit of anxiety running through you. You're just kind of doing whatever you can. Desperation sets on in. And Project Notorious, they have the lead. They don't got to do anything crazy. They just clutch it on up, bring it on home.
Yeah, it did feel like that for Fun at a certain point. We've tried everything. Can we hit a flank? Can we hit the front? Can we? And nothing's working. We've all been there. So you get that soul-sinking moment, and I think that For Fun were very aware that it just wasn't going to be their map. But we'll move forward to a raid, search, and destroy, and hopefully this is where it becomes much more competitive. What I will say, both of these teams good at search. It is a 7-2 record if you are Project Notorious, but 9-2 if you are For Fun. Again, they love round 11s. They're very comfortable on, honestly, the vast majority of the maps, and they've won their last 9 S&Ds, have the players in pink. So it's certainly a situation for them where they could tie this series back up, and we forget that map 1 was such a blowout. That being said, this Notorious team are unlikely to go quietly into the night. This will not be like some of the other series For Fun have had, where they just happily roll over in the respawns, but then bully their way back in the S&Ds. They will have to claw tooth and nail at this one.
That's honestly what has me worried. I said it in the middle of that map, is like just seeing how good Project Notorious played that respawn, man. It feels like even if For Fun comes out, gets a nice quick little 6-0 in S&D, it's just like, doesn't matter, right? Like we're staying on Scar for the last 3 maps. We've seen Project Notorious perform on Scar against, teams of great caliber that's there, and just has me kind of questioning, right? It doesn't matter. But I think the bigger question you have to worry about, Project Notorious, also pretty good search and destroy team. They've all been playing raid a very long time. So even if For Fun, if they drop this raid, that's going to be a hell of a reverse sweep to come on back and find themselves in the grand finals.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how it plays as well, because Raid is a weird one in this year's map pool. Obviously, it initially comes out, we're all very excited because it's Raid, the classic, the brilliant map that's been around for so long. And then, because of wall jumping, it plays very differently. Then we then get the addition of a little, like an awning, like a little shelf that basically stops the impact of some of that wall jumping. So, it'd be interesting to see exactly what the teams have here in terms of a playbook. Are we still playing on those outer lanes, or will we get bodies setting up through middle, as was traditionally the play to let you pivot between the 2 different bomb sites? Very curious, and we'll find all that, obviously, out in the early rounds. My friend, we're trying to set it up best we can, but for really, this has to be a 4-fun win. If you go down 2-0 here, I don't see how you take this series.
We said it's either a 3-0 or a game 5, right? And right now, it's looking like a 3-0, my friend. I would love to see 4-fun, though, come back, answer the call, and really push us all the way to that game 5. I mean, listen, we called it. Blackheart is going to be a little bit of a mixy map. We knew that going on in. So when we kind of get ready to talk about the search and destroy, though, let's talk about 2 players. We saw Zvik and Awakening going huge on that Hardpoint, but how do they stack up in search and destroy? Zvik has been shooting in this game mode a 2.37 KD in search and destroy.
Yeah, it certainly has been performing very well. This team, this 4-fun roster, it's interesting because in terms of opening duels, they're not actually that strong. They're very good at the mid-round adjustments. So the fact that he's rocking 2.37, it tells you that he's been a big part of that. Certainly a demon. But however, on the opposite side of things, Wake is, well, he's never far away when it comes to KD, quite frankly. Pick a leaderboard, he's probably towards the top end of it. But 80% on those opening duels has me very interested. He's an AR, likes to post up and welcome you into his line of sight. And, well, clearly doing a very good job at those in the early stages of rounds, which always hands the advantage, especially on a map like Raid. It's so big. If you're playing defensively and you lose a body, it's so hard to control all that land mass. So that's where he could be most impactful.
Yeah, definitely would love to be able to see that. I'm looking also at that opening duel percentage from Awakening as well. 80%. It's a little bit nutty of a stat line for Gigawake on that side as well. So obviously, I think if they can find those first bloods, really helps it go their way. Would love to be able to see them kind of coming on through and just kind of coming out and showing that, hey, they're not just the respawn demons. They got search and destroy in their back pocket as well.
Yeah, it's important to be a multifaceted team at this level, quite frankly. And I think that that's where Project Notorious have gone from a consistent top 3, top 4 team to suddenly being like the team that will run away with this elite. Of course, still plenty of teams in that lower side. We just watched Bush push their ticket to the next stage. They're up against Falcons, and both of those teams could make a really strong run here through to Grams and make it very difficult. But Project Notorious right now, they've taken that extra step, and it feels like it's because all 3 modes, they can simply walk over the opposition in front of them. There aren't many teams we can say that about.
No, not at all. And I think we're showcasing why they are here in the winners finals. Why I think there are a lot of people's, shout to win that is going on in. We are getting right back into that round. Do not worry to start our search and destroy. I want to give a quick shout out. I saw somebody on the timeline just now saying this Project Notorious team looks a little unreal, even better than some CDL teams. Hopefully some GMs are keeping note. I'm going to say I don't necessarily disagree. I'm going to be honest with you. They are looking very, very good right now. But hey, sometimes in challengers, players can look really good, and then they get to the league and they look like maybe not the best that are there.
No.
So, well, wait.
Very true. It's certainly a situation where, these players, of course, this squad has been together since the start of the year. So you've built a system, you feel very comfortable in it. These are 4 players, as we've said, their results have gotten better and better through the year. How do you look when you take that jump and go into a very new setup? For someone like Exceed, it turns out you look bloody good. That guy's having himself a hell of a time on the Royal Ravens. But for all 4 of these players, they've seen the league, they're well experienced. And for me, honestly, someone like Gio, I was very surprised not to see him stay there. So he's right now big shark in this pawn, and he's certainly having himself a hell of a time. He's feasting on the map. But will that continue in our Raid S&D? If you missed it, Project Notorious were bloody comfortable. Map 1 is 100-point clubbing. We expected that, though. For fun, it has not been a case for them of winning out your hard points. They tend to be 1-0 down at this stage of a series. But it's the searches where they bounce back strong. They must do that right here.
All right. Well, you get a chance to set the tone yourself here with an offensive round on Raid. Forefront's going to pick up that bomb, but look at this mid. Project Notorious, they are just flying through mid right now. You've got Phantoms and Peel looking to hold it on in. Phantom's going to back up, try and go towards this ramp side. And maybe make their way on over towards Ring, but it looks like this has been read as Awakening. He's put himself in laundry. Wants to go ahead, wants to look on out here. Turiel and Yuli will fall from Zvik. Awakening, he's going to found out here. It's a little bit of shimmy, a little bit of shake from Peel, but Phantom's there to look on over you. Gio at least will be able to cut down Zvik, so you'll put this into a 1v3, but that is a big ask, and I think Phantoms gets the call out. There's the slide, and doesn't even give you the streak. I actually kind of respect it. I'm not going to lie.
I would if I thought it was intentional. I think he's actually just oversent it on the Omni movement, to be honest.
No, it was intentional. That's what we're going to say. It was just intentional.
Yeah, Gio, sends himself down to the depths. But, well, great break off from ForFun, a 2-piece to get us moving here. And the exact answer that you needed in the first round after such a decisive loss in the previous map. But, of course, as is always, if you start on offense, you dictate how the play goes. So now Notorious, they've got a chance to answer it up themselves.
What's the break-off going to be? It's a fast push through mid, like we saw on defense. You'll get an idea that Phantoms is here. A little bit of damage will go on out. Phantoms tries to land the stun. It won't manage to connect, but you've backed on up. You see Proto trying to reposition himself to maybe watch this kitchen push, but Zvik from top laundry. Great job finding Yuli on the ring side. It's going to force Project Notorious to fully move on over towards B. In the window, though, trades will come on through. Zvik flies out the window, pistol in hand onto 2-reel. 11 bullets and a Dravik doesn't need it. ForFun, showing the signs of life. Go up 2-0.
Yeah, clinical from this team. Vic, so impactful. He finds himself that first one over towards ringside. As you said, forces Project Notorious really into just a hit over by Pool. The bodies start to collapse. Unfortunately for Project Notorious, you lose Geo in what is potentially the worst moment ever, just as you're looking to plant bombs. So, never comfortable if you were Notorious. And ForFun, that's 2 great rounds. Vic, 5-1. We highlighted him at the start for very good reason, leading the way when it comes to not only KD, but so many other statistics in S&D. A demon, if we've ever seen one. He's having a great map to start here.
Been 2 aggressive rounds from Project Notorious. Just maybe a little bit of a heat check to see what ForFun would do through this mid side. Now here in this round 3, they're not going to be nearly as aggressive as they need to. But look at Peel. He's found himself up toward that laundry side. Gets found on out, but the trades will come on through from Project Notorious. Put them to a 3v2. You got the numbers advantage. You find one more. You'll maintain that one. And a little bit of a slower pace from Project Notorious in that round will net them their first round on the board. So I wonder, Enigma, was the first 2 rounds a little bit of a heat check? Were they the information gathering rounds that maybe you were looking for?
I think there's an element of misfortune. I think for ForFun, you end up with Yuli just catching a timing hidden in behind the van. But you are right. It could be a case of Project Notorious actually reflecting here and going, okay, what we actually need to do is back off, allow ForFun to get aggressive, and punish them off for it. So plenty of time to find out if that works. Obviously, adjustments all over the place for both of these squads. And, well, one of them being a big V hit coming out of PN.
2-reel opening nade. Cuts down Peel, and that could be another one for Geo. Ordnance coming on in from the sky from Project Notorious. Doing the work for you. That's going to let 2-reel push on up, but he actually gets cut on down by Phantoms. Awakening does make a good trade onto Zvik, so it's now just Phantoms in the 1v3.
We'll technically need to pull off the ace. And with 0 map presence and information around the bomb site, it's looking ever more difficult. You'll have the little hop up here, but Julio and Yuli are going to do the right thing and simply buy time. Throw a shoulder, leave him there.
Okay, and you just get caught on the wall. How do we get a controller disconnect? What?
No.
We're just giving it up?
I think Phantom's just like, look, just kill me, guys. And Yuli thinks he's getting chased down. Yuli thinks he's getting haunted. He was the hell out of there. He was like, all right, damn. Leave me alone. Wait there on the cover over. I hope there's some comms coming back there. Be like, Yuli, you do realize he was stood still, right? Like, he wasn't. Anyway, either way,
dude.
Wonderful set nades coming out of Project Notorious.
Hey, sometimes Yuli's just locked in, right? He's fully expecting him to try and slide back against the planner, maybe do a little bit of a jump chow, and doesn't want to throw the 1v3. I like it, you know? Project Notorious shows that they are respecting their opponents. Phantoms here in the round 5. We'll pull out the VS Recon. Can you find any opening picks here in the mid over towards kitchen? No, you cannot. So you will back on out. Stacks and nades going on out. Proto's been the one to move on up towards this laundry side. Do you catch the first player from Project Notorious in 2-reel? You get in a little bit of damage, and you finally manage to make it happen. Proto's going to be the one with some of those shots. The wallbang will come on through. Feels great, but dropping a lot of players. If you are ForFun Esports, you're dropping Proto. Zvik has, though, in the smoke, has made his way on forward. Taking the chow, gets Awakening on the van. Bring this into a 2v2. Vic still here, getting shot in the back by Awakening, and it's just all up to Phantoms. Not gonna be able to make it happen.
Good shots from Geo. Must win situation that. If you pick up that kill as Phantoms, you can back off, force Wake to chase you, bleed through that time and let the bomb go off. So Geo does very well in the circumstances, sliding through pillars. Now put them up 3-2. Interesting situation that'll happen. Post plant comes down, and you never get a setup in. I think Phantom's idea was to back off. He wanted to sit deeper. Vic was trying to play further forward, maybe just trying to stay alive a little bit as well, and letting all the smoke and the chaos erupt around him. Wasn't sure exactly where he wanted to place himself. Needed to be a moment there where they both figured out a way to get on a wavelength. Phantoms maybe needs to get to Art to cover, but either way, won't really matter. Project Notorious, they mop it up. And Geo's on 5 in a row here. Very close to Hellstorm.
You'd love to have a Hellstorm. Keep that score streak in your back pocket. Sometimes you can use that to ensure those round wins. Help maybe turn a losing round back into your favor. But for the time being, it's a full fly at ring. Nade up over the top through Laundry. We'll back down Peel. Do you catch Yuli on the slide out? No, you do not. Thankfully, Zvik is there for a trade. First Blood will go to the way of Project Notorious, but bomb's going to get dropped in that Laundry side, and some good help coming on through from 4Fun. So just like that, you maybe get a little bit aggressive. I don't know why we're hopping up Laundry with bomb there, but Awakening going to find himself in ring in a 1v3 and just trying to do his best to look at all of the different angles. Finds one, but it doesn't matter because he's getting looked at from too many other places. Just like that, 4Fun puts us at 3-3.
If we're talking about a potential heat check earlier from Project Notorious onto 4Fun, consider that answered. Certainly over-aggressive from Notorious. You're back. Your opponent's down. You send them all the way towards Rock. And Vic is then added too, basically. Does great work for it, of course, but then also tucks himself in the corner and lets Phantoms cover over him for the third. And as you said, why that bomb is in Laundry, well, I do not know. Should be going down if you've managed to gain that much map space. Either way, Vic continues to look pretty in this lobby and ties us back up at 3 apiece.
Okay, a couple of nades coming in off the start of the round, as unfortunately Geo is going to be the only one to be paid for it. Phantoms does manage to find 2 real, but not before getting traded out by Yuli through top ring. Proto, he looks towards the mid. He finds one, but 2 members of Project Notorious are laying in wait. They'll be able to make the read. So now it's a 2v1 for Peel, currently 0-4. Great way to get yourself on the board here would be a nice little 2-piece. You do get the bomb down on B. Project Notorious players, they are just playing together. Looks like they're going to go for this full wrap.
Could do with scooping an AR here. Could do with playing out of wheelbarrow with an AR. Well, you'll get spotted. What you need to look like. It'll hurt. Geo's got the coverage though, and that's exactly why you don't want the Dravik in that spot. I like the way he sets up for it in so many situations, but quite simply, just popping yourself on a heady and trying to send bullets down range would have meant you don't have to fly out in front of a man who hasn't missed many gunfights through today.
No. Geo looking fantastic. It's been a big reason, I think, why this Project Notorious roster has looked so good. Really been a highlight player, that is for certain. But my friend, we are here 4-3. Project Notorious, I think if they can manage just to kind of slow this one down just like a little bit, kind of clean up some of those small mistakes that we're seeing, we could see them take us to a game number 3 and potentially be on series point in the blink of an eye. This attack round will be a great way to do that. But oh my God! All right, I take back everything I just said because Phantoms, he lines you up, he knocks you down. It's a nice little collat. And okay, 4Fun. Okay.
All right, well, that was very pretty. I hate that we get final kill here. I want to see the collat again, to be quite honest with you.
One time we want best kill.
Yeah, give me best kill back. I mean, I loved where you were going with it. Project Notorious certainly could have put themselves in a situation to feel a bit more comfortable. Phantom said to hell with that, and our team are on it, and Yuli and Geo, that's just unfortunate. Phantoms with the drag scope. Beautiful stuff. And well, that's why we love snipers and Surge, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, that is a hell of a way to make sure that you don't get put on map point. Phantom still has it in hand. Just keep floating around. You can see Yuli a little bit on an island over at B. So in mid, though, Vic's going to be the one to claim first blood. So It's going to force Project Notorious to start making their way over towards this bomb site. But you find Zvick with the bomb going down, and it's now just a battle heading on out here. We're into the 2v2. You've managed to recover the bomb. You're starting the replant. Got to back on up if you are Project Notorious. How do you play this retake?
Peels does scoop the M15 this time, so something for every occasion. We'll be joined by Gio and Yuli momentarily. Jimmy the shake. Finds the first.
Good shots on the first one, but Gio, he's there. It's a dance of death on this backside planter. You're starting to get the shots on up, but you run out of bullets in the Dravik. Gio is just a little bit too slippery here. Is able to win the engagement and has plenty of time for the defuse. Okay, Project Notorious. You might get collided in that last round, but what you do, you can gun up on the next one. Which one looks cleaner? I'm not entirely certain, but all I know is that you're now a map point.
I gotta say, Peel, you just gotta trade that. You gotta win it. Feels like Gio's dead to rights multiple times, and I think Peel's lack of confidence in the moment comes through. Not that Gio will care. 11-4 from him. Incredible stuff. Take this. Feels like you've won the series.
Huge moment here from For Fun. This little stun on 2 from 2 Rail. That'll give him a lot of info. Immediately backs it up, and you're starting to see Project Notorious. It's all the arrows turning their sights over towards B. You just have Phantoms kind of lurking in towards this kitchen side, but through mid, you have a couple members of For Fun who could make this read. You got to be careful on this slide out, but Awakening, he slides on out, finds Spiel with Phantoms yet again. Doesn't need the recon this time. It's an M15 that will net him a 2-piece. You will be able to answer this one back on in, and Yuli, that's a huge kill. It's just Phantoms now in the 1v2. Bomb down on the site. So if you're now Yuli and Gio, you just have to play together. Start to surge your way on forward. But Phantoms, can he find this angle? Can he make this full wrap to top bed? No, he can't. Gets found on out. And, well, Project Notorious, they will take that round, and they will take the map, put us on 2-0.
Well, Gio, it is fitting that you finish the final kill and go 13-4 in the end, especially with the clutch in the round before as well. Just truly had his way with the entire map. And we've called it multiple times. Felt like Project Notorious were either going to have to push this all the way to a game 5 here, some For Fun S&D masterclasses, or take it in a 3-0. And, well, scoreboard is not going to be pretty reading for one person in particular. I think other than that, well, I say that too. 2 Real also had a tough time out there, just the 2 and 9. And to be fair to both of those players, that's a lot of damage for only that amount of kills in the return. But yes, 2-0 up if you are Project Notorious. And it feels, although that map's closer, always in control, and that they are walking their way towards Grands.
Yeah, I mean, if you are For Fun, you know, you really want to be able to take that map. It keeps your life aligned, right? It gives you a little bit of juice, a little bit of momentum. Take out one of these respawns, force it to that game 5 if possible. That's probably what you're looking at if you want to try and take these series. But Project Notorious, it got a little bit hectic there towards a couple of those middle rounds, but I think that those last couple ones, they really just kind of, I think, shored up, went back to their set plays, and were able to go huge because, admittedly, For Fun was making it hard. Phantom specifically, we got to call out, right? It's a collat in one round. It's a nice little double kill with the M15 in the next. That nets them some very solid rounds. And I think we're starting to see why For Fun is even in this winner's final to begin with some performances like that.
Absolutely. I mean, Vic as well himself individually, I think, picks up 3 first bloods. So having himself very talented players without a shadow of a doubt on this For Fun roster. The amount of caught us all by surprise through this elite, but every single one of them making a case for why should be considered real threats going forward. But the real threat right now is them potentially being 3-0'd out the series because Overload, well, you're not awful at it if you are For Fun. You're 3-4. I say that all 3 of your victories were on exposure Overload.
Okay.
So when I then tell you that, well, Project Notorious is 7-0 in Overload, it doesn't make pretty reading. They're really bloody good here, largely led by Gio, who's just come off the back of that map too. He'll be feeling himself coming into this Scar.
Yeah, I mean, I know Blackheart is a very different map opposed to Scar, but I will say it just is, even in those maps that look hectic and chaotic, there's a little bit of strategy that still goes into it. Where do you try and hold some of these spawns? How do you try and force some of those things? And Project Notorious looked really, really good at it. And we know when on Scar Overload, a lot of those things are just as important. You can force spawns to a particular side of the map and really just open up a lane for an easy score that's there. So I think if you're for fun, have a nice little team talk right here. Try and be able to rally the troops because you're going to need it heading into this Scar Overload. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a quick break, okay, as we get that the map number 3 set on up. When we come back, we're going to be diving on into that. The real question is, will Project Notorious take it into 3-0, or will For Fun keep their hopes alive here in the winners finals? We'll find out after the break. Welcome back, everybody. We have currently Project Notorious up 2-0 over For Fun Esports in our winners final here. We're getting ready to head on into a Scar Overload, and the real question is do For Fun have enough gas in the tank to try and take this one from Project Notorious and then have to take a Hardpoint to put us to a search and destroy? We're staying on Scar for a little bit here, my friends. And so that is really the question. Does For Fun have what it takes, my friend, to reverse sweep?
Well, I gotta take a look at this first one, and this is just a tough one for any For Fun fan. You are up against a team that has perfected Overload at a challenger's level, and a very comfortable Scar as well. 3-0. It's a mode of moments. It's a mode of breaking down waves of opponents, finding multiple kills, taking space, getting on a wavelength. Only one team has shown us that through Respawn, so right now Project Notorious being driven up towards blue already, and with the device, well, Well, it's not looking pretty, but there will be some answer back at least at the point, but it does go in. The score there. So 1-0 up if you are the gold team.
Yeah. Nice little quick cap coming up from Project Notorious there. And you can see as this EMP will come on in on this northern side. This is what I was talking about, right? Your ability to sort of manipulate the spawns where you can. And they're just going to kind of hold on for the time being. They want some of these kills to fall their way before they really try and make anything happen. You do have Proto trying to make his way through that top green side. Will get found out by 2Real, though, and already you're starting to see the forces move forward from Project Notorious. They understand that it's not just going to be one wave of kills that net you a score. It's going to be a couple of waves kills that have to go your way in order to get there. And Awakening and 2Real, they're trying to make it happen as Yuli picks up the EMP, slides on forward, sees that those spawns are deep in the back, and he's able to get the second cap of the game.
It's just everything that we wrote happening in front of our eyes. It's difficult for fun. That being said, Phantoms with 1 kill through the middle will be traded. Yuli up top has work to do. Gets the timing on Vic. Never saw him coming. And then Geo's there, covers of Peel. Phantoms will answer. So Geo's got all the mid-map presence. Going to try and set up some sort of pinch situation. Draws a bit of a net. Finds Vic the first.
Yeah, this is where it gets a little bit weird when this EMP spawns on this P2 side, right? Just because For Fun's going to have these close spawns pretty rapidly over and over. So Project Notorious there trying to hit through the front. We see Geo trying to play a little bit of a side push there to maybe catch players coming off of spawn to find the opening you need to grab it. But for the time being, if you are Project Notorious, you can manage to just play a little bit of defense. But For Fun doing a great job. They're surging on forward. They're cutting down the players where they need to. You've backed down Yuli into this corner. You have Awakening, though, who slid on out. Managed to find Peel. Could open this one on up. For Project Notorious, though, they're looking to play through that A lane. Can you find some through the mid? It looks like you can. This is just a little bit of trades right now. No real push over onto this EMP. And I don't know, if you're Project Notorious, you're probably pretty happy about this. You're just burning so much time on the clock right now.
Yeah. If you can't gain space, at least burn time. Very happy with that game plan. Phantom's 12-5. He's doing his utmost to stand tall and ensure his squad's counted for. Pinch drive feed will favor Project Notorious for now. They can scoop forward. Phantom's still in the way, however. Buys time for Proto to spawn in. The spawns will flip out. You now get one for fun. That's going to be more over towards that P3 side, which allows you a bit of breathing room, an escape route pass, and well, you take advantage of it. You gain space, and you should... No one scooped the device.
What?
I mean, I guess you drive forward line, and you're hoping that the fourth man comes and grabs it, but you got to win everything from here.
You have to win everything, as right now the spawns come in the back. Finally, they wanted that one more wave to come on through. Maybe could have done it on the first one, but you need a little bit of insurance, so you're burning extra time, though, but it will let you bring this back into a 1-2, and you pick up the EMP. You're starting to rotate it back through market already. 2Real gets cut on down trying to find that. Can Project Notorious off spawn move on over? Can they find these kills where they need to? Phantoms playing a little bit ahead. EMP in hand, tries to rotate it through top church. Will get cut down immediately. That's going to be EMP down just right on the outside. Project Notorious, if they get a couple of these kills, they could easily pick that up, start pushing it through plane.
No, they couldn't. Peel is aggressive. Proto gets the second. You have Phantoms in mid. Should he feel like he's got the time? And from his top church is going to be guarded by Geo, so he's on Overwatch, but Phantoms rips him. Continuing his impressive run thus far. Peel here for another. Also coverage on another.
Okay.
You will have Wake to try and stop the device going in, and finds a big two-piece, but Vic will be here, scoops, and we're tied up. For Fun, refusing to wilter under pressure.
I mean, that's a huge moment there from Awakening. You're looking at the mid. You find a huge two-piece, but unfortunately for you, it's just the player still able to slip on through, grab the EMP, and slam it on in. So we only have 20 seconds left in this first half. Tied up 2-2 for the time being. Geo still managed to slide on out. That's a huge double kill, but For Fun, they pick up the EMP. They're starting to bring it back to their side. Looking to rotate it on through. You have to be very careful here, though. One wave of kills that goes on the side of Project Notorious. You're putting this EMP in your territory. They could slide that in. But Awakening pushing through the front. Trying to play through this P2 side. For Fun. They move forward as a unit, but Geo is here. Finds one. Gets gunned down by Phantoms. Jaeger in hand. Yuli, you have to stop this if you want to, but it's just not enough. And that might be the opening you need. Phantoms, EMP in hand, will slide it on in. 3-2 at the end of the first half.
throw our script straight out, because what the hell are we watching? 2-0 up. I thought we were in for the fastest overload we've seen in some time. Straight into a 3-0. Project Notorious march into grand finals, and for fun, I don't know what it is. I mean, Phantoms, quite frankly, drags his team by the scruff of the neck to set up a defensive line over by Wood. And from there, they build all the momentum into somehow taking a lead. 3-2 up. I will say, that is technically the preferred side. So, Project Notorious now have an opportunity to reset this, but Phantom 17-7? We said this guy was making all the right cases and all the right noises. How best to lead your line as the vet?
I mean, had a really good performance in that search and destroy. Is continuing to shoot here in the overload. I think if you can shut Phantoms down if you're Project Notorious, this map gets a lot easier. So let's go ahead. Let's see how our second half boils on out. Proto's going to be the one to slide on through the front. Doing a great job finding some of these kills. You have picked up the bomb, though, if you are Project Notorious. You're starting to move pretty quickly on over deep into 4Fun territory. 2Real's going to get back down through the front. You got to wait right now, though. Let your team push it forward. Phantoms almost gets the kill onto 2Real, but somehow he stays alive. Peel, though, he'll pop on out, and that's 3 dead for Project Notorious.
Yeah, Wake with it all to do. Player lands on him from top rope. He'll now get 4Fun possession yet again. Moving forward, you have front covers as well through mid and then over towards Wood. But Yuli finds a timing. Phantom's going to be on his own. Does get help just in time. And, well, Yuli gets a little bit of everybody, but not a final blow on anything. 2Real will drop the device where it sits. Gio will come again. But 4Fun, they're happy to play this game. They'll trade over the top of each other.
That's 3 dead on the side of Project Notorious. Yuli, though, thankfully will be able to find one. EMP gets picked up in that market area, starting to move on forward. But Gio off spawn turns his sights. Will be able to cut them on down. Proto with a huge 2-piece on that backside. You're still getting these northern spawns, and this is what I was talking about. You see all those spawns come in on the plain side, and it's going to be Zvik. Picks up the EMP, slides it on into that B side, and is going to be able to go up 4-2. 4Fun, showing some very strong signs of life here in the overload.
They certainly are. When Proto's harassing your spawn like this, your reinforcement, your back line, it's going from good to great for 4Fun. Project Notorious, what is the answer? Still got 3 minutes. Wake does very well to rip Vic, so that device isn't coming. Proto's just trying to stay alive as long as possible, but will have support from Phantoms. You're going to keep this pressure on.
And Proto's just getting lost down here towards the spawn side. They have to find him. He gets taken on out. 2Real with a huge 2-piece. Get Proto and Phantoms out of your spawn. Buy you some space. EMP spawning on the plain side. Peel tries to go up towards the top. Will get found on out. Proto down below. Does he get sniffed out? He does, but not before at least finding one. And Phantoms from the top starts shooting. Gio able to find it. You might have just found yourself an opening. Look, Gio slid on out. He's looking down this lane. Zvik tried to look on out through the window. Won't be able to get there in time. Project Notorious answer in kind. Only down 1. 2 minutes on the clock.
Gill's got a lot of work to do here. He's going to try and get to blue, control this spawn side. Try and force Notorious spawns further away from this device and also not allow a free set of reinforcements for Yuli, who wanted to scoop the device. He's certainly having that impact as well because 2Real's been hung out to dry, isolated, and snuffed out. The kills will eventually go your way, but not before Vic can get it to reinforce. That being said, that's 4 dead. Can they now drop the line, do what 4Fun did moments ago?
I like this. 2Real, he's got to make his way on over. Find the EMP, and Gio is just going absolutely crazy on the front of the point, and that's exactly what you need. Proto finds 3, though. Not before getting cut on down by Yuli, but the damage has already been done, so kind of spawns will get reset just for a little bit. EMP spawns up in the middle. Minute 30 on the clock. And one of these teams come on through. Gio up over the top, continuing to heat on up. 25 and 23 look pretty good, but 2Real, he is flying at this, and he's going to be able to get the score, Enigma, and for the time out, Project Notorious, they're going to have the lead.
Just walks in for free, basically. There's all that pressure over by green side from Gio and Yuli. Because of that, 4Fun don't have the opportunity to respond. 4 dead. Gio scoops, starts to sprint forward. 2Real's going to be the first line of defense to try and protect and usher this in.
And Gio has just been going absolutely crazy in these last couple of moments. It's a full dead. You spawn them down towards that B side. It's an open lane. You pick up the EMP and you fly. And now the EMP spawning down towards this P2 side. We've seen this. This can become kind of a stalemate. Your Project Notorious just got to play defense right now. Do not let them pick that up. But unfortunately for you, you get spawn flipped on out and you're going to pick up the EMP. They're flying at this point. They'll be able to get it, but Turiel calls in the Hellstorm. It's 3 dead on 4 fun. You get the team kill in the process as well. So you've reset this just a little bit, but the EMP will spawn back in towards the middle for fun. They're going to have the opportunity to pick it up and run.
Now they have 10 seconds to wait up the hit. Prona drops the device. You're going to have to circle back. Big kill from Geo. You've got support for the second as well. Huge. Will mean you can't touch if you're for fun and Project Notorious. And what was a considerably dicier one than any of us expected inside the map, though, will make the series look comfortable. 3-0, march on to Grands, and send 4 fun down to lower bracket.
I gotta say, this at least was one of those series that, while yes, on paper is a 3-0, that search and destroy and that overload, if you are for fun, you made that real close. We easily could have been looking at a map 4 there, right? We easily could have been looking at a map 5 with that series. Project Notorious, they have some ice in their veins, though. They're able to clutch on up in those last 2 game modes, and especially here in the overload. Stat line for Project Notorious, nothing looks super crazy, nothing looks super, insane, besides the fact that I think when we look at, I'm looking at Turiel and Geo absolutely go crazy in those last couple moments.
Yeah, just moments where you're looking for someone to have huge impact. Even just when it's Geo trying to be a pain in the ass on one side of the map to allow Turiel to sneak through for free. The fact that you've got all 4 players who are not only able to take over, but in those selfless moments understand exactly what's needed to be done, shows why they're such a strong side in this overload mode, why they've picked it up far quicker than anybody else has in this competition. I agree with you wholeheartedly, though. 4 fun could easily be sitting 2-1 up in this series right now, showing us exactly why they Neslo so many teams. They've got so much talent here in absolute spades. Phantoms, God, what a player he is right now, looking every bit the man that once made it to the league. It's just tough, unfortunately, for them to come up against Project Notorious side that once they get the wind in their sails, there is no stopping that ship.
Yeah, it was just a couple of those times where it felt like it was Geo or Turiel, potentially either one of them. They would just pick up the EMP and they're looking at the minimap saying, you guys are spawning back? All right, I'm flying at this. And they would die, but it wasn't until they were able to get that cap on in. Really good stuff, I think, of playing more of this A side, which I think is just crazy to me. And even in that final moment, right, of Turiel finding this insane hellstorm that comes on in, those are the type of things you like seeing out of Project Notorious. A solid 3-0 in our winners finals for them. They will have punched their ticket to the grand finals tomorrow. For fun, though, they drop to that elimination bracket where they have to wait to see of the winner of our last final match of the day.
And they certainly do. And of course, that is going to be Falcons Academy White and Telluride Bush Gaming. For both of these teams, you dropped into the elimination round 1 pretty quickly, but have marched on since. Bush doing it in a game 5, round 11, no less. They'll both have their reasons to be here. Both are running that gauntlet. Which one still has gas in the tank and which one's punching their ticket, walking away 4th from this competition.
Very fun series that we have coming on up all the way basically through the rest of this bracket. I think every series is going to be a banger. Of course, you will see that elimination round final tomorrow as well as the grand final. But we got one last matchup here for the day, like I just mentioned, for the Falcons Academy White versus the Telluride Bush. It's going to be a banger. We're taking a quick break. We're going to be hopping on board with that matchup right after the break. Welcome back, everybody, to the Challengers Elite Season 1. We are just getting ready to the final moments, of course, of this first season. We got to have one more team punch their ticket to that losers final. Enigma, let's talk about our bracket and how we got here, because we have two very formidable teams that are about to battle for that spot in the losers finals. It's Falcons Academy White and the Telluride Bush.
It certainly is, and it will be that Bush unfortunately lose 3-0 to Falcons Academy Green in winners round 1. Dump them into the lower portion of the bracket. You'll see them down there in the bottom left side of the corner. They beat Omit Brooklyn 3-1 and then scraped through in a game 5 round 11 in the series just beforehand against Five Fears. So then, that sets us up. Prolute, Spark, Capsule, and Fire. These four, we've talked about it. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold. As man who is most definitely hot right now is Spark. Feels like he is stepping up and delivering big time. Not just in terms of a scoreboard, a KD, a damage metric, but when the Unshaven need him most, he has stood tall and delivered. Thinking about things like that round 10 in the S&D, breaking that defensive setup apart. Huge from him.
Very, very huge. But their opponents, guess what? They are not going to be any slouches at all. Falcons Academy White, Arsenes, Polex, Priesta, and I'm seeing Nagafen on the roster.
I think he coaches.
He coaches. Okay, we might have maybe like a sub coming in for King of Body or something. We'll get confirmation on that. But what I do know is that Falcons Academy White still look good no matter who it is coming on in here, right? I mean, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little bit surprised they 3-1 Falcons Academy Green. And what that shows me, they've really tightened up a lot of their gameplay, because I think we've had these times where we have some questionable moments, right? But these are all 4 players who really know how to play Call of Duty at a very high level. And I'm glad to see them finding some form here in the Elite.
Fully agreed. It's a team that has been together since the start of the season. They were really solid, then started to slide coming into the Elite, wobble through groups, but have been getting better and better and better through playoffs, and including that. I'm with you. I thought that they would lose to Falcons Academy Green, but also I didn't expect them to take the bloody hard points. That's where White have really struggled, but I mean, they're on the upsurge right now. They've got that momentum, but they will have to take it into the following: Den, Hardpoint, Scar, S&D, Exposure, Overload, and if we get there, of course, a Scar, Hardpoint, and a Colossus S&D to round things out. I will say, if you are a Bush Gaming fan right now, you're licking your damn lips at map number 1. How the hell that gets through, I don't know. 5-0 before we set foot into today's games if you are Bush Gaming. So if they want to put themselves ever further on this Cinderella run, that's a great place to kick things off.
It's a ban of exposure from Falcons Academy that apparently they just don't like exposure. Sometimes you just have to ban a map, because even though another team is really good on the one you let through, they are even better than you on that other map. I'll be very curious, because I'm right there with you. When this cup popped up, I was like, we're letting Bush play Den Hardpoint, and letting a Bush team get fire in map number 1, no pun intended, will be absolutely detrimental to your series that is there. And the thing also, dude, Scar Search and Destroy on that second map as well. That's a very straight up map that you have to play against each other, right? We've seen the Telluride Bush, how good they are at search and destroy, especially in that last series. I'm a little bit concerned for Falcons Academy that you got to play them on that Den Hardpoint map number 1, and then you're playing a Scar Search and Destroy in map number 2.
Yeah, Scar S&D, it's a tough one for Bush a little bit, but we've already seen the improvements that they've made coming into today, right? We talked about it. The first bloods tend to be against them. They've not had that problem. That's been fixed. Whatever temp's been gotten them working on the back, certainly looking a lot better for it. So, yeah, they're for me, I think that we get a 1-on-1. We walk into that third mode where we're talking an overload. Well, Bush, have you righted your wrongs a little bit? We saw patches of it in that first series, but if you can overcome, for me, that's the big one. That's where this entire series swings. It's called the swing map for a very good reason, but it hinges on that, because if Bush have made the improvements we're hoping to see, then that's where they can just find that edge and take them out 4 against this Falcons team.
Yeah, and I think you called it out beautifully there. I liked what we saw a little bit earlier. I will say their overload looked a lot better this week than what we have seen previously, right? So if they can fix some of those mistakes, they could look really dangerous on that exposure overload, right? If you are the Falcons Academy White, though, and you're kind of looking at this series, I think that you have to be looking at that search and destroy, right? Scar, that we know how much of a like we said, a straight up map that it is. I think you really need to come out swinging on that. If you can manage to take the Den Hardpoint, that maybe could also be the linchpin, right? You come out swinging here, you win a hard point against Bush on a map that they're very heavily favored on. That's not only a blow to their confidence, but a real boon to yours.
Well, what we saw in the last series, that Falcons Derby matchup, shall we say, very much so is a case of why the Falcons team should feel at least semi-confident in a hard point. Earlier on through the season, Priester and Arceties in particular struggling. It just wasn't pretty from them. Paul X been having himself a hell of a time, needed some help in the respawns. We saw a much improved, in particular Arceties, but definitely a Priester too in that last series. So whatever they've been working on, whether it's just confidence, whether it's just a couple of different strategies getting on as a team here, whatever it is, they look better. So it's a case of, okay, well, can you match up on Bush's favorite map mode combo? I mean, it's a big ask, but
it is.
Well, if you're gonna upset a big team and stall them in their tracks, that's a way to do it for sure.
No, that's a great way to look at it. I'm also looking at, we kind of highlighted Spart a little bit in that B-roll. I also got to highlight Fire as well through some of the maps in that last series, right? Fire had some really huge clutch moments that he was really able to come alive and have those moments where he really went big for Bush and stopped sort of a rollover moment from Five Fears, right? Very, very excited to see, can they have a lot of that momentum? Because when we tuned in, we only got to tune into that Bravo stream a little bit. Arceties was also firing on all cylinders and doing a lot of work on his side as well, both with the AR and the SMG. So it kind of feels like we have two teams who have a lot of momentum underneath their sails and are about to come into this and see who can really kind of carry that and also who can have the mental fortitude they need in this map number 1.
I agree. I love the point. I think it's an important one to bring up. You've both just come off of victories. For Telluride, it was a Game 5, Round 11. For Falcons, it was what many may consider an upset. Not sure if they do, but either way, you have earned your way to this point in the bracket. Let's kick things off and underway over P1. First couple of kills will be green.
All right. Falcons Academy green, or white rather.
That's going to be confusing.
You know what? It's okay. We're all good. We can actually just call in the Falcons in this matchup, which is I love. Falcons already, though, have been able to already gain some points here. Very early on the P1 as Telluride Bush look to continue just kind of hit from the front. Going to be able to find a 2 huge 2-piece if you are Paul X. That will let you hold on for the time being. Spawns will come on through. You do have Pro Loop playing through this dojo side. 2 players pushing out a server. You find Priesta, you find Paul X. Is that what you need to find your way on over towards this P2? It's a deep wrap from Capsule. You know you want these back spawns. So if he can win this fight, that would be huge. But King of Body, that is a huge win for you. But unfortunately, the rest of the Telluride Bush, they're sliding on in. You have these back spawns. And Falcons Academy White, they got to hit from the front.
A couple of great plays across the board. We will, however, come back to it because Falcons just bully themselves straight in the Pro Loot in particular, and Capsule then joined him to do undone immediately. Falcons will just try and force the front fights over, and Pro Loot spot fire. They win their gunfights to smash everything back open. Take the rest of this, you tie it up. And did I see body shots nice and early? We're really getting that spicy that quickly. Either way, whatever it is, Capsule wants to get himself off that donut pretty quick and get rolling as the player we know he is.
Sometimes you need a little confidence booster there, my friend. But as we get towards the end of P2, it looks like Falcons Academy White, they'll manage to hold on to just a small smidge of the lead. But look at P3. You already have Telluride Bush. They're spawning over on that side. They're setting up for new.
Certainly are. Good catch by Capsule to find Paul X. He will have one more, though. That kill's important because you're worried if you're Bush about a pinch setup coming through. So what could counterplay? Well, for Fire was to try and punch forward, and well, he's going to damage just about everybody. Gets all the intel at the very least, but unfortunately, as he falls, Pinstripe suits Falcons, and you break in. What can Capsule do by himself? He's a very talented player, but this is a tough ask.
Yeah, there's a bang out on P3 here, and Cap is trying to keep it mixy, but it's a nade that will back him on down on the back of the tangle. You got Spart with an M15 in hand. Who is just rapping right now, baby? Oh my God. A very solid 3-piece for Spart. A lot of talk for him before the matchup here, and it's moments like that that show you why. With a highlight reel from Spart. Well, you'll even it up for the time being, and well, you're going to put Falcons Academy White back into the spawns.
It's very early to be getting excited, but well, Spart says he's going to carry the whole damn bush on his back. That being said, Fire will find 2 through the middle. Go 7 and 7. Will be cut by Paul X from Plat. That opens up the middle of the map. Spart's going to go meet them there, greet them at the front. And to be honest, this is an important kill because your teammates aren't set up. Never mind, you find 3. You can take a breath, lock in your setup, lock in your hold. You will lose the first, but you've still got the bodies.
Slides on out. Spart trying to do a good job. Hits from that front. Pro loot from the side, though. We'll use that information just to try and find one. Fire on the back. Heady. He gets dropped by King of Body, but thankfully Capsule is there. Flies on out. Dravik in hand. Able to get the trade. A nade going in the front. Just trying to play this doorway, begging anybody to try and push in from either that outer awning or the inside. And you're just setting up such a great crossfire with you and your teammates that anytime Falcons Academy White try to get close to this zone, they are just getting cut on down. It's a little bit of scrap time that'll go their way, but a late hit from Pro Loot will keep this mixy. And the Telluride Bush, they'll be up roughly 20 points coming out of this. But as you get ready for the second set of rotations, everybody is just split on this map. No real setup coming in from either team.
That's good call. It's a horrible mini-map. You just got to try and control one side, lock in a set of spawns, understand what it is that you're fighting. Paulex has started off 17 and 10. He's trying to do the same job. We'll find fire in red. Are you able to control the player in blue? You can just ignore him for now and gun Pro Loot out of his boots. And the trades will suit the Falcons for now. Of course, P1 still going to be contested for a moment. About setting up for P2 and Falcons. They're trying to push players further back, but you might miss spot on the roof wrap.
30 seconds left on this P1. You'll rip King of Body off. You'll take this time uncontested for the time being here, and you've managed to grab a little bit of scratches. You are the Telluride Bush. Pro Loot with a huge 2 that will let them hang on to the lead, but you got to set up for that P2. They're trying to fly on through to gain these spawns, and it looks like they'll be able to, but that's not without Falcons Academy White pushing on in from the front here. A wave of kills going their way will let them secure this hardpoint. It is a pinstripe kill feed. We'll let them secure for the time being. You just have one last member from the Telluride Bush who's close by. They will get cut on down. 3 spawn in the back. You could re-hit this, but it's Capsule off spawn who's trying to hit a route through mid. Trying to maybe approach this P2 from a different angle. Alex playing on the stairs. Not able to find one.
Trophies did the work to provide the protection for Falcons White. That will mean as the dust settles, you'll keep control. The hit from the opposite side will reward you with 2 bodies, but we tie things up if we are Falcons. The damage has been done. The swarm comes through, though. The late hit happens. 20 seconds on clock. You could leave one body and send the rest on rotation. Capsule, he's aware of that. He's going to get on the move. It's just whether or not he gets him around the back. Stun's going to connect. Was that teammate? No, it's a late one from Paulex. It's a great read from him.
Just trying to hold on here. Spart watching this mid. Had such a great start to this map, and now 12 and 18. Needs to maybe slow it down just a little bit. Help his team out a little bit more. Not going to make the read that Priesta is laying in wait here. Watching this push on through. Taxinates from the back. Fire wants to be able to cut down some of these members of Falcons Academy White. So you can create an opening for your team off the spawn, but the defense is just too strong right here. Priesta, he's not able to win that gunfight, but you might have been able to do the damage. You are still causing the Telluride Bush to just wait here. You've brought this lead back into your favor. This Paulex, 24 and 14 from him, is looking to try and help lead his team to victory. Priesta continuing just to fire from the front of this. Telluride Bush not able to get any amount of space towards this point at all.
King of Body's had himself a passage here. You're going to see 5 in a row, but a couple of them come through mid, just controlling, ensuring that Fire and Co have to hit through the front, and Fire throws himself off the damn map. He's also provided the support over the hill. Paulex, well, he ain't slowing. 25 and 14, and he moves his Jaeger like that. Capsule can't return or reply with much. The rotation is going to be here early from Bush, though. They want to try and pressure P4 and answer back.
I like this. Slide on out. You're getting some good hits from the front here. Priesta trying to play this corner, but it's all 4 members of Telluride Bush. They activate all at the same time. Cut down Falcons Academy White, and I like this Pro Loot. He immediately finds himself into the back here. Wants to hold these spawns, but it's a quick flip from Falcons Academy White. They're now going to be the ones to apply pressure from that front side. Spart trying to hold that back area. It's not going to be enough. Cap through the front. Can he find the kills you need? I'm looking at Fire playing that mid cut. You got to do something here to try and help out your teammates. But you'll manage. It's just 4 dead on 4 dead. Every single push between these 2 Enigma. It's the last final few moments of scrap here on this P4. Do you manage to get a little bit closer? Yes. But you have to play a little bit better on this next set of rotations.
It's the first team that keeps a hold of something, quite frankly. The breaks are bountiful. There's plenty of them coming through. The flip spawn comes in for King of Body. You're not going to read this, and he's just going to follow Prolu in until he can be as effective as possible. And does a great job of doing just that, unfortunately, for the Bush. So your setup's broken. Spawns are going to continue to be split, so it might just happen the exact opposite way now for White. A Body's tucked himself in, trying to read it.
In the corner, teammates dropping around him. Will fly out. Good shots on a Capsule, but it's just not enough. Cap plays his life beautifully. Paul X, good for a trade, but not going to be able to hang on. Arseny's ripped from the top window. Telluride, Bush, they do such a great job of holding the defense here on P1. Normally, it's a little bit of a fight, and you're just happy with whatever time you can get on this hill. But on this rotation, Telluride, Bush, they will take full advantage of it. Great job holding on for the time being, but we're looking over at that P2, and they're already starting to move here, Enigma. Telluride, Bush, they have the rotation, they have the spawns. They could run away with it here.
Capsule hits a route through Jen's Dojo's side and plays in for the back spawns. That not only means that you get that kill, weakening the Falcons' defensive line, but fire spawns directly on top, so you can just hit and hold. But Falcons are here. They'll fight for it from the front.
Pro loot! It's a huge two-piece on the point from Byron. Doing a great job holding on. I mean, they could win it here, dude. Capsule in the back. Can you catch these players pushing in? Prolu finds RC from the front, slides on out. Cap will get found on out, but is there going to be any trades on in? Fire, he's trying to look through this mid side. Nobody's home, so he turns his attention back down towards the stairs, finds one on the push-up. Spart will cut down one more. All you need to do is win this one. You're there. It's the TK that comes through onto Capsule, and that might be a little bit of your demise as Prolu has been able to flood back on through, and they are just cutting down the members of Falcons Academy White. They are flying at this point. They do not want to let it go here, but it's just not enough. Only a few more seconds needed. You are flying on in. Can you manage to hold? I don't think you can. Telluride, Bush come out on the Den Hardpoint. It's a little mixy through the middle, but they lock it in when it matters.
Why we said no one likes to challenge them on that home ground. That will now make them 6-0 on that map mode combo. Ridiculous stuff from Bush, and it was shaky through some of the earlier stages. Felt like Falcons are showing a lot of those hard point improvements that we've been talking about. Really stood up, stood tall. But there was a moment there where just as the game seemed to be getting away from Bush, they showcased something very good, and that was an early rotation over to 3. Obviously, there's the late one to set up themselves up for 2. A lot of credit going the way of Capsule. But it's that rotation over to 3. I think there was a moment where they took a breath and as a team said, actually, guys, this is getting away from us for a second. Paul X is dropping 35 on our heads. We need an answer. Part of that is going to be Prolu putting up 32 and Fire with 3,200 damage to his name. However, it's just that moment, that collective work that hit together that impressed me a lot considering the chaos that was unfolding around them.
21 assists for Fire is an insane stat line. That's all I'm going to say. He may not be looking pretty good in the KD department, but he is helping where he can. Leading his team in damage, trying to be maybe that front player. Doing such a good job of trying to get that damage in, softening up Falcons for the rest of his teammates so they can fly on through and help let some of those hills go their way. It was a bang up to start, honestly. There were so many moments in this game, Enigma, where it felt like, you know, maybe a spawn would go the Falcons Academy way, and then immediately that same exact spawn would come in for the Telluride Bush, and it just felt like nobody could make those reads, and sometimes that's just how Call of Duty goes.
It does, it does. It's all about the information game at that point. You pop your stuns out, you pop your frags, you try and come over each other and try to figure out exactly where your opponents are arriving from. There were some wild and wacky moments. That's the Call of Duty we know and love, quite frankly. That's how it rolls. But Bush did a wonderful job. Again, just that early rotation from 3, and I called it partway through. I said, whoever manages to hold something, you're winning, you're taking control of this, and they lock in the late 2 hills. So great stuff from them, just to stabilize amongst the chaos, control it, and bend it to their will. It's important to do so, and they will walk away map 1 victors. And now it's on, my friend, to that Scar, Search, and Destroy. Now, coming off the back of that map 1, if we'd have said that Bush had taken it, we wouldn't have been surprised. Map 2 is an interesting one. For Bush, you were 3-5 coming in today in S&D, but unfortunately you were 0-2 when it came to Scar S&D. But again, we've seen the improvements today. Their first bloods are so much better. So what do Falcons Academy White have in their pocket to ensure that they walk out of this tying the series up?
I mean, I'm also going to be looking at the snipers on each team, right? Earlier we saw it with Telluride Bush. It was just about, you know, we kind of saw Spart do some things with that recon. I think you can do more with it on Scar. I think you can be a little bit more impactful depending on, whether you're attacking or defending as well. Be very curious to see what QK can do on the side of Falcons Academy. White as well in that side, right? It's kind of brought a new element of search and destroy with these snipers on in here. It'll be very, very fun to see who can really put it to use. There's been a lot of talk about Scar search and destroy, man. I want to give a huge shout out to Zinni, because I was watching the watch party, right, where Optic was recently playing this, and Zinni kind of broke it down in a beautiful way where it's like sometimes you just need to kind of 4-man bang out this A bomb site. Like, that's the default, right? It's just you have 4 players, you fly at the bomb, and then you take all this positioning and you force the other team to play on into you. Feels like sometimes teams are overthinking maybe the strategies on this map, and I'll be very curious when we have 2 high-level search and destroy teams like we do here. How do they approach a map, like Scar search and destroy?
It's a good question. I really like it. It's one that thinks is something we could rattle on with for some time. But I think you're right. You don't need to overcomplicate it, especially as the offensive team. You can just hit a site because it puts the defensive team in such an awkward position. Do you commit all of your bodies to just defending that site? Well, if you do, and the attacking team decides to go a different direction, well, you're screwed. You're trying to play a retake over the open plain site. Then again, if you don't, and the numbers are there for your opposition, they can just roll you over. And we've seen this historically with some search and destroy maps. This isn't a surprise to us. It's just the way the Scar works out. But if Bush are going to manage to turn that 0-2 record into something a bit more positive, they need to understand that that's how they play it. And as you said, just don't overcomplicate it, quite frankly. You're doing a much better job on the first bloods. Take that opening pick. Overwhelm.
Yeah, would love to see it. Hopping on in, are we going to see Falcons Academy White tie this one on up, ensure us a game number 4, or do we see the Telluride Bush go up in a 2-0? Put us on series point. Would be very, very curious. I will say the Bush are looking very good. We watched through that 5 Fears match earlier, and while yes, it does go to a game 5, guess what? They still managed to ice up when it matters. They were down a lot in that series and were able to claw it on back. A little bit of a test for them. What can they do here in the search and destroy? Early break off. We start to see a little bit of hang on back here. Snipes already out from Paul X. And he's going to get backed on down. So great job from Telluride Bush making this read that there's a sniper in play. You do not want to let him hang on to an angle. But King of Body's going to be the one to find the first blood onto Spark. Proloot will find Priesta on the other side. So you're keeping this into a 3v3 as Telluride Bush are just kind of holding a couple of angles. Gonna let Falcons Academy White make their way onto bomb site, but Paul X, sniper in hand, finds Proloot.
Caps it all. Lands onto RCT. King of Body with his second. It all gets a bit messy amongst the smoke and turns into a 1v1. Paul X with the sniper. Fire. Do you slip away? No, is the answer. Sniper in hand, but pistol will do the job to get you off the mark. I thought for a second Fire just about managed to slip himself inside a shop and get away with his health. It was interesting to see if there was a post-plant position coming through from there. Either way, I mean, we basically get exactly what we talked about. Take the numbers, run it over at A, get the pick, work it from there. Falcons showing that textbook early.
This little patience there from Paul X as well with the sniper, right? Kind of gets back down. His position is known, and it's, it doesn't feel like they need to really rechow anything. I think just continues to hold the line and is really just kind of forcing Telluride Bush over to this back P2 side, not really letting them gain any ground. But script is flipped. What can the Bush do now with their side on offense? And we see Spark immediately cut on down by Arcades as Proloot makes his way on up. Finds one, finds two. A huge 2-piece from Byron, but King of Bodies there for the trade. It's now Fire and Cap. They've put themselves into a 2v1. Paul X playing top blue. He has to try and go for a route here. Bomb is going to be down on that A side. Hasn't been recovered just yet, but I like what Bush is doing. Play together. Do not isolate this into a series of 1v1s. Paul, though, he might be rewarded. Fire towards the top. Oh. The shot goes out. He's not able to hit it. I spoke too soon. He hits the second one. Palm down yet again. Oh, that got a little bit too dicey for me, my friend.
Yeah, weird set of timings. I think Paul's expecting Bush to scoop the bomb, instantly plant. And actually, Bush take their sweet time about it. They don't go and retrieve. And just as you called it, don't let it isolate. And I thought, yeah, no, they're all heading the right way. And then they just about go the opposite direction. Paul misses the easier one, definitely hits the more difficult one, but Capsule's repositioned himself in time for the trade. So, brave from him. Will tie us up at 1 apiece. Falcons leading in those first bloods right now. The Bush keeping this very competitive.
Listen, every COD sniper will tell you it's not the easy shots you'll hit, but you'll hit the crazy flicks every single time.
Every time.
Pollock showing that in a clutch moment. Now looking to hold this backside, and I like this. Telluride Bush kind of throws some pressure onto that plane side.
Hello.
Spart finds King of Body. So you're going to have a nice little opening here to push on through, and I like what the Bush are doing. It's like a little bit of push out and then just immediately retreat. They don't have to get aggressive here. And with that opening, it's a 3v4. You have the numbers advantage. You're just waiting for the Falcons Academy to maybe make a mistake. Fire slides on out, catches Arcitys underneath. That's bomb down. And it's Pollux playing up close with a sniper. And he's going to put it to work. Finds fire. Frees to find Cap on this plane side. And no, he cannot. Loses the fight. Paul, pistol in hand, will surge on forward. Will take down a low HP Capsule. 28 seconds on the clock. It's a 2v1. Bomb is down on that A side. I think Spart's made the read. It's a shot out from the top. Maybe Paul could do something crazy back-to-back rounds, but it's a great defensive round from the Bush.
Honestly, I was thinking Paul might back off. That's now the sniper completely burnt, and Spart will have his... Well, I mean, that's the first time we've seen him pull it out, so he's got it for at least 2 lives. I don't know. When I saw Paul hitting green, I thought, okay, back off, play the sniper, just set up a lane and hope someone walks into it, gives you a free pick. But it tries to get all phase fanciful with it. Lands nothing. And you will see him now change off. So, Bush go up 2-1. Great work from them. Smothered everything in front of them. Important win by Cap over by plane side as well. Cannot stress how important that was to that round.
It's immediate. 4-man hit from the Telluride Bush. Getting aggressive on this A site, and just Falcons Academy are nowhere near it. Just stun up over the top. Bomb getting planted. Get that rock down. Priesta, though, with a nade, finds Capsule. But Spart, he's watching these stairs. Anybody going to come on in here? He sees one. Shot gets fired. He's going to get backed on down. Somehow able to stay alive. Stun will come on out. It's a nade up over the top. But Priesta's going to use that as an opportunity. Surges on forward. Finds Pro Loot. Trades are in. Fire. Only player left alive from the Telluride Bush. Shots going out. He'll make his position known. Falcons Academy White answer back in kind.
I was with you. Very surprised that Falcons were willing to give up that site for free as much as they did. It seemed like they had a plan, and it started with a Priesta set nade. Drops it straight at the tails of his opponent and gives you that pick to overwhelm. Spart feels like he'll probably want that one back. Looking for that first shot, in particular that pick that you're hoping to tie numbers up. Either way, it won't matter now. Falcons take it to 2 apiece. Continues to just win out in those first blood engagements. Now, is it Old Faithful? That 4-man hit to A. The thing is, every now and again, on attack, you have to throw in one different play just to keep your opponents on their toes.
Well, it looks like Falcons are going to take a little bit of the same strategy. Spart continuing to throw a shoulder out here. He gets backed on down. You have King of Body, who's there for the trade, but Capsule will also find the same as Arcitys. Some great positioning will net you a killing. You don't get the bomb down. You're looking for this player in the back. You know Byron's back here. You find him, and fire. Now going to be the last player alive here on defense. Falcons doing such a great job. They have the plan. They have the strategy. They're good on an execute, and they cut down the members of the Bush.
Great work. Honestly, Falcons just overwhelmed. No answer, really. And every time it felt like there was a way for Bush to get back into the round. For example, Prolute on that long wrap. It's read by the Falcons and instantly dealt with. A couple of those ARs just overpowering. In particular, Pollux, he doesn't have a sniper to play with anymore, but does that make him even more powerful? 6 and 3. Priesta, after a very slow start, now on a 4 spree. Got to keep an eye on him. The Bush likely back towards A here. It feels like a slower approach. A change up in the way things have gone thus far. And has that shifted the Falcons' defense around? It certainly looks more passive.
Yeah, it feels like they're just really okay with this retake. You have Capsule kind of throwing a shoulder on this plane side. Just getting some shots onto Priesta. I think with that, Falcons will make a realize that Hey, there's going to be some movement at A. We probably make a safe assumption there, but through the middle, fire. He gets the shots, but not the actual elimination that he's looking for. Meanwhile, the rest of your team is dropping like flies around you on the bomb. ProLoot cannot buy a kill right there. 4-2 right now for Falcons Academy White.
That opening fight just kind of explains it. You got one lined up in front of you, or so you think, if you are the Bush Gaming. And it ends up a little bit of like, I've done damage to one, damage to the other, and you lose that first blood. Currently 5-1 to the Falcons. Bush's old problems, unfortunately, resurfacing themselves here. Gotta find those picks. Gotta give themselves a bit of advantage. You don't want to be continually fighting from the Lauren. Yeah, this is that moment from Priest that just springs up, finds fire. Paul X is on the coverage over for Capsidal as well. Reacting to those early bits of information. And ProLoot's nade will launch, and, well, that jump across terrified me.
Double nade. Will land on a Paul. This is a huge round for the Bush. You need a little bit of momentum swing back into your favor, because right now, Academy White is dictating the pace. Spark. Good shots. Back down King of Body. You have ProLoot there to play with you. He'll actually slide on out, find King of Body, but Arseny's from down low. Finds a nice low HP ProLoot, but Spark is there for some trades. Finally, the player is dropping into the favor of the Telluride Bush. You only lose ProLoot, and it's just Priesta. Can he maybe find the kills he needs for this Hellstorm? Even if you lose the round, going into these future rounds with a streak would be absolutely massive.
Yeah,
Nope,
and he recognizes that, tries to get active, but Spart, how many gunfights has he lost today? Not very many. Cuts him short. So no streak for the Falcons. Your answer back in kindness. I'm not sure how many times Sparks died with the sniper. I know at least one. But curious about if he changed off it from that point and saved it for the later rounds. If so, it'd be a very smart play. We've seen just how impactful he can be, but and we know that the Falcons don't have one available to them. Bush will again drive forward. And again, I just wonder if Falcons going to happily sit back, because when they've played that retake for A, they've been brilliant at it, rather than getting involved in these early engagements.
It's so odd, because it's like they're poisoning themselves because they think it's going to be a B hit, and it just absolutely isn't. But look at King of Body. He's moved on over towards this Marcus side. He is right near Capsidal. They are lurking next to each other. Do we see a swing? Oh no, King of Body's going to back on up. Play a little bit more defensive. Starting to see some nades go on out. If Cap gets any idea the King of Body's here, it's an easy pick. All he has to do is turn 180. He's waiting for this pinch, but nobody's going to come from this angle. And you're starting to see some of the shots go out. In mid, Priest has got to back it up, and this is going to be Capsidal's turn to surge on forward. He gets the comms. There's a player at the stairs, but Priesta with a very slick little Omni movement move will find Capsidal. Spark gets dropped, and King of Body from the top. He's been able to cut them all down just like that. It's Fire is the last one alive. Capsidal had the opportunity to find the opening and punch on through, but Priesta, that's a nice little move you do to get that kill.
Yeah, it feels like potentially a little bit of indecisiveness, or just trying to get a little bit too proactive on that first blood from Cap. But either way, great work from Priest. You're completely correct. Just drops himself onto his backside, pops himself there, waits for Cap to land, and rips him. Makes it 6-2 in first bloods. The reason I'm going to keep reminding you of this, it's not exactly rocket science. The more often you make it difficult for yourself at the start of rounds, the harder it is to win in S&D. If Bush are going to make this 5-3 run now, gotta be better on the opens. You got to find a different attack strategy. Falcons Academy White, they have an answer on defense.
Oh, it's a very aggressive defensive hold coming out from the Bush already. See number 6 Capsidal. He's found himself up in towards the market. Spark continuing to shoulder those steps. You got ProLoot trying to watch for this flank and this side of the map, and can turn over and help out mid if he needs to with some early shots. Back down the members of Falcons Academy White. Paul X, he's making his way on up. He might find the timing on Capsidal if he's careful. A lot of opportunity now. He'll slide on out. Cuts down Fire. Immediately backs on up. Cap is there. Waiting for the re-shouldering. And Paul X.
Wow.
A huge monumental two-piece to help it go their way. Smart will answer on back, though. And he finds his own two-piece, but it's just not enough. The trades are in. And Falcons Academy White, they will take this search and destroy on Scar.
Again, just showing that bit of extra when it comes to those opening engagements. You find a route if you're Paul X. You also understand where Capsule likes to play in through shop. Finds have a quick, clean two-piece to make it very simple. I've got to say as well, I really respect the way Falcons play their defense. When they initially started to play, okay, we'll just completely let you plant a day for free and retake. Honestly, I was a little bit bemused by it, but they certainly got that on lock, especially off those set nades, opening picks, and then overwhelmed with the numbers. So great stuff out of them. For Bush, this is kind of how the script goes. Win map 1, lose map 2. Nothing to be too shaken up about just yet. Taking a look at our board here, it's going to be very obvious where the difference maker lies. And this first blood, quite frankly, it is very one-sided.
Very one-sided. Paul X also with 7 non-traded, 1,200 damage for the team. Had some monumental rounds with the sniper in hand. Had some monumental rounds with just an AR doing what he does. A little bit of a battle, but I think you called it out correctly, my friend. It feels like for Falcons Academy White, a much stronger set of decision-making out of them of how they wanted to play both sides of the bomb.
No, I agree 100%. For Bush, again, we've seen improvements in their S&D, but there does seem to be their attacks were very one-dimensional there. Defense is a bit hit and miss. For Falcons White, there's clearly a playbook. You get a couple of lucky moments, for example, that there where fire's caught between shooting pretty much everybody. We've all had those happen in COD. And Priestess brings up to save the day. A couple of those openings just happened, but either way, White, whether it be adjustments for the defense that made them much more successful over by Wood, or happy to split the map on offense and just keep Bush guessing, move those bodies around, certainly felt like they were in control.
No, definitely a lot more in control. Controlling the pace felt like round to round. So they'll take that search and destroy, even up our series. We have Exposure Overload as our third map. Now, here's the thing, Enigma. I think that we had a lot of questions about Bush's Overload and what they could do. It hasn't looked great. They did lose the Overload against Five Fears on Exposure, but I will give them some credit. They looked a hell of a lot better in that game mode than we have seen before. It does give me some hope that, hey, this isn't just going to be an absolute walk in the park for Falcons Academy White. This is still going to be a battle on this map. Feels like they have figured out the map and mode combo a little bit, and I think that this is still going to continue to deliver a hell of a series.
I sure hope so. I mean, again, don't really mind which way this goes. We're supposed to be neutral up here on the desk. It's just wanted a bang out. Just wanted to see these two take chunks out of each other. Sometimes for the Bush, unfortunately, it's been a bit one-sided. I mean, Yumi cast over that Brooklyn series where they walked all over Brooklyn and then lost 5-0 in the Overload. Such a weird moment. But yeah, just want a close one. Want it to be feisty. And yeah, I mean, set us up for a very nice back half of the series.
Well, chat, we can't be biased, but you definitely can be. We're going to go ahead and go to a break, and we come back. We're going to be diving on into that map 3 in Overload. Little bit of a treat for all of us in here in the community. For the first time, players are rapid fire at getting into lobbies. So we're going right on in, ladies and gentlemen. It is exposure here in our Overload game mode, map number 3. Series is tied 1-1 with the Telluride Bush going against Falcons Academy White. The Bush, this hasn't been their game mode, but they've been looking a hell of a lot better at it. Can this be the time they run over Falcons Academy White themselves in series point?
Yeah, the only maps in which we've seen the Bush take victory so far has been a scar. So, of course, we won't be here. But we've also not ended up on Falcons White's preferred. I thought for a second there, RCT's completely missed the jump. Falcons White have had 5 wins in this mode, 4 of them coming on Den. So, it feels a bit even keel. The early kills, of course, back, forth, very split. Fire, however, will find one to open up the middle of the map. Priestable slips through the gaps here and, well, finds nothing but a hell of a lot of damage. And it will draw things back up middle of the pitch.
I think that's a huge kill right there. You want to get Priesta out of your spawn. Do not let him come on in. But look at this. King of Body. He's picked up the EMP, and he is just flying on his way to A. You get a little bit blessed there if you are the Telluride Bush that Spark comes in off spawn just in time to catch him before he's making that cross. But I like the idea there where King of Body just says, I'm seeing a gap. I'm full straight running through it. Getting a little bit of a blast from the pass from uplink. Or that kind of was the strategy sometimes. You didn't really care too much about the kills. You grab the ball and fly at the goal. Feels like Overload kind of sometimes has the same DNA. Falcons Academy White. They're finding a lot of kills. Positioning themselves to the middle of the map. And yet again, Paul X, he picks up that EMP. He's starting to push towards A. This is a huge kill. King of Body finds the one that he needs, but the EMP is going to stop short. Can you manage to find it? You do. You find the kills that you need. RCDs picks it on up. Gives us our first score of the half.
You do a lot of things right if you push. Unfortunately, you see 3 bodies fall all at the same time. Going to give Falcons Academy White that free device run. Although Capsule's nade seemed like one sent from the heavens, it won't answer your prayers. Just a lovely little kill there for middle. What I will say, that Prolute has found himself tucked into those mid steps, so he could be a thorn in the side. Finds 1 kill. And he's just trying to delay, let his boys respawn and reinforce, and they'll get their great impact.
And I like this. You got 2 players from Falcons Academy White just playing on top of the EMP and then pushing through mid. Is your other 2. Thankfully, some trades do come on in, so it won't be as clean of a route as you maybe would like. You're just keeping this one mixy. EMP spawning on this northern side of the map. RCs will get the kill, picks it up, rotates it back towards mid. And this is what we've seen time and time again. If you can grab this EMP, kind of hold it in this mid side, wait for the kills to go your way, and then you can push towards a particular bomb site. Fire, though, will be able to cut down Paul X. Trying to make your way on forward. Cap, he's good for 1. Sliding around. Have you done what you need? If you are the Falcons, you have. That's another quick cap coming on in. No real defense coming from Telluride Bush there. The kills don't go their way. You can't get to the bomb in time. And, well, it's just a free cap for Falcons.
Feels a little bit like we over-prioritized through the middle of the map. White. They just punch a hole straight down one side. They don't overcomplicate. We've said it a few times. Teams are profiting off of that approach. Now, how do you retrieve this device? Because Falcons technically not in possession of it, but they may as well be. Fireball weakened up. Priest is on a route through the back, harassing the spawners. That's actually going to spawn Prolute way out. He basically spawns in the opposition goal. Won't amount to much, but it at least gives Fire the knowledge that he can scoop this device and run out of here.
And you're already starting to see some fast move over to B, but Falcons, they're going to have this inkling that this is already happening. Huge kill from Fire, pistol in hand. Going to rotate it back towards the mid. Can you maybe pull the Falcons over to one side and maybe use that to your advantage? You're finding these huge kills, but unfortunately you do get cut on down. Absol in the back. Might be able to cause some chaos. Just not yet. Wave of kills go your way. Falcons Academy, they'll pick up the EMP. Starting to work it towards this northern side. You might have a full runway if you don't realize this right now. Anybody from mid? Yes. You'll cut them on down. It's a good amount of defense from the Bush.
I feel like the Falcons Academy are doing a really good job of just like isolating a lane. We're going to sit this one lane. We're going to send 4 bodies through it. And you are going to have to deal with it. I feel like I want to see the same play from Bush. You certainly have the gun power. Well, Priesta finds one. Fire's going to slip the net. Can you get out? The thing is, you're just not going to get that free route. You need the boys to support. Nade. Well, it catches Paul X square in the teeth, to be fair. All it's going to do is get a trade. The capsule, what do you have?
I mean, if you can find this pinch and find the right timings, this would be huge. Unfortunately, you just activate too early. You pick up the EMP, you slide around the corner. They're going to be laying in wait. You had 2 team members on the flank. It's just not going to be enough. So we're going to end the first half 2-0 for the Falcons Academy. Now, thankfully, that's not an insurmountable lead if you are Telluride Bush. It's not like you're coming in here 4-0, right? Where that's a huge lead that you got to chunk on back. Definitely still possible for the Bush to take this one, but I'm right there with you in something that you said. It feels like a little bit, not a lot of strategy coming out from the Bush. Falcons Academy might have a understanding of how they want to play this map.
Certainly seems the case. It feels like Bush are one element away from making things happen, but they're just lacking that one crucial execution. Maybe it might be a set of wiper kills. Maybe it's, for example, moments like that second cap where they're just over prioritizing mid rather than flooding the point. Again, it might just be the fact that they're overcomplicating it a little bit. Either way, you've got to answer back. You're 2 down. As you said, it is not insurmountable. And Capsule's Nade will find plenty of purchase on Priesta. Oh, but the stun's great, and the drawback's even better up close.
And a couple of players from Bush just dropping everywhere. King of Body finds a nice 2-piece in that mid. Spark sliding around here. Be able to find Paul X, and at least that'll be you picking that up. Getting tagged up through. I mean, you're doing a great job playing your life right now. You're getting chased. The defense is coming on in, but you've at least brought this all the way down. He might almost had that for a hot sec, if I'm not going to lie to you.
I certainly could have. And Falcons Academy will now set up to try and defend it. And is this the early stages of Riyadh Falcons ball? Or are we going to see a forward push? We will see forward momentum. Priesta finds 1 kill. Am I missing something? Or is Paul X basically... Paul X doesn't know, but he basically had a free run straight through if he wanted it. Eventually gives it up because he obviously doesn't have X-ray. Architects is going to be here for trade, and well, Capsule goes absolutely massive to ensure you don't fall 3 down.
Yeah. That's sort of the reality sometimes is that, you know, we can see when we have the whole mini-map and X-ray and we're like, there's a whole lane. Why don't you take that? It's so hard to read when you are in the middle of the game that you have that opportunity, right? And it's really a double-edged sword because sometimes we yell at teams for just trying to pick up the EMP and face slam it into the goal. And other times we yell at them for being a little bit too much of back and forth and not committing to one side, right? So, listen, you have to take with your information and understand it. But you can see already here, we can see a little bit of a strategy we've seen lately come on out here, it looks like, as Priesta is going to pick up the EMP. They are up 2-0, and well, he's hanging in the back. What is it? The apple doesn't fall too far from the tree? Is that what we're saying here?
We're saying, get out of your spawn, gentlemen. Go and play ball. Come
Parking
on
the bus.
Now. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. It's a low block. It's parking the bus. It is Jose Mourinho. Very happy right now. I mean, you're going to get a couple of kills if you're Bush. Of course, if you win a couple of fights in this deep spawn, you can instantly drop that device in. So it would give you a route back in, but that's far easier said than done when these boys are basically spawning on top of each other.
Yeah, but we do see some movement already starting to come on through. Telluride Bush, they've made this read that this is happening. Alex is here. He's going to pop on up, and yup, that's 4 dead on the side of Bush. Okay. And they're getting just such deep spawns. They have to spend like 25 seconds of this round just running from their spawn back on over. And listen, you can say what you want about this strategy, but hey, if it works, it works. Nothing we can do about it. King of Body playing in this back spawn. Currently 23 and 12. Looking insane for the time being, and you got to give credit where credit's due. Priest is just doing such a good job of playing his life.
Certainly is, and putting someone like Paul X on the defensive front makes him incredibly overpowered, as you're seeing. Universities will rip foreheads. Paul X going to dive out the map for a second. Will be answered. He's got a body close, but the trade's in, and, well, Alec playing the mind games early. I don't think you need many more of them. There's no doubt that this is a tough one for Bush. 9 and 21 as well out of Sport, 10 and 18 out of Pro Loot. It's tough reading. The overload woes continue. You got a minute. It's got to be a great hit now. Scoop the next one and run.
Yeah, This is just so tough, man. I mean, I don't know how you break this setup, if I'm being really honest with you. And, well, okay, maybe just flying forward and getting the kills that you need is the way to do it. Priesta, he's got to stay alive. He's trying to get on out of here. Maybe put this more in the middle. And, yeah, you float on over to where your teammates are. Fire's going to at least be able to grab 2. King of Bodies still here in the back, getting cut on down. But, Telluride Bush, they're flying in towards the back. And Paul X just continuing to shoot. Priesta, yet again, grabs the EMP device and just going to hold out here in the back for the last 20 seconds.
I don't know what it is, but something's telling me we're going to end up getting some rule changes in Overload. Yeah, I mean, look, you've executed it to perfection. If you are Falcons Academy White, that is very true. Locked down. Priesta knew exactly where he needed to be, and the boys covered. Telluride Bush, it'll be chalk up. Another Overload. Be ready to drop it on the hard point, as they have done many times before.
Yeah. Little bit of a rough situation there. That you come on through. I mean, hey, listen, you're up 2-0. You get down to those last sort of minute and a half. You do what you got to do in order to take the win that's there, right? And you can always make the argument, right? Hey, Telluride Bush, they played on the flip side of that. They had an opportunity to maybe keep that even, right? They could have maybe scored earlier on, maybe played a little bit better to get there. But hey, we'll leave that up for you to decide. All I know is that we have a series on our hands, ladies and gentlemen, okay? I love what we're seeing. We see them take that Overload, and we are going to a hard point. Thankfully, Telluride Bush, we're looking pretty damn good on hard point, my friend.
They certainly are. It's a mode that has blessed them mostly through the year anyway, and they have continued that fine form. It's, yeah, going to be where they have answered back many a times in the past. They are no stranger to being down 2-1 in a series, or at least seeing map 4, as it tends to be map 3 that they drop. Anyway, unfortunately, it's a tough reading of a scoreboard for many players on the Bush Gaming side. King of Body, though, 27-14. He certainly enjoyed a little bit of Park the Bus Ball. Scar Hardpoint will be where we're headed to next. Now, for Bush, I mean, they just have a great map pool across the board, so they'll be feeling very comfortable walking into this. For Falcons Academy White, before today, their Hardpoint wasn't the best, and Scar Hardpoint doesn't feature in one of their top maps either, so it stinks a little bit if we're going to a game 5. That being said, Falcons surprised us with how they performed against Falcons Green earlier on, winning the Hardpoint to eliminate their sister squad. So, yeah, very curious about how this one will play out. And I wonder how much of the end of that exposure overload plays into it. Because if I'm Bush, those mind games, I'm a frustrated character for sure.
If I know some of those players, and if I know if Mr. Coach Temp is getting in their ears, dude's pissed. And he's probably firing on up. And he's like, you're going to let them do that to you and win that series and knock you out of the elite like that? Nah, that's not how we represent this organization, okay? So very excited to see how do they come out shooting? How do they come out in that map number 4? We are going to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, we're going to be hopping on in to that map number 4. Do not go anywhere. It's sure to be a bang-up. The series is heating up now between the Telluride Bush and Falcons Academy White. We are getting ready to move into a Scar hardpoint here in map number 4. For Telluride Bush, they are coming back with a little bit of fire in their bellies after losing an overload in a fashion that maybe you wouldn't like to see. For Falcons Academy White, though, it's proving that they deserve to be a top challengers team and that some of them deserve to be in the CDL. I'm Dandro, joined by Enigma, and we have a banger map coming your way.
We most certainly do. Telluride Bush, what is your answer to what just happened in that map? 3 will break off. P1, of course, open, middle of the map. This will largely be a split hill. It's all about setting yourself up on that P2 rotation. Prolude's going to have company clause. Boy should be able to cover over the top. And in kind, you'll have that for Paul X as well.
I like the slides coming on out here. It's just going to be a battle back and forth. I like Capsule sliding on out, but still most of the kills dropping into the way of Falcons Academy White. You said it. You know, anything you get here, it's all gravy. But it's all about how do you set yourself up for that P2. Telluride Bush, they're going to feel good about maybe potentially holding on to these spawns, getting ready to set on up for that. Spart makes his way on into the market. Can you catch anybody cutting through the mid? Already got Capsule playing out towards the bottom of P2 as well. He's going to activate. Pops on up, finds one. It's going to be Priesta getting on, dropped, and Spart playing from down low. Does he make the read up towards the top? He does. Wallbank comes on through. P2 will pop. Telluride Bush on their way in.
One problem for Spart here, not much coverage over the top. He would fire into position. Finally, big kill for Capsule to stop the pitch coming through. Falcons having to hit this from the front. For Bush, you just got to hold.
It's all about these trades that you can manage to make here on the point. Spart just being annoying at this bottom gen. Pistol in hand will at least be able to find one. Did you buy enough time for your teammates to come off spawn and try and help you on out here? Capsule trying to do his best with a little bit of wall hops, but it's Prolude with the double kill towards the top. He turns his eyes towards that stair side. You got a player laying on their back, laying on their belly. We'll bring him on down, but it's just not enough. Fire with a huge 2-piece. Capsule finds Priesta. And just like that, you're going to hold this P2 if you are Telluride Bush. It gets mixy. You'll come out with the lead. But I'm looking towards that P3, and already you have Capsule holding a huge lane. Finds the kills.
Yeah, Capsule stops Falcons rotating freely, so they don't really have the setup in place. Allows Prolude to get in relatively uncontested. Rips one, gets the trade in. Great work. Who's up and over? Capsule lands on a body, stomps him into the ground. Fire then over the top as well. 44 seconds still left on this. A lot to play for, a lot to hold. And you've done all the right things if you're the team in white.
11 and 6 for Cap. Starting off this map with a banger. Good shots. You find Paul X into the back. The rest of the Falcons trying to fly on in through the middle. They will eventually make the trade back on towards Capsule. So they'll stem the bleeding for now. They'll bring this one down in pace just for a moment. Paul X continuing to fly through on this P3 side. Capsule coming off spawn. Already looking to hold this P4. Can you cut down Paul X on this rotation? You can. Prolude doing his job, shutting down the Falcons where you can. A couple seconds remaining. P4 looking to pop.
Certainly is. That's going to be 2 detrimental kills, though, if you are the Bush in terms of your hold. The spawns will come in close, at least. Not enough pressure on that back line, but the kills continue to be green. They're going to hit from 2 sides, and it's an instant break. You will have some bodies here still. Spart with a big 2-piece to reply.
Flying on in towards this point. You mentioned it. They have the close spawns. So they can be a little bit aggressive here. They can keep flying at some of these teams if they want. And just as long as you're coming out on top with these trades, you're going to be A-okay. But King of Body towards the back, I think will finally find the kills you're looking for and maybe help these spawns get a little bit closer if you are Falcons Academy White. Priesta up towards the top. He's going to be able to find one, not before getting cut on down. Telluride Bush doing a great job of finding the points where they need to. They'll have a 40-point lead at the end of this P4 here, and I'm looking at that P5. Falcons Academy White, they've already set themselves up, but you can look, the Bush, they're starting to make a rotation.
Yeah, big kill by Prolude lets you out of Woodside. And Spart's going to continue to harass the backlines. That's King of Body. Look at these numbers starting to come through, and the flip spawns as well. Bush setting themselves up for an instant break.
I like this Spart. Waiting for his teammate to come on through, out through the top of the roof, and he's going to play in through that bottom. Now he's made his way towards the window and rips Priesta on the push-up. Makes this read. You have a player coming in through the top, but that's 3 dead on the side of Telluride Bush. It's just Capsule left alive here. If he can manage to get Mixie and take out some of these players, this would be huge. Finds one, and he's just playing such a great job right now, forcing Falcons Academy to push on forward. Comes out towards the outside. He'll get dropped, but not before he does the damage that he needs to. Telluride Bush, they're going to use these close spawns to the best of their ability. They're going to fly at this point. And they've gained a significant lead for the time being.
We have a bit of scrap time here for the Falcons to challenge for. Prolute will contest. Just keep it neutral. Priesta will be dropped. So around a 50-point lead. 40 points. Math hard. 50? But it will open for P1. And Spart continuing to do the work here. Capsule is eventually cleaned out. But again, he's just... His scoreboard doesn't look that impressive. 17 and 15, but it's about 3 hills in the last 4 where he's broken the Falcons' defensive setup before he can ever get in place. It's incredible stuff. Spart will rip one, Prolute with another. You're back in for P1.
This is the Call of Duty you like to see from Capsule. It's how he made a name for himself on that Boston Breach roster. It was hitting these routes and popping the huge kills when they mattered. Continuing to ride that storyline here as part of the Telluride Bush. Prolute 20 and 12. Shooting in this hardpoint. Been a little bit lackluster through the first couple maps of this series, but seemingly has come online. But on this next set of rotations, Telluride Bush have been doing such a great job finding the kills that they need. Get some of this P1 time in your hands. Spawns will come on through. How to set yourself up for P2.
Yeah, King of Body does very well to get 2 at least. It's scrap time, less important for Falcons positioning. The big thing. It's going to allow them to start to hit second kill quickly. That being said, you already have players here in fire. He finds the first and the second will be traded, but it only sets Capsule up. And eventually you fall, but it stays neutral. It suits nobody, and that's better for Bush. They're leading by a considerable amount, and here comes the Hellfire.
And from the top, what do you find? Breaking this P2 would be huge. Initial rocket won't find anything, but a little bit of curve on the second will cut down Priesta. That's gonna leave Arcides, only player at the gen. Trophy system will make sure he stays alive for a little bit of time being. Throws a shoulder, drops to low HP. Just waiting for the rest of his team to come here and back him on up. You dealt with one of the Falcons players in mid. All the arrows from Telluride Bush. They turn here towards the P2. Arcides finally will slide on out. Gets a little bit of help from Paul X as they will clean up the rest of the bush. You get those deep P5 spawns, and that'll set you up for this P3, at least for the time being. And you find a huge kill onto Priesta on rotation. Telluride Bush, that P2 might not have gone your way, but you're set up beautifully for this P3.
Yeah, Falcons play that so well, so patiently. They just allow each other's cover over and welcome Bush into the lion's den if they so wish. They do not. They fall, but they rotate early. Fire, though, company from above and below. Doesn't read both and won't do enough to hold. Capsule, though, going to pick up this mid-cut. Just keep the hill neutral. 22 points between these two right now. The Spark steps over. He covers his teammate inside to try and regain that lead.
Some great kills coming out here. Fire on top of the point. Has too many targets. Cannot pick which one to fire at, but it is a pinstripe kill feed. As it is blow for blow between the Falcons Academy and the Telluride Bush. For the time being, I'm not entirely sure, my man, but all I know is that Capsule starting to heat up just a little bit. As the Telluride Bush will find some significant time here on the P3. You got to turn your sights to P4, and they already have. Fire, he's in on the point, and Capsule's here to help.
Yeah, you don't have the defensive setup, though, because you lose that body through mid. Prolute losing the fight to Arcides, who tries to fly top rope. Fire finds him. You have the close spawns. You have the bodies. It's just getting that setup in place, but if you get this next kill, you've knocked the entire wave away, and Spark does better than that, rips the reinforcement, but it's Priesta to try and upset this defensive play.
It's Priesta kind of by himself. He's trying to buy time. Let the rest of your team come on through. Towards the top, Capsule will cut you on and down. A little bit of hop there towards the top, but King of Body is laying in wait, literally. The Prolute flies on forward, catches one from the top. You see these players playing from the backside. Telluride Bush trying to cut their way back on in towards this point. You're swarming around it. You got Falcons players from the front. You got Falcons players from the back. It is going to be so tough. Priesta goes huge on the point, finds a couple of clutch kills. So you'll get the last final few remaining seconds if you are the Falcons Academy, but it is still a 40-point lead for the Telluride Bush.
Huge trade by Spot there through the mid. King of Body found one, and that could have been a problem with no mid-map control. The rotation, the setup, it's just not comfortable. But he picks up that trade. Gives you all the space you need. Middle will now be occupied by some Falcons players, but they're just likely to have to hit the front, and Spark's on a heady.
I like this play from Spart. Just be the front man. You're going to get knocked on out, but you're going to have so much information for the rest of your team. Fire. He's going to look to hold this middle side. Capsule gets knocked on out, but it's not before dealing the damage that you need. Holding the line. Telluride, Bush. They are looking to take this map number 4, pushes to a game number 5. Proloot tries to hit the hop up. Will get caught on down, but you're still getting these close spawns if you are the Bush. Capsule from the top side. Continuing to be a menace. Getting some of these shots where he can. Sliding on out. Fire. He's looking. It's a 2-stack from the Falcons, though. They're not going to let him take it that easy. All players from the Bush flying on in, but look at Fire. He gets this deep wrap spawn. He might be hit a little bit of a timing here. Can he get this kill onto Priesta? No, he cannot. Priesta turns and burns. And now you have these back spawns if you're Telluride Bush. Falcons Academy White. They can push on over towards this P1.
A 70-point gap quickly becomes 40 as the Falcons refuse to bend or break. Paulex now trying to occupy Delhi. Prolo's got to wrap in through the back. He's trying to set up some sort of pinch. Someone needs a pick here and then flood with the overwhelming numbers. The Prolo is red. And shut down, but not before Fire can find one.
Priesta doing a good job keeping his head on a swivel here. Trying to help out his teammates where he can. A huge kill onto Spart while on top of the point. Starting to bring this one on back. You have to contest if you are the Telluride Bush. You cannot let the Falcons Academy get into this game that's here. And Capsule will land a nade on top of Priesta's head. Has done the damage that you need, and the kills will fall under the way of the Telluride Bush. They make their way onto the point. Capsule on a 3 spree. And he's going to be able to get found on out, but they're on the point. You only have a number of seconds remaining. If you're the Falcons Academy, you have to start flying at this. Priesta with a huge 2-piece to get the Bush off the P1. We have to look on over to the P2. Falcons Academy White are here. They are already on. King of Body. He's got to be the front line. 35 and 28. Looking to hold on and ride this one to the end.
You both can win it here, so both have to just send Bush. They only need one clean break. Falcons so much more than that. Big kill to pick up Proloop through the backline. Falcons to swat away wave 1. Capsule will be the remainder of that. You're arriving in ones if you're the bodies. 240 struck by Falcons. Bush, you gotta find the break.
10 more seconds. The time is ticking. It's going to take a wave of kills that go your way. Do you try and hit a wrap? Do you try and hit it from the front? If you are Fire, you're trying to hit some type of wrap, but the kills do not go your way. Oh my God. All the way to the very end, my friend. We asked for a banger. I think we were delivered one. I thought the Bush were taking that one on in on that P5. It looked like they were poised up for it, but it's just that rotation from the P1 to P2. It's a little bit tough.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to get a look at some of our end moments here, and it did feel like Bush were teetering right on the edge. Falcons do well to pull themselves back in for this P1, but it's the kills right at the end. It just gives them that P2 side. I think for Bush, you're thinking, we just need 8 seconds. Should we continue to hit? And unfortunately, you almost overextend into that P1. Falcons, they see their opportunity to lay in wait defensively, and they're so good at this P2 if they do get blue side, and you can see why. They've got coverage from deep. They're watching that pinch, and then they just hold everything through the front. And despite Bush's best efforts, it will be Falcons surging on the comeback to take the entire series.
Yeah, it's just kind of an unfortunate circumstances if you are Bush right there. It's like, I like what we see. You know, we're starting to see Proloot. He's looking to take a wrap here in the final moments, but I just wonder if it's a little bit too little too late. You see number 2 off of spawn. Fire tries to also make a little bit of a wrap, but it's just the Falcons are ready for this, right? They cut down the players at the front. They cut down the other players pushing from the back, and they're able to secure that one. So with that, unfortunately, if you are a Telluride Bush fan, that is the end of their run here in Elite Season 1. But for the Falcons, they will fly on forward to our losers finals against For Fun. Let's talk a little bit about these stats, though, when we look at it. I mean, this was just a brawl back and forth. I'm looking at 4,600 damage from Capsule. Absolute world star performance. Unfortunately for him, it was just still not enough to help nudge you over the line.
Yeah, look, 36 and 34 is not going to look particularly impressive, but it felt like every single time he's stopping a Falcons rotation, wasn't letting them get a defensive setup. He was doing so much out there. 4,700 damage is just ridiculous. Also, to tip our hat, King of Body, he had himself a map. We talk so often about the other players on that team, but he goes nuclear to see them through. And it will confirm our bracket, Project Notorious. They will wait in grand finals. Guarantee the top 2 finish, but who is it that they will face to decide if that is gold or silver? Will be Falcons Academy White and For Fun to start things off in the elimination final. For fun, this is as underdog a story as you could like. They made a hell of a run to get through qualifiers, through groups, and to the later stages of the bracket. Falcons Academy White, this is proving yet again you are one of the top teams. All 4 of these players should have a route back into the league. So many storylines to set.
There is a lot of storylines. I think if we would have looked at this bracket, before, when we started, we would have said, oh, no way does it really kind of come on down. I think we could have not guessed that Falcons Academy White, For Fun, and Project Notorious would be our 3 teams remaining here on this bracket. But man, what an insane day of matches, that we had here for us. It was just felt like every single series delivered on the hype and energy that we had.
Certainly did. I know that we've done a lot of talking it up, a lot of coming into today, kind of like, okay, here's the storylines and how we think they're going to unfold, and all the players said, actually, we'll one-up you. We had upsets, we had surprise victories. I'm looking at Falcons White. I genuinely didn't know what they were going to bring to the table after their earlier struggles in Hardpoint. Very impressive to see them take multiple matches from big Hardpoint teams. So great stuff from them. And just had a wonderful time casting over Challengers Elite. You know how it is, my friend. We're blessed to get to do this. Best players that we could possibly hope to cover over some incredible fan bases, wonderful production team, and of course, alongside yourself. What a hell of a time.
Storylines are brewing. If you want to catch the rest of the action, the rest of the bracket here of course, the Challengers Elite Season 1, make sure you tune in tomorrow. EMEA kicking us off, I believe, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, North America at 6 p.m. It is going to be a wild ride for both regions, right? You got a losers final into that grand finals. It is sure to be a treat. That's all we got for you for our broadcast here today. So I just want to thank everybody for tuning on, and the production for putting this on, and obviously the players as well for helping keep this thing run nice and buttery smooth. That's all we got for you. But I'm Dandro, that's Enigma, and we'll see you next time.